can't see anything. Are people coming in or everybody's sleeping and still in the back? Can we get going? Hello? Hello? Who's up? Come on up. Woo! Who slept more than 4 hours? Nobody. So can you start taking your seats, please? We're gonna get going. We've got excited agenda for you. Allez, allez, allez! On y va!
Find the drinks. Yeah, I can make an announcement.
Hello, people. Can you get going?
Welcome, welcome.
Come on in. We're waiting for you. Hurry up. I know nobody had coffee, nobody had breakfast, but we'll fix it along the way. Who wants to help me?
Please come together. Anybody wants to dance on stages now?
Yeah. Look at that. We got 20 seconds to go, people. I see people coming in. Whoa, 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 whoa. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Who's excited to be here with us today?
Sorry, we can't hear you. Who's excited today?
No. Is that the best you can do? Who's excited to be here? Woo! Good morning, good morning. To get started, I would like us to give a huge, huge round of applause for our Frenchies who made this all happen for us. Where's the hosting team? Thank you guys and ladies for making this happen. Who feels like on the beach in the midst of Paris?
Yeah, thanks a lot to the French team. Now, please applaud all those members of Volt who are here today. We'll start with the representatives of most smaller countries, so please applaud all together. Let's get started. Albania, Bulgaria, Cyprus, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Greece. Let's get going, come on. Hungary, Luxembourg, just one person. Hey,
Yay.
loudest. Malta, Romania, Slovenia, Sweden, and United Kingdom. Woo!
Then the special welcome goes to the chapter of Slovakia. Woo! Czechia! Where are my Czech buddies?
Portugal, Spain, hey, Austria,
Where's Belgium, my other home? Where are my Belgians? Hello.
yeah, there we go.
Where's Italy? Woo, woo, woo!
Germany, yeah, of course.
And a special, special round of applause goes to our Dutchies. Thank you, Netherlands, for doing everything you're doing for us. So again, a big welcome also on our behalf. We are Johannes and Lucia, your hosts for today. Big welcome also to our moderating team and to the tech team and everybody who's making it happen for us.
Big applause now. So welcome. As you know, Paris is hosting the Olympics next year. We do the Volt Olympics before it's cool. We will do a lot of marathon discussions, a lot of flag waving, a lot of sleepwalking, and also a lot of speed voting. So that's our program for the whole weekend.
And so now with this, we're almost officially over. We're not over, open. And I would like to hand over to our chairs, Anne, Matej, and Katarina.
Yeah. And Just before we do that, a couple of housekeeping rules. If you have any need for discussions or side events, these can be held on the left side, your right side, just here. So please use this room just for the main events, but if you want to have a side chat, it's just there. Safety, there's no fire drill planned today, so if there's a fire alarm, it's a real one. Please use the exit doors to exit. And then finally, also watch out. We call it Paris Plage, Paris Beach here. There's a pool. Don't jump in just yet.
Now, let's get going.
Thank you. I'm Matei from Volt Romania. Hello, hope you have a good time.
All right, we're still trying to get our bearings over here. I'm Katarina from Volt Germany. Thank you, guys. I'm happy to support the moderating team here, and I'm handing over to a wonderful chair who's going to make sure that everything is running smoothly today. And
Good morning. Welcome. We want to open the Volt GA. Someone told me to get the mic more up. We open officially this GA at 9:10 a.m. today. And you should have all received emails with your voting tokens in the last days. So louder, closer. You should all have received emails with your voting tokens. Please double check if you don't have received them. If you can't find it, please get into contact with us so we can make sure you have your token to vote. Thank you for all the organizers, and we hand over to usually, I think, the French co-presidents. So I pass over to the hosts. Thank you.
That's what.
We could have sides.
Bonjour à tous. I have to say it in French. Bienvenue à Paris. No, please, I will switch in English, I promise. So are you ready for maybe 15 minutes with English speaking with a French accent? Okay, perfect. Let's do it. So I'm Cécile, I'm the co-chair of Volt France, and I'm very happy to have you here today in Paris. It's very great. And I have to say, I'm very, very proud of the French team to make you come today in Paris, especially in that very fancy room with an elephant instead of visiting the Eiffel Tower. But anyway, it's something else. Because it's mean, I don't know if you can see it, but we do have an elephant in the room. And maybe for me, it's quite important to explain you what is a political elephant in France. So we can say that Mr. Elephant used to grow up in a well-off family with a political background. He used to do a very good study in political sciences to become one of the high-level civil servants in France. And maybe he started a career in politics very early. And now he's maybe a MEP, Member of Parliament in France, over decades. So Mr. Elephant is very good. It's a very skilled, I'm looking for my word. It's a very good politician. I think it's very good listening to people in its district. It's very good just at campaigning because he's thinking already to its next term. But I'm not sure that it's right now very good at understanding what the people want. Is not really able to change the way of thinking, the way it's pattern. It's not really able to understand that the people really want right now. And that's why in France right now people are getting a little bit frustrated. Some people say it's fine, the political system is stable. I will have to say that it's blocked. It's made me very angry because for small political parties such as Volt, it's very difficult just to set up on the French scene. Because the way to be elected is quite difficult. It's a majority. We do have proportional, but only for the European election. And then we have the 5% thresholds. And what makes me very angry is the way of the financial rules in France. They are very difficult because all the political parties have to pay for their own ballot papers. So at least we have to raise, if we want to give the people just the material mean to vote for us in France, we have to raise over 1 million euros. It's incredible. I'm not speaking about campaigning, just be able to print the voting, the ballot papers. That's really, really crazy. And it makes me sad, it makes me angry. Because right now, the only visible alternative, if French people want to get rid of all the political elephants, right now, it's the far left or the far right. And we already know the story this weekend, so I don't want to insist on it. It's very too early to speak about it. So I just want to try an happy end yet to my story. And that's why I'm looking to all of you, and I have to say that I'm very proud to be there because I really believe in our project. I really believe in our community. I really believe in our solidarity involved across each country. I know that sometimes we are all going from all different political and cultural backgrounds. We know that sometimes it's difficult to speak with one political voice all over Volt in Europe. I know that sometimes, there are some lack of efficiency in the structure. But anyway, Volt France is not a small party. Just Volt France, it's a part of the huge Volt Europa, the pan-European family. And we really have to take advantage of it. So I want you to share your energy. I want you to share your enthusiasm. French people are very tired, so please be there. And I think that we can jump all together in the next election. And our time will come very, very soon. I'm really believe in it. And if some people are questioning why you are so sitting in that room, beautiful with an elephant, instead of visiting the beautiful Paris, don't worry. We have a very good French team who was organizing event site for you. And that's why now I think Adrien will tell you more a little bit about the GA of the organization. Thank you.
Yeah, so about the GA and the lead, yeah. Sorry, it's the first time I talk with so many people, and I didn't have the time to. So I'm going to read a little bit. Sorry for that. So for the GA and the side event, you can all clap your hand for the benevol of Volt France and especially Elise. Can you? Because it was a huge work, and I'm very proud that we have the GA here. What I wanted to talk about is that I arrived in 2019 in Volt, and it was just before the European election in across Europe, and we didn't have a change for Volt France because of the political rules you say. But do you know what keep me motivated and what make me still stay long in the party is the Rome GA in 2019. Because when I come back to this event, I was dreaming of making a better Volt France chapter and to make it grow. And that's because during this GA, what I discovered is what is Volt Europa, what is a transnational party, and what is a pan-European community. And if it was not, if it was not with Volt Europa, Volt France will not stand anymore. And so it's thanks to all of you that we are here today. Thank you. Politics work in cycle, and each party have their climax election. For Volt, it's the European election. And it's now that the journalists and the public are going to be interested in us and are going to talk about us, and that we are going to welcome new members. This year is a real opportunity for Volt France to create this momentum to the EP 2024, sorry. And as you say, Cécile, it's very hard with the ballot system. And especially because we can only receive money from Volt for French citizens or people that live in France. However, if you want to help, there is a shop with some goodies. That's what we can sell goodies. And don't forget something. During the European election, that's a wonderful adventure. But you don't have to lose yourself in the process. You have to care about you. You have to care about other voters. And big dream, but make sure that you don't make a burnout. And if we all manage to do this, in June, we are going to stand all together for when her dreams is going to come true. Thank you. So I think now...
Coming. Thank you so much. Thank you, French team again. And now let's get started with the amazing speeches. So my warm welcome goes to my favorite, I don't want to say couple, no? Are you a couple? Damian and Clara. Damian, our MEP that we are so proud of. Oh, is the two of you first? Francesca, where is she?
Francesca and Renier. Not here.
So it seems that
Sorry,
we're
people.
starting with Francesca and Rainier first.
My briefing got confused. Francesca and Rainier. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
As it is my duty, I formally welcome you to Paris, and I pass the word to Rainier to welcome you.
Thank you very much, Francesca. I might actually use this one, if that's okay. Can everybody hear me properly? Yes? Great. Then I'll put this away. So, good morning. This place looks amazing. I think in 10 years from now, we're gonna, oh, do you remember that GA? Yeah, with all the weird stars and stuff. This is definitely a location to remember. I know many people have worked their asses off to, many people have worked very hard to make this happen. I remember 5 years ago, we were in Paris with a Volt event, roughly in the same time before the European elections. We were around 100 people now, then, and now we are almost 1,000 people here. So let's give a massive standing ovation for all the organizers. Let's stand up and give them the biggest applause ever. So, I don't know about you, but I have been looking forward to this weekend. So, bonjour à tous, bienvenue à la plus grande réunion Volt jamais organisée. Merci à tous d'être venus à Paris. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the biggest Volt event ever. Thank you for coming to Paris. Last Wednesday, we had elections in the Netherlands, and 2 days before, Volt was polling at 4 or 5 seats, but we ended up with 2, which is a good result if you consider the difficult election we were in and the amount of strategic voting. But to be honest, I was hoping for more, and I think we deserved more because we ran an amazing campaign. The next morning, so I felt sad about our results. The next morning, I was bringing back an electric Mini that we had borrowed for the elections, and in the outskirts of The Hague, a stranger walked up to me and said, "You're part of Volt, right?" I was like, "Yeah." "Keep going. Europe needs you." And that is the motivation that I don't really need because I already felt it, but I was happy that a stranger felt the same need for change. And it was not just because the results of Volt were not exactly what I was hoping for. It's also, and mainly, because of the overall results. After the Polish elections, I was happy. I was delighted. But now, a wind of nationalism is blowing through Europe. This was the headline of a newspaper 2 days ago. The Party for Freedom has become the biggest party in the Netherlands. Contrary to its name, the party is actually not a political party, but a one-man show. And 2.4 million people voted for a person that does not want to support Ukraine. A person that is in favor of Nexit. A person that wants to stop every climate policy. A person that is against the freedom of religion, and a person that is anti-democratic. And it's not just in my home country. It's across the continent. In Italy with Meloni, in Slovakia with Fico, in Hungary with Orban, and we can go on and on like this. So, what does this tell us? One thing is for sure. It does not tell us that those 2.4 million people are our enemy. The voters are not his program. Yesterday morning, I had a conversation with a young PVV voter who works in healthcare, and my friend Tim, who's also here, describes him as one of the kindest people he's ever met. So it doesn't tell us those people are our enemy, but it does show a sentiment. It tells us that many people are fed up with the political establishment of the past decades, and rightly so. I know we see it across Europe, but let me dive a little bit deeper into the Netherlands as an example. The Netherlands ranks very high on all international lists of wealth and happiness. But at the same time, poverty has risen. Almost half of the population, many with a full-time job, are unsure whether they can pay the bills the next month. A housing crisis has stopped hundreds of thousands of people from taking the next steps in their life. On top of that, the previous governments have created a low-trust system based on a negative view of humanity. And this has led to a social benefit scandal that has ruined the lives of thousands of families. So trust in the government declined. But these are not natural phenomena. This is the result of policies. And the politicians responsible for those policies hardly seem to take responsibility. Instead of taking accountability for their policies, they make progress the enemy. They blame Brussels and they blame refugees. Old progressive parties are co-responsible for creating the climate of discontent. Through decades of long support of policies leading to the marketization of healthcare and social housing, through the increases of student debt and wage stagnation. In comes the populist, who also blames Brussels, who also blames refugees, but adds a promise of going back to a time when everything was better. The populist tells a story of nostalgic nationalism, a made-up story of a past that never existed. A story, though, that people find appealing. And the stories that old progressive politicians have told so far are far less appealing. Those are stories of cold showers and rising prices. A story of losing flying to your favorite holiday, losing food you love, losing your cultural identity. And if you don't agree with those things that old progressive politicians tell, you're either dumb, immoral, or ill-informed, according to them. People feel looked down upon. And that's not appealing at all. And so our societies reap what old politics has sowed. This result does not tell us those voters are our enemy. It tells us that legitimate concerns have been neglected. The top 3 reasons for voting for Geert Wilders are that he has policies on improving the healthcare system, are the concern about rising prices, the cost of living crisis, and migration as well. But that's number 3 in that top 3. People feel taken seriously by him. So, if that is the political spectrum around us, what then is our role as a new progressive political challenger? It is up to us to inspire people with a positive story they want to believe in. It is our role to solve the problems people face, but it's also up to us to spread an optimistic and appealing vision for the future. So let me try to take you there. It's 2039. 2039. You get on a train in Paris, the sun is shining, and you feel butterflies in your stomach when the train starts moving. In the Ruhr area, you pass a hydrogen factory that no longer needs European subsidies. And after that, thanks to the European Nature Restoration Law, you see endless greenery. Biodiversity and nature is flourishing. You reflect on the past 16 years while you are in that train. Europe modernized, created a clean economy. People live longer and happier lives because there's no more air pollutions. Every river in Europe is so clean you can drink from it. Our investments in the clean economy led to unexpected results. The circular economy is more efficient, saved us money, and has created more jobs than we can think of. Since we started measuring society's success differently, overall happiness is rising and rising and rising. The standard of living for every European is higher than it has ever been in history. 6 hours later, you get off that same train in the center of Kyiv, where 2 men walk hand in hand past the peace monuments. You're proud that Europe is the place where everyone has the right to be who they want to be, love who they want to love, and is free to fulfill their own unique potential. As you walk, you think of how different the European Union now handles migration, living up to its own values, with human rights at the core. That you see a Europe has become a safe haven for people that was unthinkable in the early 20s of this century. But now every European is proud of the fact that Europe saves lives. You see many people in t-shirts and follow a purple procession to the Maidan Square. You're here to watch the results of the first real European elections together with thousands of voters. And you recognize friends who you've met in Paris 16 years ago. And you reflect on them, on how your actions in 2023 contributed to these positive changes. Well, this vision of our future, it may sound unrealistic, unachievable, like an unimaginable.
Something that really marked the person I am today. And I grew up always being mad about what I saw around me. I went to Madrid to study. I was 18 years old, and I remember being there in the capital, seeing all the things that were going wrong in my own country. I was seeing an extremely corrupted political elite. I was seeing a political elite that was cutting on education, that was cutting on healthcare. And what I did was demonstrate. I demonstrated. I was going to all the demonstrations I could. That's how I spent my university years. I was going to debates. I was organizing debates. But what happened? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing changed. So Spain continued to be the leading country in youth unemployment. It continued to be the country that was one of the most affected by climate change, and yet one of the countries that did absolutely nothing to change any of that. It's a country in which the big political parties just simply don't care about the citizens. There's nothing being done for the citizens. And when I saw it, we are the ones that have to put that positive note in Europe. Because the country we have today, the Spain we have today, is an extremely divided one. It's a country in which the main political parties are just unable to talk to each other. They are unable to get to a commitment, a compromise on a good education law, for example, or a good solution to the healthcare crisis that we're having at the moment. So that's the reason I'm running, because I want to see a Spain that is not divided, that is able to dialogue, that is able to get people together, to get people to talk to each other, because this is something that we really, really need, desperately need. And the worst part is that this is not unique to Spain. I see this all over Europe. Rainier was talking about the situation in the Netherlands, this divided country. I saw it in Slovakia with the rise of Fico, and how, like, the populists they were able to mobilize so many people. I see it in Italy. I see it in so many countries in Europe. And we really need to tackle this. But with Volt, we can really do this. And I'm sure that if we all work together, we can really try to tackle this issue of the rise of populism, the rise of extremism, this divisiveness that we see in our societies. But I'm going to hand over to Damian, because he is the one that knows how to lead this from the European Parliament, from all of our societies. He's been doing this for years, so I think he's going to be the best one to talk about this.
Thank you, Clara. Good morning, good morning. I hope you all slept well. You didn't stay too late in some Parisian bar with some wine in your hand, but you really, came here with all the energy. Because it's super important, I think, that we use this moment to create energy and bring it home, and I'll come back to this. But before I do that, I just wanted to thank Rainier also for his time as a European president, because I don't think we have done that yet enough. So a big applause for Rainier. And I'm sure there's going to be a time to thank also the whole board, but I wanted to quickly do that up front. I want to build on something in terms of preparing, and this is the workshop that we're actually introducing, the campaign, by building on something that Rainier said, which is the power of an idea. So if you work in the European Parliament and you walk around, you feel this is a building, this is an institution, it feels quite stable, because you can stand on it, literally. You walk and the walls feel stable. But the truth is, the European Parliament is also just an idea. The European Union is just an idea. And the foundations of this idea are being attacked. And what that means is that people start believing less and less into that idea. I think we forget how fragile the European Union and this idea of European unity really is. And for me, it's really important that we start building the strength of this idea again. And our answer in Volt is that we build a new narrative around it. That we say we can actually work together, we can be together, we can unite, and we can build a strong unity against the hammering of the far-right populists which are trying to attack that foundation. So don't underestimate the power of being here and in a weird way together believing in this European Union as a united idea, because you can spread that kind of belief where others are trying to attack it. So this is the first point that I wanted to make. We have a powerful idea and we should spread it, and this is what unites us to be here. The second thing that we need for the campaign is policy solutions. And we have heard about some of them already, but I can only tell you from my personal experience, our policy solutions actually work. because I had the privilege and also the duty to implement some of them into European politics. And I just want to give you two examples that happened over the last month. The first one is that in our Amsterdam Declaration, when we basically wrote our program for the 2019 elections, we said we need a united immigration system, also for labor migration. That's a fantastic idea if you live in a demographic environment where we are getting less and less people and older in Europe. So what happened 2 weeks ago is that our idea of a united system where you can register your interest to work in the European Union got proposed by the European Commission as a law, which basically means that this solution of uniting Europe also from the outside, when you look from the outside in, is becoming a reality. So this is a solution that we wrote into our program, and that's now being proposed by the European Commission, and it makes me very happy. And the second one is a solution that we have all heard a lot, which is we need to abolish the veto. And that was, can always sound a bit abstract for a lot of people, but for me it became much more tangible recently again, and you've maybe seen this photo, when Orban shook hands with Putin in Beijing. Yeah, I don't know who's seen this photo? Yeah, I see a lot of hands going up. For me, this was one of the low points, emotional low points of European politics. And I don't understand why it didn't actually create the outcry it should have. Because you see someone who is on a summit organized by China, shaking hands and bowing in front of Lavrov, if you look at the video, and the foreign minister, who is currently bombing Ukraine and Ukrainian civilians which are dying as we speak here right now. And he's shaking as an EU 27 minister, and he went, and this maybe many people don't know, a couple of minutes later into a video call with the European Council, with the other 26 heads of state and government of Europe. I mean, this is the fear and the situation that we currently have. In 2 days, Charles Michel, the president of the European Council, he will go to Hungary and he will try to barter with Orban so that we can actually get 50 billion unlocked for Ukraine for the next 4 years. This is the situation we're currently in. And last week actually, on the day the Dutch elections went a bit sideways, we voted into the European Parliament that we will try to abolish the veto via opening the treaties. So I think there's another powerful idea of what we can do. But I do want to end with the third and I think most important factor, which is not only the belief in the united Europe and the policy solutions that we have, but it is looking around and seeing the people around you. The only thing that we all decided to do is to get active and to not watch it, to invite others to join in with us. The only reason why you are sitting here is because people before you decided to talk about Volt and make it strong. And we have a lot of power if we build each other up, if we don't fight on workplace, as Rainier said, but if we understand that we are our power, that we use these kind of situations to create the energy that we need to win this campaign, to rock this campaign, and to build a better Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Damien. And now we're going to pass the mic to the very amazing people that are driving this campaign from the European level, Paul and Jennifer.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, we're assuming that this is a click. Let's see if it works.
We can try.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah. No. Oh, yeah. Sorry. So my name is Jennifer. I'm the digital marketing manager of the communications team.
And my name is Paul, and I'm the European poll collate for the European elections.
And together, we're going to present to you today what we've done so far for the campaign and our plans for this exciting months ahead of us. So when we started working on the campaign, we knew that Volt is a data-driven party. So our first question was, who is going to vote for us? Who are our target voters? Now, of course, we couldn't do this work alone, so I want to give a big shout out to the European data team, which is somewhere in the room. Because what they did is that they conducted a Volt-wide survey across 2 years, 2021 to 2022, and asked all Volters to rank not only Volt as a party, but also other parties across Europe. And what it emerged from this analysis is that Volt consistently sits between the Greens, the Social Democrats, and the Liberals across all of Europe. Now, after they did this analysis, they did another analysis, a branching analysis, looking at Eurobarometer data and looking at opinions of voters across Europe about what matters the most to them. Not only that, they took the data of people that are likely to vote like Volt and analyzed how their priorities changed from 2020 onwards. And this is what they came up with, 5 areas that our voters or people that are likely to vote for us care about the most. You see, economy, international situation, climate change, digital progress, and social issues. And what they did is that they took these areas and they created 5 target voter groups with 2 goals. We will see 2 target voter groups with the aim to consolidate. These are the voters that have voted for us in the past, but where we have a high potential for growth. And then there's 3 target voter groups that are called expand target voter groups. And those are the voters that haven't voted for us yet, but align so much with our values and standpoints that there's high potential for growth in there as well. Before I move on to show you the target voters, I want to do a disclaimer. You will see that the target voters have a name, a nationality, a background. Now, this serves especially for us to be able to tell a story about who these voters are, and will be helpful for all campaigners across Europe. But theoretically, you could change the nationality of all these target voter groups, and it wouldn't change who they are at their core. So without further ado, meet Dan. Dan is in his mid-30s. He likes Volt because we place an emphasis on the future of work in Europe, and we combine our progressive values with a stronger focus on pan-European collaboration and connectivity. You will see that Dan is also one of our most liberal voters. And after Dan, we have Emma. Emma is in her early 20s. She really likes that Volt has a strong environmental focus, but we've also placed a strong emphasis on digital rights and innovative solutions for the future. Now, these are the 2 target voter groups where we aim to consolidate. So these are the voters that have already chosen us in past elections, but where we have a high potential for growth. And then we meet Amélie. Amélie is the first target voter group of our expand category. She likes that Volt maintains a strong commitment to environmental issues, but we also place a strong focus on technological openness and economic opportunities. And then we have Javier. Javier is instead in his mid-40s. He's also very liberal, and he likes Volt because we offer a comprehensive approach to migration and prosperity while maintaining a strong focus on those liberal values that he really cares about. And finally, we have Andrei. Andrei is in his early 30s, and he values Volt's focus on technology and media freedom, but most of all, he understands that the challenges that we face together today, we cannot face within the confines of our borders, and we need a pan-European approach to solve them. Now, after we did all this, after we researched all of this, within the campaign team, we asked ourselves, okay, let's assume that these people vote for us. How would the world change in 17 years if everything went exactly how it's supposed to go? And so we came up with a little, no, it's not yet. And so we came up with a little vision that I want to share with you. We pictured you in a train. You're here in Paris. and you're about to board a train from Paris to Athens, a high-speed train that is and the ticket was so cheap and it was so accessible, you thought you couldn't pass up on this opportunity. And you see at Gare du Nord, there's people bustling around with their luggages. You make your way through the coach and you realize you're not in the right coach. You're in business, but you bought an economy ticket. And as you make your way through the right coach, you see somebody that looks a little bit like Javier. He's really busy on his laptop. And you realize that he's setting up a company with just 2 clicks in 2040. Can you imagine that? And then you walk through the coaches, and you find finally your place in economy, and you find there another person that you may have recognized from here. It's Emma. She has a big backpack. She's ready to go on her last backpacking trip before her adulthood. She's found the job that she wanted. She just graduated, and she's treating herself to this last trip to mark her youth. And across from her, you find somebody else. You find Amélie, actually. And you know, she's preparing a deck on sustainability, and she's telling Emma how in the past 17 years, our approach to climate change has completely revolutionized, because not only people care now, but politicians care as well. And we have truly a fighting chance to fight the battle against climate change. And all of this started today, because you're here, because you're gonna go campaigning in the next 6 months, and because you're gonna convince millions of people to vote for a future they can be proud of. And without further ado, I will show you our vision for Europe. At Volt, we build a united and sustainable Europe where people from across the world create a thriving future for themselves and their communities. And we chose to say build and not we're building or we're working towards, because the choices you make today are gonna impact your future. Your future is now. And with that in mind, these are the values for the campaign. Now, this is a Decode goal map, and I can geek out about later when you find me around in the venue. But for now, I will tell you that the tone of the campaign is going to be exciting, with an attention on the people's need for self-determination, because people that vote for Volt, they seek change, they want to explore and discover their environment, but they also want success for themselves and for the communities around them. It's not just about us, it's not just about our family or our friends, it's about our neighborhoods, it's about our cities, it's about the communities around us. And then we also want this campaign to inspire and bring energy while rebuilding people's sense trust in politics. And we were already working on all of this. We're developing a super fun creative concept for the campaign, but I will let Paul explain more concretely what we're doing to make this a reality.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, before starting this part, I need to ask you a question, a very important question. Are you excited for the European elections? I cannot hear you. Are you excited for the European elections? That's it. So, before starting to talk about the campaign, we need to talk about our goal for the campaign, okay? So, how many MEPs do we want to get? And this, still didn't say the number, damn it, but thank you. So, this is a difficult thing, isn't it? Because some people might think, okay, Paul, maybe you're not being ambitious enough. Or some people, when they will say the number, they will say, maybe this is flying unicorns, isn't it? So to get the number that we're going to present you today, what we did basically is to ask all the chapters that are going to run for these elections, and we asked them basically how electoral success looks like. And after analyzing all the answers, what we got is that electoral success for the EP elections of 2024 would look like between 4 and 9 MEPs, okay? big disclaimer in here. That doesn't mean, that has to be super clear, that 9 is the limit, okay? Yeah, no, this is really important because I think that we have to be honest enough to know where we find ourselves right now, which is here, but we have to be daring enough to break the limits, okay? So to do that, we need you to campaign, to get engaged, to give the best of yourself in this campaign. And just like this, we're obviously going to achieve these numbers, but we can achieve even more. So please get engaged in this campaign. Give the best of yourself. And now, with more dilation, let's start the explanation about the campaign. Here, what you can see is the timeline of the campaign, and we're going to divide it in 3 different moments, okay? So let's jump to the first moment, which is January and February 2024, okay? Not far from now. You can see these future MEPs that are so happy in this picture. So what is the first thing that we want to organize? Okay, the first thing that we want to organize is the Candidate Summit. A Candidate Summit is a gathering of all the lead candidates of Volt all around Europe with the main goals, basically for 3 main goals, which is connecting them and make them collaborate, to train them in communication, policy, public speaking, because we do have the best lead candidates of all Europe, but we want them to be even better. And last but not least, create media content. Because obviously we're going to have all the candidates there, and we want to take the chance, obviously, to create media to then use it for the campaign. In this sense, I don't want to forget, because I tend a lot to forget things. I want to thank the Academy team, especially Nita, because obviously they are taking care of this, and without them, obviously, this wouldn't be possible. So please, big applause for them. Second thing in this first moment, roadmap of communication, okay? The roadmap of communication for this period foresees basically these 3 things. First thing, we have to develop the main messages and slogans for the campaign. And that should be done by the end of January. At the same time, we are finalizing, and here I don't want to forget, with the help of the Dutch team, with the creative agency, the creative concept of the campaign, and this should be ready by the end of February, okay? And also we want to align with both the European and national campaign teams to get the maximum impact, okay? All of this that I just explained is also thanks to Jennifer and Rosa, which are the European communication leads. So please also, big applause for them. Woo! And the third thing for this period of time is the transnational list, okay? So you might ask me, Paul, what's the transnational list? Because it sounds super good, but I don't really understand these numbers. Okay, the transnational list is a wide union list, which includes all the lead candidates from all around Europe, okay? It's a symbolic list, so it's a list that is not going to be binding, but since Volt has these pan-European aspirations, these pan-European ideas, we really thought that we had to lead by example by creating this list. And at the very top of this list, we're going to have our 2 lead candidates for the campaign, okay? Another question that you could ask me now is, okay, so how are we going to decide this, Paul? The lead candidates are going to be decided by voting your favorite lead candidate, male and female, and then deciding which one of both do you prefer to be at the top, and which one of both you prefer to be second. The rest of the list, the way we're going to decide it is still pending to be decided by the next board. So this is something that, hopefully tomorrow, when we're going to have a new board elected, woo!
We're
going to
put them to work right away, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. It's the first thing that we're going to ask, because we have to decide how we decide this. For that, I also don't want to forget, I want to thank Lucas, Ruben, and also Damien and Joe, because they pushed a lot for this, and thanks to them, we're going to have this transnational list. So again, big applause for them, please. Okay, now let's move to the second moment, which is March and April 2024. We're getting closer to the elections. Here we want to organize a campaign kickoff event, okay? So which is the main goal of this? The main goal is gather as much voters as possible, so even more voters than the voters that we have here today, to create excitement and energy to start the campaign. This is foreseen engage with potential voters and create interest for the media. So obviously we can get in all the media, not at European level, but also at a national level. For this, I was going to forget, I also want to say thank you to the events team who take care of that. So also, again, big applause for the events team, please. Just asking too many applauses, but I mean, too many people is taking place on this, so I really need to ask for this. So, next one. The other thing that we want to create for this period of time is the campaigner app. Some of you probably know already what it is, the campaigner app, because it already existed to a certain extent in the Netherlands and Germany. Okay, I will explain it so just in case there's someone who doesn't know what it is exactly. The campaigner app is a campaign app is an app that will have heat maps of your areas, countries, regions, cities, and will tell you where is more likely to get voted. And at the same time, it's going to tell you, it's going to let you register where you're going to be postering, flyering, or making door-to-door campaigning. Okay? What we want to do with this campaigner app? Well, basically, the idea of this campaigner app is to improve the efficiency of our campaign. Okay, it's because we have chapters with very high resources that they can have teams everywhere, but we have other chapters that not. So for instance, let's imagine that we want to campaign, for instance, in, I don't know, Valencia, and we don't have a team in Valencia. But we have 2 or 3 people that really want to give their best. You're from Valencia? Nice, well. At least we have one person, but I guess we have more. But I mean, the idea was that if we don't have a big team, and there are like a few people that want to campaign in that city, we can tell them, okay, we give you access to this app, and you go to the places where we know that it's more likely to get voted. And like this, we can make our campaign far more efficient. This is foreseen to be ready by mid-March, so when we kickstart the campaign in very, very early April, we are going to have this ready, okay? For that, I also want to thank the tech team because it's taking care of that. So thank you very much, guys, because without you, this is not going to be possible. So again, applause to the tech team. And last but not least part of the campaign, I think this is not going, that's it. This is the very, very last part of the campaign, so May and June 2024. Here, what we want to organize, as you can see, is actions across the European Union, at running and the candidate events, okay? These kind of actions that we want to organize, these kind of events that we want to organize at this period is still not fully developed because we still have time. It's the last part of the campaign. But what we can say is that they are going to be focused on increasing visibility, in building credibility, and are going to be common in all the chapters all around Europe. So we give this sense of having a proper pan-European campaign. In this sense, and this is the last bit of the campaign part, I also want to thank, because obviously, I mean, I think it's very important to thank this person, because without this person today, I wouldn't be presenting most of what I present, is my colleague, Marianne Mandujano. Thank you very much, Marianne, because also without you, I wouldn't be presenting this. Okay, and now before finishing, I have to say this, because I'm feeling like it. There's one more thing, and I'm feeling empowered to say this because I'm wearing this turtleneck jumper that makes me look like Steve Jobs. But no, real. There's one more thing that's actually the most important thing. The most important thing is that we, as a campaign representative, as a campaign responsible, We can organize events, we can organize lists, we can create apps, we can do whatever. But the most important thing here is that this is not going to be successful, as I said before, if you don't really engage. So whether, guys, is flyering, being in events, helping developing an app, giving trainings, please get involved, okay? Get involved in this campaign. Be the change, guys, that you want to see, because we're doing something that no one ever has done before. So campaign as it would be your last campaign. So when we see each other again after the elections and we share our successes, we see each other and we say to each other, we can proudly say that I was part of it. Thank you very much, guys. And now it's moment to move to the Q&A session. So whoever has questions, we're going to answer them.
Okay, you can stand up if you want. And I will keep the mic. And you can ask the campaign team the question you want.
My question is, for the campaigner app, where are you going to get the data for each country? Is it already worked out, or what is the source of the original raw data?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Like the data, I don't have too much of the technical knowledge, but I guess that is going to be get from different pools of data that the tech team has. And the idea of the campaigner app is that we're going to provide the heat maps to as much countries as possible that are going to run for the elections. Because obviously we have a limited budget, but we want to try to give this to as much chapters as possible. So that's it.
Okay, hands up. I'm gonna go to the lady there. Please stand up, and I will keep the mic. So I will keep the mic from now on. Please don't try to take the mic.
Yeah. Hi, I have a question because I think there could be many people that could be involved in the pre-campaigning, not only like starting in April, but really like before, so that they get convinced by Volt as well. And what I've noticed is that you do an extremely good job, and this is so cool, but on the website sometimes like the information about like all the people is not available. And as for example, I have personally a family and friends all over Europe. I want to be able to share to them, in Spain you can do this, in Portugal you can do this, etc. And I was just wondering if that could be the way, because I feel the website is kind of centralized, so could be cool.
Yeah. Absolutely. This goes to Jen.
Yeah. So that's an excellent question. We are actually migrating to a new website that is going to have a lot more features and is going to collect a lot more events. So stay tuned for that. I don't want to make any bold promises, but for sure by the end of the year it's going to be up.
It's a lot of work, guys. So like,
Guys,
you know?
just a quick hint from us. We want to make sure that everybody understands what the questions are about. Could you please do a quick repetition of the question into the microphone so that everyone can follow the debate? Thank you, guys.
Thank you, moderators. Okay, more. I'm going to go here because I've seen you before. Please stand up.
I hate to be that guy, but at first you said that Volt was the crossroads between the Soc Dems, Greens, and Liberals. But I noticed the personas you then presented were either very liberal or very green, but none were very Soc Dem. Do you know if there's any particular reason for that?
So thank you for the question about the target voter groups and why we presented specifically these target voter groups. I think this is a question specifically for the data team, and you can scan this QR code, which I will try to find now. And they've created a form where people can ask their questions specifically about the methodology of the research and the different and feedback on the different target voter groups. And I think the form is open until Thursday, so you have time to share your questions.
I'm going to take some questions from the back first, because it's a bit unfair, because I sit in front, so I'm going to run. I see somebody there. You grey Volt hoodie. Yes. I will keep the mic.
Regarding the persona, we saw that they were all academic, Master of Sciences. And I'm quite wondering, why are we targeting only higher educated people, and are we forgetting about the not higher educated people? Can you reflect on that?
Repeat the question when you answer it.
Again, thank you for your question. All the questions related to the target voter groups, the political positioning analysis, need to be directed to the data team. You can also scan this QR code, and there's going to be a form. Oh, okay. I'm told that it doesn't work. Should I move this thing? Oh, there's bricks behind it, so I cannot move it.
This stuff is rather fragile. Better not touch any of the roll-ups. We tried that before, but just don't move it.
Okay, I will not move it, but I will send the link to the form in the chats that we have for today.
Okay, so I see. Follow-up. Okay, Catherine, let's have a follow-up. Remember to be constructive, and that we are all here working in unity to create positivity. We've put a lot of work, so all of your questions are welcomed, but please keep that feeling and tone that recognizes us. So Catherine, get up and...
Thank you. Hello, can you...
Yes, I can come close to you.
No, I'm Catherine. I'm from Denmark, and I'm one of the lead candidates for the European Party. And I just want to follow up on the question before, which was really important and really poignant. Because what we saw in the Netherlands just last week was that we need to address the issues of people. And if cost of living crisis is being felt as a real problem, then of course the social element does matter a lot. So, but I would say it's up to all of us, not just the data team, it's up to all of us to rethink how we address these concerns and these issues using the program, using our amazing policies. So let's not only leave it up to the data team, let's leave it up to all of us to address these concerns.
Is there a question?
No, it was a follow-up comment.
Because I thought it was a follow-up question, so maybe I'm not clear. We would welcome questions. Okay, I'm going in front. Yes?
On the high level, I'm really impressed by your campaign. But do you think about setting up some database where smaller teams or city teams can gather ideas or plan cross-national events, like cities in Aachen and the border with Vars or Freiburg with Kiel, or something on the lower level, so that we can build grassroots? Do you plan to build some platform to collect all these initiatives?
So if we understand it right, do we have in plan to build a platform where we can collect all from small scale to high scale initiatives all around Europe, so that people can...
Yeah, for transnational collaboration for the campaign.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Actually, from the European campaign team, one of the things that we do is to meet bi-weekly or after 3 weeks, or depends on the moment, obviously, because as we get closer to the elections, we will meet more. We meet with all the poll leads from all the countries running for the elections. So in these meetings, what we try is to coordinate everything that we're doing, like not before European level and national level, but also between all the national levels. And one of the things that actually we talked about for instance, in the first poker retreat that we already did in Barcelona a few months ago, it was this, like how we can not run like 15 different campaigns, but one single campaign in 15 different countries in which we can find like collaboration, coordination. So in this sense, we're not building this through a platform, but we're creating synergies and coordination mechanisms to make this happen.
Okay, I think I can take one more question. We have 2 minutes. So the gentleman here has been following me around the room, so I will keep the mic because I like to have it. And yeah, please go on, because I think your question is quite valid, actually.
Yes, thank you. I am Pedro.
Ortun. I am a young Volter of 71 years old. I'm quite happy to see that not all of you are Volters, and I missed, and that will be my questions, do you have in mind some special apps or some special advice for the young Volters like me, above 65, which could take a proactive role, even though I have been working in European affairs, and Lucia, who I recruited 10 years ago, no, Lucia, in the Commission. I've been working in European affairs for 45 years, and I'm quite happy to keep on working, even though I am 71. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, I think that in Volt we are quite inclusive people, so obviously everybody that wants to collaborate, I mean, it's super welcome. Everybody that wants to share their experience, I mean, it's extremely welcome because, I mean, as I said before, I mean, as much people as we are, the more people will be, the more will we get closer to our successes. And actually, when we see not only the people who are involved, but also our target voters in other countries, we see that there's a lot of young people, but there's also another side of people who are also not that young in spirit, that is also voting for us. So in this sense, obviously, I mean, yeah, you're more than welcome. I mean, obviously, we're not going to make any distinction by age, but, you know, by ideas, by energy, by enthusiasm. So obviously, I mean, experience and enthusiasm is always welcome in our campaign. And now that we stop taking...
we can take one more. We have time for at least one more, yeah.
We have.
Guys, in theory, you still have about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good, actually, so we can take more than one.
So while we are taking the last question, maybe we can introduce the Mentimeter. This is the QR. And what you have to do is to scan the QR, and then after this question, we're going to play a little bit with it. Okay? So scan it, and if you cannot scan it, please say it, because otherwise, I mean, then it's not going to work.
Okay, we're ready.
Yeah, thanks. My question is, we just lost votes in the Netherlands. So is there any plans, or what is the plan to incorporate the learnings from that into the European campaign?
So incorporating learnings from experiences that maybe are harder than we thought or didn't go the way we would have loved to.
Thank you for the question.
Damien, do you want to follow up or do you want to ask? Okay.
Feel free. No, I think one of the questions, one of the things that we always try to do is that every elections that we run, we just get best practices. And from these best practices, we just learn from future elections. And this is going to be done by each one of the elections that we run through. I think that the elections in the Netherlands were very particular, especially what happened in the very, very last days. And I don't know to what extent this could be controlled, but I think in any case it's good to have this experience to be ready if these scenarios happen again. So for sure, obviously, we're going to get all these experiences in our data.
I feel like you're too tall, but I want to ask you to get up.
My question is, I think European actions are super cool, that show that we do stuff together all across the continent and that we are a European party. So where do all these Volters who sit here, who have amazing ideas for European actions, where can they leave their ideas and how can we make sure that they actually happen? Thank you.
No, that's actually a really good question, because actually what we need for these actions is to brainstorm again. So the idea is basically do it through the events team. So since they are organizing the campaign kickoff event, I also would like to canalize all these ideas through this to this team. So we will find a way to somehow make participate all the members to express their ideas, and then maybe select the best ones to this kind of events, so we make sure that we get the best ideas of our whole movement. Thank you very much, Damien, for the question.
We can take some more, so I'm continuing.
Okay.
Hi, hello, thank you for the great presentation. I'm Thomas, currently based in Madrid, but as a true European at heart, I have necessarily no more will to help Spain than any other chapter.
That's
So
it. Good.
I want to be able to help the chapters that will have the most effect and why? So which chapters are most likely to have a bigger impact in the European elections?
It seems like an electability question, so he's trying to see where he can diverge his energy towards.
That's a tough question and can be very controversial. But thank you for the question. Like, if you see at the resources that we have in each one of the channels, we can clearly see that there are two chapters that have more resources, isn't it? Because they already got like a lot of electoral successes and they have representatives, etc. Then the other ones, we have chapters that are in different stages. So at the moment, we're still not going to say which one do we see that have more or less chances, but this is something that we are keeping an eye on it, and as we will get close to the election, we will give indications, if things become clear, to where allocate better the resources according to the situation in each one of these chapters.
I would like to hear a female voice. Yes, so female voice on the second row. Come close to me.
Rosa, let's just do one more question after that.
Perfect.
So this one and then another one.
So, yeah, sorry.
I know it's instinctively you want to grab it, but here I am.
More than a question, this is a petition. I'm a veteran voter. I was in the last European campaign that got Damien elected. And what I've noticed since then is that when I spoke to people in Spain, they thought, oh my God, you're a bunch of dreamers. But now when I can say, oh, we have MPs in the Netherlands, and we have, I don't remember, in Germany, then they listen. They say, oh, because in Spain people are very Europeist, which I don't know, that's one of the things that we need to, that helps us. And I would like to have, like, I don't know, a leaflet or something that says, so we have one MP in the European Parliament, 3 councils in, I don't know, in Austria and Germany, and like with all that, because that makes people listen and not thinking that we're a bunch of dreamers.
Accountability.
Thank you. This
Jen?
flyer actually already exists. We rolled it out, I think, in April, I want to say, but don't quote me on the timeline. Of course, as we run into more elections, we're going to amend the leaflet. But for now, I think it classifies both the fact that we have Damien as an MEP, that we have MPs, and that we have around more than 100 elected officials at local level. And there's pins on where we have the most elected officials. So it's already on Workplace, which is our internal platform. But I will share it again after this event, so everyone can have it, everyone can print it. We're also trying to make it in as many languages as possible, so you can use it everywhere in Europe. And I think our time is almost running out.
We have one more. So I'm here with Katerina, and she's going to put her question forward.
The final question, choose wisely.
Hi everyone, just a doer question. Thank you for your whole job. Just a smaller question about the campaign from Merge Up On. What kind of,
Yeah.
What kind of kickoff events are you planning, and are we going to go upways? I mean, not only in the Brussels bubble, but also in the suburban of Europe? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. The kick-off event is just going to happen in one single place. The name of the place, we still cannot disclose it because it's still not approved. But it's just going to happen in one single place. And as I said before, the main goal is obviously to kick off the campaign with enthusiasm, with energy, and also boost the visibility of Volt all around Europe to start properly this campaign. Thank you.
So before we leave, we would like to invite on stage our amazing lead candidates who are already hard at work campaigning. Please come up.
Come on.
I see you in the
Come
chair.
stage.
Reina, Clara, Ria,
Big applause.
Hi, Damien, Ryan. Look how many already. Let's give them a big round of applause. And thank you so much for all your work. I think. Leave the stage now.
Has
Thank you very
everyone
much.
taken their photos? This was supposed to be a photo opportunity. I hope everybody's taken the pictures.
I saw people taking pictures, so.
We got the pictures. That's the important thing.
Yeah,
I
you're good.
hope there's get something. Yeah. Anybody?
All right, just 1 second before we hand over back to our lovely hosts. You can leave that one just here, thank you. Thank you everyone for being really, really engaged. We knew that this would be happening at some point anyway. So please, for everyone who is in a side discussion here to one of the side areas, keep it low, because this is already building up and making it harder to follow the General Assembly. So everyone who is not following the Assembly, who is trying to have a private conversation, ideally move it downstairs, please, because the noise from the sides is getting a little bit too much already. Please keep it down. Thank you.
So now we're moving to the more serious part of why we're all here. We're starting the pitching contest of our candidates for the non-executive functions on the board. All of them will have 2 minutes with a countdown, and they've been briefed, and they're all stressing and rehearsing since the morning. So then we'll move on to the voting and all the formal things. So the first one is Darren. Where is Darren? Woo! Hello. What's up, people? Applause for Darren. Where is he? Who's after Darren? Rodula, are you ready to step in? Where? Come on in.
There we go. Hi, Darren.
Good luck. Ciao.
Next we have Rodula.
We let him speak first.
After you speak.
Okay. That's a lot of pressure early on. Hi, everyone.
You have 2 minutes. Please try to keep in time. For everyone, the time is also displayed up here. Thank you.
It all started a little over 5 years ago. Brexit was still fresh on everyone's minds, especially on mine, as I was a European residing in London. I'd come across this long policy document, something called the 5+1 challenges, co-authored by a good friend of mine, Colombe. I thought that's pretty interesting. I got involved, and I never looked back since. My name is Darren. I'm 29 years old. I live in Amsterdam. I'm French, Dutch, but, as already said, very much European. I've been active first as a treasurer for Volt UK, and now, since 2.5 years, as tech co-lead for Volt Europa. Why Volt, would you say? Because we bring the needed answers to the complex questions of our time. We do not shy away from these questions. We do not look for the easy way out. We have a vision for our future, and I want to help everyone here bring that vision to every city, to every region, to every country in Europe. The people I've worked with at Volt heard me say this before, that if it was easy, it wouldn't be fun. Well, I can promise you one thing. There's a lot of fun ahead of us. And yes, some people will call us thinkers. Some people call us delusional. Some people will call us crazy. But as a wise man once said, the ones who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world are the ones who actually do. We have made so much progress as a party, but much remains to be done. We need to simplify Volt, make it easier to read and easier to join. And for that, we need vision, ambition, and character. I hope to bring all of these elements to the new European board. It all started a little over 5 years ago. Always European, always a Volter, and today, your candidate for simplification, for vision, ambition, and character, so we can reach together that next level. Please do vote, and I hope you can vote for me.
There you go. Thanks a lot, Darren. And now we have Rodula Dimitriades. Welcome.
Bonjour. I am Radula. I am a mother of 2 adult children. I live in Cyprus, a small island in the Eastern Mediterranean. I have studied and lived many years abroad outside the EU, and I remember vividly when I was pursuing my professional financial career in the US, they used to call me the European, and I felt proud and elevated. Unfortunately, when I returned to Cyprus, this Europe they referred to wasn't happening. I witnessed different economic crises resulting from corruption, and my 2 children decided to live abroad to pursue their careers. I was devastated. Then I decided to put my energy into building politics that enhance democracy and create opportunities for young people. I joined Volt in 2021. 2 years ago, when I met Francesca, Cyprus Volt was just a dream. She encouraged me to pursue initiatives that would make me realize my full potential. Here I am now. Volt Cyprus is one way away from being founded. I am a candidate from the non-executive board, and I'm standing right here in front of you. Life is full of small miracles, and I am one of them. I want to contribute more to Volt, and I can contribute my experience as co-founder to empower and expand the small and medium chapters in order to build a truly pan-European Volt with one strong political voice. My corporate expertise in senior management positions. Oh, time is up.
Everybody has 2 minutes.
Well done. The next up is Lucia.
Hello, Volters. My name is Lucia. I'm Lucia Nas, and I came across Volt during the European elections 5 years ago. I read the Amsterdam Declaration, and it felt like I had written it myself. And that's because I worked for almost 40 years for women's empowerment, rural development, and local governance in Africa and Asia. I was elected to the board of Volt Europa because I value equality. For me, this is about recognizing my own privilege and using it to make a change in our sphere of influence. Our political movement has a growing sphere of influence. We went from working in 3 to 30 countries in just 6 years, from 1 to 140 elected officials in less than 5. Elected officials seek to engage all Europeans in politics and finding solutions together. All Europeans, not just those that think like us. Europe is getting more divided. Our political work is about reaching out to people who are disengaged, whose views are very different from our own, and have no trust in their government. Trust. Just look inside Volt. Do you trust members who think and act differently? In the Revalue project, I facilitated the work of Sven Dam and his community team to develop a shared understanding of the interactions that we need to activate people, to dialogue, to appreciate different perspectives. I try to live these values every day. I've worked with many, many of you, thank you for that, to lay the foundation, important foundations, to make sure that everyone feels welcome in Volt. I run again because I want to provide continuity. I believe in age diversity. I bring calm in times of crisis. It's important to have on our board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Lucia. Next we have Luis Afonso Almeida Fernandez. I needed my paper for this.
Good morning. Thank you for coming to Paris and for joining us remotely to elect our board. My name is Luis, and I am Portuguese, which means that Luis actually doesn't have a J in the name. It's L-U-I-S. And if it were in Spain, it would be Luis, but we like to keep it different in Portugal. I am an engineer. I also studied economics to get to know the world. I did an MBA at Columbia in New York, and I had a career at McKinsey for about 15 years, 5 of which as a partner. In New York, in Nairobi, all over the world. In 2022, I decided to come back to Europe and to leave McKinsey and do public service. I led digital health and telemedicine for the Portuguese National Health Service, and I discovered Volt and fell in love with it. I think that the European Union is the main achievement of the 20th century in how humanity is organized. We walked out of the horrors and the terrible polarization of World War II, and within a few decades, we built a union that seemed impossible. That union is now what stands for human rights, freedom, democracy, sustainability, and we must nourish it and protect it. The European Union is under threat from the rising far right because humanity forgets, and we must not underestimate it to further unite and strengthen Europe. This room is Europe. We are Europe, and we must be the ones to protect it. Thank you.
The next one is Slavek Maňasek.
Thank you. Dear Volters, ladies and gentlemen, my friends, there are not many things I can say in 2 minutes, but there are many things I can accomplish as a European board member. And that's why I'm standing in front of you today. I'm Slavomir, or Slavek, I'm 27, and I'm the only candidate representing Central and Eastern Europe. It is more important than you may think. Because of the results of the Dutch snap elections, we need more people who knew populism firsthand. This week we realized that no country in Europe is safe. Populists are rising in all countries, and I believe that we must do everything we can to contain them. The European elections are approaching, and we have many powerful political enemies to fight. The time has come for us, as politicians, as activists, to be heard, to be seen, to be bold, because Volt brings hope that there can be a different Europe, and we have ambition to write a new chapter of European history. We have to become the party that bridges the gap and reconnects the people all across Europe. And for this, we need a board that represents all the Europeans and all different perspectives. We are going to face some major challenges. We have to make sure that we have the best possible results in the upcoming elections. We have to make sure that we pursue our expansion to the east, north, and south. We have to make sure that all our members feel empowered within the party and within the society. The choice is yours, but I'm confident that we all together will elect a strong and united team ready to deliver.
Thanks a lot, Slavomir. Please keep the applause going for our next candidate, Sasha Kotial.
Hi dear voters, how are you? Bienvenue à Paris, and thank you for joining us in this Star Wars but on the beach room. My name is Sacha and I come from the south of France. I work as personal assistant of Pascal Lamy, who was one of the minds behind the Maastricht Treaty alongside Jacques Delors, a treaty that gave birth to the actual EU and gave birth and gave rights to the EU citizens. So this is my political affiliation. And I'm committed as non-executive board member to contribute to a team, not doing solo projects, but to a team of 9 people by bringing energy, positivity, and ideas. The next board for me has the critical task to make Volt Europa a legally recognized Euro party. Because what does it give to us? At least 0.8 million euro in public funding. 0.8 million euro, it's an office in Brussels and 10 full-timers working for Volt Europa. Without fundraising, just as the stable income. So we are changing the game of our organization. And this is achievable in the coming years if the next board prioritizes the money and time on the EU elections, but also on regional elections, such as Basilicata in Italy, for example. I'm also determined to break the silos between our chapters. Having worked as board member of a national chapter, I know that what it means to have limited resources. Having organized transnational projects with Belgium, with the Netherlands, with Luxembourg, I have seen how powerful and impactful it is when you create the condition to coordinate different chapters to achieve one goal, such as winning elections. So we're here for the long term, and I'm determined to do it. My name is Tasha, and I'm happy to exchange in a more intimate setting. Stay involved.
The next up is Jennifer Scharpenberg.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jenny, and I'm from Volt Germany, and I would like to become one of your 3 female non-executive board members. But why should you vote for me, of all the 4 fantastic female candidates that we have for that position? Well, I'm going to give you the 3 most important reasons why you should vote for me today. First is my experience within Volt. I started on the local level, where I was the city lead for the Düsseldorf team in Germany, and I helped set up the structures, and most importantly, I empowered the women around me to take lead and be active in our chapter, which I very much enjoyed in that time. Through that time, I also led them through the national German elections, and after that, I hung up my city lead cap, and I applied to be a member of the German board, where I served for 1.5 years until June this year. In my position there, it was also a non-executive position. I mostly worked on improving our onboarding system, because if you heard anything about the German onboarding system, it was not very functional at some point. I'm happy to say we have a working platform right now, but I do hope that in the future we will combine it with Volt Europa again. Apart from that, I also helped organize GAs in the German chapter. But secondly, I have great competences. I'm an empathetic leader, and I'm great to work with on a team. I'm very organized, I love structure, and I love analytical thinking and problem solving. But lastly, my vision for Volt Europa. I want Volt Europa to be present at every panel discussion, at every workshop, at every summit that has anything to do with our political core issues, because we need to get out of our purple bubble and be more present and be a key player on the European political stage. And lastly, I want to help upset structures, so all of you can go out there and make the world a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our next candidate is Giovanni Hollenberg. Please welcome him.
Effective communication keeps us together. I joined Volt because I believe in a Europa where everyone can feel at home. A united Europa begins with a united Volt. I'm European, who happens to have been born in the Netherlands with an Italian name, a mixed bag. And I'm proud of Volt, of all that we've accomplished over the last 6 years, with over 140 elected officials across all levels of government in 8 countries. Our elected official pioneers have to deal with a lot. and they prevail. In a continent that sees a rising right-wing sentiment, doing something that hasn't been done before, making our positive sound heard. The larger we become, the more our chapters are sticking to themselves. A symptom of our success. Knowledge sharing is critical in preparation for the European elections and beyond. Information needs to be easy to find, easy to implement, and easy to share. We have to professionalize. Someone has to think strategically about communication from a position to put it into practice. I believe in a Europa where everyone can feel at home. I believe our pan-European movement can make that a reality, and I'm a candidate for the board because I believe that's where I can have the most impact in realizing that conviction. I'm Giovanni, a strategic pragmatist, and I'm ready. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Nicolas Tataris.
Good morning, dear Volters, not just here in Paris, but also to everyone who is watching from home. I'm Nicolas Tataris, you can also call me Nikos. I believe this will become my motto. I'm 28 years old, I'm a founding member of Volt Greece, and I'm super excited to be here among you. Well, as you can understand, it is not easy, to follow up after all these inspiring statements, but I'll give it a try. So I'm running for the male non-executive position of the next board, and I have to admit that this campaign was a unique experience to me. My journey with Volt started all the way back in autumn 2020, and it instantly felt right. It was a journey that I didn't know where it would lead me, yet it led me to some of the most unforgettable memories and moments of my whole life. What I would like to see and bring to the next board is to become more political. To be able to own this role along with the rest of the political actors in our party, our MEP, our MPs, our city councillors, everyone. Today we find ourselves in the aftermath of the Dutch parliamentary election, and we are just a few months away from the next European Parliament election in June 2024. And we see the far right, not just the political parties, but also the narratives, the policies, surging across Europe. But dear members, let's take a step back and don't forget our vision, our goal. We want to be the answer to populism. We want to be the answer to nationalism. And even if this road is bumpy, we all know that it's worth it. So let's all act together. Thank you very much, and vive l'Europe!
Thanks a lot, Nikolaos. All right, our last two candidates have sent a video. They couldn't be here with us today. So we will start with Janko Heineken, and this is his video.
Hi everybody, I'm Janko. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in Paris today because of family reasons, which is really breaking my heart. Especially since we're voting on the election program into which many people, but including I, have put a lot of work on the topic of social equality, a topic that also motivates me to apply to the board. Because I think most people in this room that you're sitting in are convinced that we need European unity for many reasons. But I think we can only get there with European solidarity. Now, in Europe, solidarity usually means money, but I think it's bigger than that. It's about caring in the first place. Nowadays, the sad truth is that most Europeans don't particularly care about refugees arriving in Greece or Italy, about border threats to Poland, about corruption that is endemic in so many European countries. But I think what we've learned is that the problems of the others, who of course are really your fellow European citizens, they become your problems sooner than later anyway. This leads me to talk about solidarity in our party. Right now, we have quite a harsh climate for new members joining. I think we need to improve that. We need to moderate debate, make it happen in the places it should happen, and we need a zero-tolerance strategy for bullying. Now, these new members to join, they're often very motivated, they're enthusiastic, they are curious, they want to try out everything, and then they're gone after a few months. I think getting these disappeared members back is probably our biggest growth strategy. And we need this spirit. You might think it's naive, but we need this spirit. This naive, idealistic, enthusiastic spirit. Mix it with realism. So let's be realistic, but let's be realists who understand that in the long term, growth and change have always been the most realistic outcome anyways.
Okay, we can still applaud, even if he's not here. Great, Janko. And so we finish with Emma Bacci.
Hi everyone. By the time you will be seeing this video, I will be probably running through the streets of Paris trying to reach you in time. And I hope this will be only a preview of the many meetings we will be having live in these couple of days. I joined Volt in 2018 because I stopped believing in politics. I was barely 19. This almost 6 years journey has put me through heaven and hell. I met incredible people who taught me everything I know. And alongside them, I fought the dragons of old politics, many times in the shapes of old white men who thought I was too young and too female to be allowed to have a voice. I tried to realize my dream in this year, to fill up with meaning the word European citizenship. I led an electoral campaign trying to bridge the gap between citizens and institutions, and I organized many listening tours and activism campaigns to show people that politics can still bring a concrete change and hope into their lives. Through all of this, every day I try to nurture the dreams of the people around me. I got inspired by them and by their visions, and I heavily relied on them when our dreams turned out to be too big to be achieved right away. I hope you will give me a chance to listen to your needs and lead you in these years towards our common goal. What I can promise to you is that whatever the result of this campaign will be, I will put everything I have into taking care of this community we've built together. See you soon.
How was it? Do you feel excited about the possibility that's coming to our board? Hell yeah! Why don't we stand up and give each other a high five for what's cooking?
Please stand
and
up.
I thought it would be
Let's get
nice.
moving.
Who
Please
feels
stand up.
tired? Who feels the energy is a bit low? Shall we do a little stretch? Can we stretch? Who wants to dance? Can we have some music? I don't know. We asked for music. There's the music. Who wants to sing? Let's stretch a bit. Legs, hands.
There's the music. Now you can dance.
So what I suggest is, let's awaken a bit of Tai Chi, whatever it's called. Let's start tapping on our backs, where our vital energy is sitting, because you've been sitting there for so long. Everybody's tapping with me? Now start tapping your legs. Go forward, tap, 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 tap. And on the way up, inside of your legs. And again, both sides. I don't have both hands free. Everybody going up and down. Awaken your chi. And now, let's repeat. Down on your back. Come on, people. Before you get your lunch, we still have important presentations coming up, so... yeah, I see somebody inspiring me here to do stuff. Can we have the music higher up? Thank you, people. And now the hands. Start tapping on your shoulders here. Up and down. These are very important meridians for your lungs. I don't know, are you breathing? People, are you breathing here? Tap, tap, tap. Whoa! Where's the gorillas? And now the other hand. Up and down. your body's calling for. Ask your body what it needs so you can sit through treasure presentation.
I see some Macarena here.
So Macarena, but Damian, ask your neighbor if they want a little massage maybe. Ask them first. Ask them first. We have a code of conduct here. If they say yes, give them a bit of love. And now we have, 4 minutes each, lasting presentations for treasurer and what else?
And then the executives. But
Executives.
first, our treasurers. We will start with Jan-Peter König, who's coming on stage now.
Jan-Peter?
Please welcome Jan-Peter.
Come on up.
Yeah, thank you. Dear members of Volt Europa, take a second, relax, and just imagine our vision of Europe. A Europe where transparency, integrity, and courage are not just words, but reality. A Europe where inclusion is not just a word, but an established standard. A Europe where all of us can live together in peace without hate and incitement. All of these are the cornerstones of our political practice. And, of course, they are also the cornerstones for my political practice. My name is Jan-Peter König, and I stand here to shape exactly that Europe, that world, as your European treasurer. In IT, my professional home, I've learned to understand and manage complex systems. In politics, I've learned that these skills are crucial to succeed in a world full of uncertainties and challenges. I'm an all-rounder. Someone who's able to step in when others step back. My expertise in areas like law, political science, business administration, and economics enable me to manage the finances of our party, not just administratively, but to strategically use them for the benefit of the party. My vision for the office of the treasurer goes beyond numbers and balance sheets. It's about protecting our organization and ensuring that we live up to our own high standards. Compliance, adhering to our rules and values, is of utmost importance to me. I understand that leadership means more than just being at the forefront. It means empowering without interfering in content. It means making decisions and standing by them. I'm known for being tough on matters and humane in dealings. I value people for their deeds and not their titles, and that is what matters to me. In a time when our organization faces challenges, from questionable personal decisions to a lack of professionalism, I will stand ready to serve as a rock in the surf. I will not allow us to deviate from our path or betray our values, because we want to create exactly this Europe. And for that, we need me as treasurer. People, members, Volta, I stand for a new era of leadership at Volt, an era based on courage, transparency, and deeply rooted democratic values. I ask for your support on this journey so that together we can make Volt Europa a shining example of what is possible in politics. Thank you for your attention and trust. My name is Jan-Peter König, and I stand here to shape exactly that world, that Europe, as your European treasure. Thank you.
The next up is Christoph Kirinen.
Wow, good morning. Good morning all. It's
great to see so many new and familiar faces. I think this is the third or fourth time that I'm on stage during a GA. And this is, of course, the biggest we've ever had. We are now, I think, more than 800 people in the room, almost 1,000 people. It's a long, long way from my first GA, which was in Rome in the beginning of 2019, where I think we were only maybe 150 people. So very glad that you all joined here. For those who don't know me, I am Christophe, and over the last 5 years, I've been the European finance lead, working closely with the treasurer, and I've combined that position in the last 2 years with being the treasurer of Volt Amsterdam. Now, you might say, I've never heard of this guy. I didn't even know that there was a finance lead in Europe, and that might well be. Exactly, Damien. It is good, because normally finances don't get talked about unless something goes wrong with those finances. So the fact that you haven't heard of me, I take it as a compliment. And also, as a person, I try to stay away from the spotlight, even though I'm here now today. But I prefer much more to work diligently behind the scenes in building out the organization. So, what do you need to know about me in the next couple of minutes to make your decision and vote for me as a treasurer? In the next few minutes, I can talk a bit about my experience and about what I hope to achieve during my term as treasurer. Now, I was born in a very small town on the border between Belgium and the Netherlands, from a family of bankers. And so, after my studies in engineering and finance, well, I became a banker. And shortly after that, I became an investor, investing in a wide array of different companies, from a cookie factory to animal feed products and even an e-commerce musical instrument distributor. And of course, being an investor, you are often asked to join the board of those companies to work with the management teams on strategy formation and building out the organization. And that's what I've done. So I've been on, I think, 4 or 5 boards of different companies. And currently, I hold a position as the head of M&A for a large European company and part of the management team. So overall, I think now I've had a career of around 12 years in finance, but also in leadership. And over the span of that career, I've been in Mumbai, I've been in Sydney, I've been in Zurich, and now currently between Paris and Zurich. And let me just, hopefully you'll allow me to share 2 short stories of why I joined Volt. One was when I was living in Sydney, and I was in the Sydney Opera House, one of the most iconic buildings in the world. Oh, and I see that we are running fast over time, so I'll skip the stories. Talk to me about them later. Now, what is important for me to achieve during my time as Volt? I think we've done great so far in building out the organization. We are a living organism, and we need to continue building out the organization. So I hope that we can become a Euro party in the next couple of years. But for now, the next couple of years, we still need to focus a lot on fundraising. And I was happy to be at a fundraiser yesterday, where we already talked to a lot of potential donors to continue to support the growth of the organization. And then I want to help to ensure that we have this technology stack to make sure that all of the small chapters as well have the right tools to grow and to succeed. And lastly, I want to be a good board member, a team player that works well together with the whole board to have a unified voice.
Time's up, sorry.
Perfect. Thanks, Christopher. So treasurer is an undervalued position, so can we get another round of applause, please, for Jan-Peter and Christoph? Thank you.
So before our lunch break looms, we still have one big chunk of presentations to go through. A little technical announcement for those people, as we're getting hungry and looking forward to our lunch break. The people who've notified some intolerances or are vegan or vegetarian or have any special dietary needs, you will receive your lunch on the table that's here in our technical corner, just so that you know before the lunch break chaos starts that your lunch will be here. And now we're taking a little 1-minute technical break for our team to have a break, so you can stand up again. and choose what you want to do. Please don't leave the room, don't move from your seats. Just talk to your neighbor, share with them what you're enjoying most. You can maybe share some of your preferences around the candidates, the event. Give them a massage again, give them your dance.
Play musical chairs.
1 minute for yourselves.
Shall we get one too? No, no. I'm waiting for a song.
Sami,
Sami?
quick question. Sami, he's not listening.
What did she propose? Yeah, but we have the video for it. So if you're doing that, that's not very good. It's a good thing. There's
So people, I hope you enjoyed this technical break. We are now up and running again, so please take your seats and we will continue. Please take your seats. Please take your seats so our executive board candidates can start doing their pitches. Please start taking your seats. Thank you so much. Please start taking your seats so our candidates can focus on what they came here to do this morning. Technical correction number 1. The vegetarian lunch is part of the general lunch, And so the special dietary needs people that need to go to the corner, it's just the allergies and vegans. And technical comment number 2, for those of you who are confused about who's who, because we didn't have the slides with the names, the people are going to be back for case study debates in the afternoon, where we will see very well again who's on the stage and who's who, so then you will have refreshed your names before the voting. And so now we can proceed with the other round of pitches.
Please welcome Christopher Gudaka, who's our first candidate for executive board. Welcome.
Wolters, Europe needs a new way of politics. Our over 100 elected officials with many supporters experience this in their daily work. I saw this as lead candidate on panels and when negotiating with other parties. And we all see this every day. That's why we are here. A new way of politics thinks across borders. It has holistic policies that harmonize goals and connect them. This connection and thinking across borders needs empathy. Unlike my sister and my father, I did not grow up in Romania, so I have not experienced their perspective. But I learned that words can have a different meaning depending on your context. And policies and organizational measures can have very different effects. So for empathy, we need to listen, to understand, and we need to connect what we heard to actions that have an impact. And to increase our societal and political impact in and beyond parliaments, we need to foster partnerships in social innovation, to connect with society across Europe as a grassroots movement. And to achieve this impact, an empowered community is our backbone. When I was city lead in Cologne, we started the European campaign with just a few people. In the weeks before the elections, triple as many people were with us on the streets campaigning, and many are now shaping politics in the city council. How we were able to grow so sustainably and inspire so many was an amazing experience. I want to make sure that we are ready for sustainable growth across Europe. Therefore, we need to co-create a flexible organization that empowers, with clarity on roles and processes. An environment where we can grow together, where we support each other, and where we lift each other up when we fall, and where an expanded academy portfolio supports our growth. To enhance cross-border support and cooperation, we have to further develop Volt Europa's function as knowledge and support hub. Structure our incredible knowledge, the huge amount of guidelines, make it easier to find the best practice we need. As COO of the German Ice Hockey League, I was improving our regulations, bringing together the knowledge of lawyers, sportspersons, marketing and more stakeholders to build the frame for cooperation. This is what I want to build for us, with you. A clearer frame with a code of conduct, because our way of cooperation defines our truly pan-European core. We are all here because we believe that only Europe as a whole can answer today's challenges, and because we are disappointed in the way politics is done. We want a federal Europe, an innovative Europe, and a Europe where no one is being discriminated. This is why I became active, knowing that just with my father's Romanian last name, my job opportunities would statistically decrease. Seeing injustice across the world and politics that too often put reputation over human rights and solutions, that's not equality of opportunities. So let's do it different. Let's stay bold. Let's stay honest and true to our values, no matter how hard circumstances push and pull. These are stormy times, wars, climate crisis, devastating election results from the far right. When it's windy, you need a solid compass, a compass of values that resists against the pulse. This compass is political leadership. So with empathy, inspiration, and clarity, I want to be your co-compass of values, and I want us to change the way politics is done together. Thank you.
The next is Lucas Cornexel.
Hey there, Volt! For those who don't know me, I'm Lucas Kornexel from Volt Austria, and I'm an Austrian-Brazilian citizen and a climate change expert by profession. And I'm super excited to be here at Volt Europa's biggest event ever! For the past 2 years, I've been honored to serve as a non-executive board member of Volt Europa, focusing mostly in expansion, growing our small chapters, political strategy, and working with our 140 plus elected officials. I'm also the founder of the Elected Officials Office and the Elected Officials Summit, which we just had our 3rd ever edition yesterday. I'm also super proud to be a graduate of Volt Velocity's Volt Academy's course on community leadership. And by the way, big shout out to every single Velocity graduate and tutor out there. You guys are awesome. I'm very happy to be now running for co-president of Volt Europa for mostly 3 reasons. First is our pan-European campaign coming up next year. I have election experience inside and outside of Volt, with the Bernie Sanders campaign in 2016 and the UK Labour Party in 2015. I'm also the co-founder of the Election Hub and also participated in the elections in Vienna as a candidate and also across the continent here with Volt. I've also built our European structures, hired opaque leads, and made sure we are going to be running a symbolic transnational list for the coming European elections, because that is the way we lead towards a united, federated European democracy. And I'm very happy to make sure that we're going to be doing this, something that Damian and Joe Wilke make sure that we pass at the European Parliament. That is the type of campaign I make sure that we will run, an innovative, first time ever, because we'll be the first party to be sure to be running a transnational list, and that is exciting and that is history. But we have a very serious challenge ahead of us. The election campaign starts 5 months from now. And we need people with experience. We need people who already know where we stand in every single chapter. Where are the difficulties for the small chapters? Because at the small chapters, we're going to make sure that we are going to be running a pan-European campaign. And I would like to make sure that I am this person who brings the transition and experience and the stability from this board to the next. Lastly, second point is our future for Volt is to become a European party, the way that the European Parliament has stated. We can qualify and become one, not in 15 years from now as we become an European faction, but it's something that we can actually become this in 2 to 3 years. That is not unreasonable. We can do this. It's going to be a game changer for our professionalization, how we come up with our policies, for getting funds, and making sure that we can unlock all the small chapters, making sure that we are running a real pan-European party. Lastly but not least, I've always been a big supporter of small chapters. Coming from one, I've every day working and witnessing the difficulties of what it is to be running a small chapter. Working with the small chapters as well before my board mandate and after my board mandate. And I'll be honored to be supporting them more further as well, like I've been doing many other chapters. So please, vote for Lucas for experience and stability, unlocking the potential of our small chapters, making Volt a political powerhouse, and make sure that we're running a pan-European campaign in 5 months already.
Thanks a lot, Luca. Thanks for the energy. And as next candidate, we have Mike Winkel. Welcome.
Believing in Europe means that you have to have hope. I believe in Volt because of our ability to give Europe hope again. Because from hope comes conviction, and with conviction comes action. I'm what you call your typical 90s child. I grew up after the Cold War with a sense of hope and optimism for a better future. And I mean, how could we not, right? History was over, the West and all its norms and values had won. And to me, this was almost as important as the Spice Girls releasing their favorite single, Spice Up Your Life. Sadly, though, this feeling of hope and wonder is no more. As we speak, the values and rights we thought were given are being eroded, and the major problems of our time are not being solved by the institutions that we're supposed to trust. I believe in Volt because I believe in our ability to give Europe hope again. I'm convinced because I've seen our movement connecting people, allowing them to speak up. I'm convinced because our politics allow us to be ambitious and daring, unafraid to call out and address the major issues that lie in front of us. And I'm convinced because our organization empowers us to grow and succeed, allowing anyone to be inspired to follow our lead. If we want to accomplish this mission, we have to make some important decisions, though. Because right now, we are at a critical moment for our party. And the choices we make today will shape what kind of movement we will become tomorrow. So let me ask you this single one question. Are we a single united movement, or are we a collection of undisconnected parties? The answer to this question should not be difficult, but if we talk the talk, then we also need to walk the walk. That means becoming a Euro party, getting elected in these 7 countries, knowing that we might have to deprioritize some other important stuff to make that happen. It means building a strategic and professional organization where we know what to expect from each other and stay focused on our missions and goals. And it means that we need to stick together as a community and not drift apart by national or factional interests. Because being part of a pan-European movement means taking the responsibility to work together, build on our shared values, and to get things done. We have a chance, a real chance, to make a difference. That's what I stand for. As co-president, I will use my knowledge, experience, and understanding I have of Volt to foster a strategic and value-driven organization. I will lead by example and build a thriving and united movement. And I will use my passion for Volt to make it the European powerhouse it's destined to be. As long as we are one party, I believe in our ability to give Europe hope again. Are you with me? Then support me for co-president.
The next candidate is Thor Larholm.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Thor Larholm. I'm from Denmark, 43 years old, and grew up in the border region of Germany, Denmark, like 30% of all European Union citizens. So why did I join Volt? Why did I join any party? Well, I've always been politically interested, but never active until I found Volt. The only option, the only party that was not defined and restricted by national borders, working across all of Europe. And that's why we're here today. We're here to have an impact on the future of Europe, to reform Europe into a functioning democracy that is relevant to citizens and can solve the challenges of the future. My own background in Volt comes from being a member in 2018, national policy lead, party lead of Volt Denmark, and then founding the Country Council, a supporting structure that helps all of our national chapters to coordinate, to agree on political alliances, and to function and work, to inspire by leading as a European democracy. Before I continue, though, I would like to say thanks to the organizers and the hosts for allowing all of us to be here today, for allowing all of us to get ready for not just the European campaign, but for what comes after. So what are some of the things that you will get if you vote for me? Well, first of all, I will move to Brussels for the next 6 months. because we need to create a physical party office in Brussels where the European politics happen, where we get to build political alliances and partnerships, where we get to diversify our funding resources and incomes so that we can build more supporting structures for all of Volt Europa. So we get to become a Euro party, not for the status, but for the ability it gives us to empower national chapters, to build and grow local teams, the very foundation of Volt. Because no matter who we are, no matter what privilege we have, where we come from, we all need supporting structures. And this is something we need to work on, also for the next board, by giving dedicated interns to the non-executives, so that they can work more impactfully on the visions that you are voting them into office for. We have a chance, a very unique chance at this point in time to create a proper European democracy, to fight against far-right fascism, one of the very reasons why we founded Volt. Fascism, extremism, Brexit, Trump, these are the ideals that challenge Europe, that challenge the idea of the European Union, as Damien mentioned, because that is an idea that we have to defend and stand up strongly for. So I hope that you will join me and the rest of the board and the rest of everybody in this room to build a united and federal Europe, because Europe needs Volt, Volt needs you. So let's build the best Volt that she can get. And I would like to use the remaining 20 seconds of my speaking time for a moment of silence to appreciate the peace conflict in the Middle East and to think of the civilian losses in Gaza and Israel alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Thor. Very considerate. Thank you. As the next candidate, we have Francesca Romana D'Antuono. Did I say that right?
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. A lot of you know me. My name is Francesca Romana D'Antuono. I'm a European born in Italy, living in Germany. And 2 years ago, I was on a similar stage in Lisbon, telling you about my story, telling you, please grant me the confidence, and we will live an amazing couple of years. And I think we did. I think so much has happened in these past 2 years. We scale up, we expanded our political influence, we have now 145 elected officials, we define our political direction. But to be honest, I'm not here to talk about these things. You can read these things in all the official documents that the board has issued. I myself wrote an accountability report, and you can ask me whatever you want during the break. I'm here to tell you why I specifically I'm here. What is the reason that moves me? And sure, it's Europe, sure, it's everything that we know, but I also want to get a bit intimate with you, because now we know each other a bit better, and after all, there's only 900 people here, so quite intimate. I was born in south of Italy, a beautiful but complex land, and when I was 5, I moved to Rome. And I went to elementary school, and at a certain point, my class got divided in two. I didn't know why, there was no official explanation, but I noticed that all the kids I liked were in my class, fantastic. All the kids whose parents were friends with my parents were in my class, so that's pretty amazing, except for one girl. She is fantastic, very successful now, Afro-Italian, and she was not in my class. A bit weird, but okay. And only later I realized we really were divided based on our parents' profession and wealth. There was no official explanation, but this is what happened. So this is one of the many experiences of discrimination I saw, but I did not live. This happened again when at 17 I fall in love with a girl, but I'm a girly girl, no one noticed, and my best friend is a tomboy, and everybody noticed and can be very mean about it. This happened again when I'm speaking with someone and I don't have a southern Italian accent, so they can assume I'm not from there and say racist things about southern people. So these experiences I don't represent, but I am these experiences. They are the experiences that made me who I am. They are the ones that drive me. And I felt guilty all my life for being privileged. But at a certain point, I decided, you know what? Guilt can also be responsibility. And I decided to shift from feeling guilt to feel responsible. And I know that you also have, because this is why we're here. We feel responsible to build a better society, to build a new social contract, to be the united people of Europe. So this is what I want to do with you. I want to work with you another couple of years until the European elections and fill the European Parliament with voices and people from all walks of life, and beyond that, until we reconcile our society and invert the course of history for the better, together. Thank you.
Thank you. The next candidate is Johanna Dirlevanker-Lucke.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Paris. Good morning also to everyone joining online. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you, standing today in front of such a big audience. I'm really happy to be here as well. I've had the opportunity to meet so many of you over the last years across Europe, across the different events, and also lately during the campaign online. So my name is Joanna. I'm French, German, and Swiss. I was born and raised in Belgium. And over the last years, I have been co-president of Volt Belgium. But I'm in Volt because I deeply believe in the European project, and in the justice it can bring us. We are a pan-European movement, but we are not the only one. The European far right is probably after us even more united than any other political party on the spectrum. So Volt is the only viable solution to the rise and to the threat of the European far right. But Volt is still a small movement. Our voice is not yet heard everywhere around the continent. And we need to raise that voice louder, and we need to make it resonate. So how do we get there? Volt needs to change some of the things it does. We need to make sure that we have a strong political strategy, not only for the European elections, but also for what comes after. We need to take care as a party that cares about its people, that truly believes in the good of people, and I believe in the good of people. We need to take care of our organization. We need to take care of our volunteers. We need to invest there. We need to improve our internal communication. We need to make sure that all of us, wherever we come from, we feel part of Volt Europa. Over the last years, I've worked tirelessly together with an amazing team in Belgium to set up a campaign strategy from zero to now having up to 11 lead candidates running in 4 different elections next year and navigating an extremely complex political system. Through my work in the Country Council, where representatives of the different national chapters come together, we've been working hard on the organizational political decisions of the party. And I want to bring this experience, I want to bring what I learned during these years to Volt Europa. I want to put my passion to the service of our organization at the European level. And I have one dream. I hope that Volt, but that in general, we will make this continent a place where wherever you live, wherever you come from, your rights are being respected in the same way. And this is my deepest wish, and this is what I want to commit for if you entrust me as your next female co-president of Volt Europa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanna. Thanks a lot. Okay, we have 2 more candidates. And by the way, Lucia and I are sorry if we butcher your names. So yeah, but this one should be easy. Mels Klubbers.
Before I start, I would like to ask you something. Can all the German members and all the Dutch members rise? Look around. There are many of you. Can you please sit down again? As we can all see, there's a disbalance here. And I've spoken to people this weekend that worried about this. I see that challenge, and I want to tackle it. But first, let me tell you why I'm here. A few years ago, I worked in a bar. Here I met Philip, a 2-meter-tall Czech guy from Prague, who loved to speak about politics and loved to drink beer even more. We talked about growing up in 2 different European countries, the division between Eastern and Western Europe, and how that still impacts our lives. We also discussed the upcoming populism, how they didn't manage to get a hold of the Dutch political system yet. Boy, were we naive. Volt is a movement made up of people from different languages, cultures, and backgrounds. Europeans from across the continent that face similar issues, but extremely broadly different political, cultural, and legal situations. Volt is the only party in Europe where we do think about our own national interest, but the interest of us all. We get excited about the challenges we face in Europe, and we work together to solve them. I've been working for Volt for the past 5 years, full-time, as a volunteer, as a city lead of Amsterdam, as a national community organizing, building all the teams, and as a campaign lead of the Netherlands. During that time, I've experienced the struggles that come with building local chapters and running campaigns. But more importantly, I've seen how with each campaign, more and more people become active. Teams grew, and so did the results. Now we must further develop our party. We must further develop our party. We must share our knowledge and experience to help each other grow. We must make sure our party and leadership represents all different insights our chapter has to offer, of all chapters has to offer. And I want to become the co-president that brings all of this, politics and community, together. We need to become a real European party. I want to create a long-term strategy for Volt, where we build our foundation. That means a good digital infrastructure, help the smaller chapters grow, and run a strong campaign for the European elections. Back to Philip. We became friends in the year of Brexit, a time where we needed European cooperation, but we were sliding backwards into divided nation states. And as recent as last Wednesday, we were reminded that we all are still going backwards. We only saw one solution back then: to take our actions ourselves. He got a traineeship in the European Union, and I decided to join a small political movement. I feel like we just started. Volt is needed more than ever. Now is the time to bring Europe to the next level, and I hope you will give me the chance to help you do that, together with all of you.
And the last candidate we'll be listening to is William Bernardi.
Hi everyone, I'm William, but I won't spend too much time introducing myself because you can find all the information you need on the mini-site, a wonderful mini-site you made with all the candidates. I would like to start instead with a comment. a comment about all the other candidates. It's wonderful to see how much energy, how much ideas, how much dreams they're putting in into shaping us as a party. And that's wonderful. And many things they said are correct. We need more funding, and that's correct. We need to elect people. We need more resources. We need to become a European party. We need solving the problem we have with internal democracy and debate. And those are very true things. But we as a candidate, we are saying this because we need to convince you. And this is a part of a story I don't think it's been told yet. This is not only our party, it's yours too. This is not just our role. As leaders, we're not just shaping what we want, we're shaping what you want, because politics is always made for others, not for ourselves. Thank you. And I want to point out, and this leads us to the second point. Volt is in a very transformative phase. There are so many different ideas. All the candidates are very diverse, and this is amazing. But we are coming to a point, as many of the speakers before said, we're finished the political startup phase. We ended the we are all dreamers phase. We're starting to fight in real political arena. We are starting to fight reality, to shape the real world, not just us as a party. And we had a fallback. We have a little setback in the Netherlands a few days ago. And I think this is important. I've seen many different reactions from that. I've seen minimizing it, but I don't think we should. Setbacks are important because they are lessons. They are lessons, they are signals that we should change, signals that we should improve. And so I have an answer and a question for you. When later today you will go to vote, do not think only about us as candidates. Think about what you want, about which party you want to be part tomorrow. Think about in which way we need to help you shape this party. Because, again, it's amazing that all of us is putting in diverse energy and we all have very different vision of Volt, but nobody asked you what kind of party you want. And that's key, because you are the ones who are going to run. You are the ones who are going to be on the streets and giving flyers to people and trying to convince them that our dreams is true, is doable. That's very important. And I don't really think I don't really need any more time, but I would just really like to for you to think about, before voting, which kind of party you want to be part of. Because that's the key. And I think many of you are undecided because this campaign has been a little bit confusing. I'm really sorry about that. It's also my fault, I think. But at the end, try to think and vote with your heart. Thank you very much. I don't need any more time.
Big round of applause for our candidates. More. Imagine yourselves drafting this speech one day. What an exercise, right? To tap into your vision and how would you make it happen for thousands and thousands of people across the Volt movement. I got goosebumps. Woo! Well done, people. And now we're heading for lunch, so listen up. It's complicated.
Thanks a lot for making it through up to here. Finally, lunchtime. Two things. First, we're going to go by group. There are volunteers in each block here. We have 6 blocks. Volunteers, please wave with your hand so you're recognizable. There we are, volunteers here as well. Please follow your closest volunteer and they will guide you to the lunch spot. And second, for all those with dietary requirements, please go to this side of the room where there will be special lunch provided there. Enjoy your lunch and see you later. We meet again at 12:30 here. 12:30, okay? Thank you.
Bon appétit. Yeah, the point of the volunteers, what they do, stay sitting until your volunteer waves at you to get moving. Otherwise, this is going to be a chaos of thousands of people and a security risk. So for those of you who are not on the move yet, can you maybe take a seat and wait for a couple of minutes? There's enough food for everybody. One more technical announcement from Theo. So for boards of Italy, France, Good. To make it happen, we need a team. So now we need a team on stage. You guys know in which mixer group you were assigned to. So please keep on coming in. Is that the plan?
Yes, exactly.
So where are my speakers and where are my moderators?
So we will welcome all candidates on stage now. We start with 7, and there will be a session to go through a few case studies. And welcome our candidates, please.
So we now have 3 sessions coming up with Mixer 1, 2, 3, where they are going to be doing case studies around the question that they haven't received. So it's going to be very interesting how they are dealing with the fire.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Test, test, test. Can you hear me? Yeah, it seems to be working. Welcome, everyone. So this is looking good. We've just heard from our lovely hosts. This is going to be a real highlight of our assembly today. There have been 3 sessions prepared. The candidates have been randomly assigned to the debate groups and got a case. I'm going to read the case out to you in a minute, but first let's make sure that everyone is here. So all the candidates, you can see their name up here. Please come to the stage. Our mock debate is about to start. And I have been told you need to arrange yourselves in alphabetical order. Let's check if you're right on that one. So, yes, Christoph? First name. First name. But you're all sitting correct. No, you're sitting correctly, I guess. We're missing Christoph. Christoph and Francesca is coming on. That's perfect. Christoph?
Apologies. That's the lively
He's
group.
coming? Yeah. Oh. All right, so we're off to an excellent start. We've got a full plenum. We've got everyone here, and I guess everyone is super excited. So just for the formalities, everyone will be given 3 minutes time to speak. You do not have to speak or block. This is supposed to be a debate. So please be inclusive, please engage with each other, be respectful, be aware that you represent Volt as board members here. This is supposed to be a mock a board debate, but there will be very little to no moderation, so it's up to you to really make sure that everyone speaks and everyone has the chance to express their opinion. All right, so then let's display the case, and so that everyone knows what you guys are going to be talking about. Here we are. All right, so hypothetically speaking, during a public session at one of Volt's general assemblies, like this one, a heated discussion breaks out on one of our policies, demonstrating a divide between our members while we're actually gearing up to a critical election across Europe. The GA does not result in a conclusive answer. What would you do as a board? How do we resolve this conflict? And that's your cue, that's your prompt. Do we have a question first, or is it the start of the debate?
It's a start, because you said there's little to no
Yes.
moderation. I'm happy if this time is taken off.
No, this is exactly,
But
you can speak in
Can I
order.
propose to my colleagues we decide one chair of the meeting, so that someone is chairing, and then we raise our hands and someone collects the order. Who wants to chair? I always chair. All right, so I'm chairing and someone else picks the order, okay?
Okay, I'm happy to do it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you heard what has happened. We had this debate, sadly it got heated. I mean, it's fine to have different opinion, but we want to gather people together. Now, how do we go about building inclusive position? I don't know if you want to share something about how you experience the situation, first of all. Someone wants to go?
I can go.
Okay, Rodula, please.
Thank you. I would, first of all, try to understand the two divides, the two parties, let's say, and try to understand where they are coming from and why they are disagreeing. Sometimes I've seen that there's no real disagreement, but maybe there's a procedural issue or maybe some misunderstanding. So it's really, really important to communicate with these people and understand exactly what do they want, what do they mean, and bring them together if possible, or some of them, representatives of them, and having a discussion to really see if there's a real difference, and then try to understand what the difference is, and then try to bridge it.
Thank you. Christopher, you want?
I would agree with this. Also say it depends a bit how urgent the topic is also, but let's say we're on the European election, so it might be urgent. So trying to find a common ground after talking with everybody, then proposing this kind of common ground to the, in the possible process to come up with a solution to the country council, getting feedback, and then proposing the decision on how the process will be to come up with a decision.
Yeah. Francesca, you want to go, and then Slavomir?
Okay, so what we're saying is we want to bring people together to discuss. I think we have two good examples of how this has been done in the past. One is the Nuclear Policy Concilium. The other one, good example, we'll see, but it's the Israel-Palestine listening tour. These two processes are a bit long, but we have some good example where we can start. If we need to bring people together, I would argue and give this back to you, we need to find who are the relevant stakeholders.
If I can add something, I also think it's important for us to look for the root causes of those differences. They can be explained. That's maybe something that the persons involved in this conflict cannot explain, but we should see where differences come from. And also, well, we try to do very evidence-based policy, so we should, but this is the job, and we need to involve policy team, political positioning team to provide a position, a statement that is evidence-based and that is the most professional. And this is the part we need to integrate in this debate with the chapters, persons involved in this conflict.
Yeah, Darren, yeah? I can go after you.
I just wanted to add one thing. I think everything was very reasonable and very, very factual as well. Also, as much as possible, encourage people to look at each other as people. Right? We fight ideas, never the people each other. So we should as well take that step back. Maybe ideas can be controversial. Let's not try to fight each other on those grounds only. Right?
I agree. Yeah, thank you. I agree. We have also good. We have some experience on this kind of topic. And if the GA is inconclusive, so there is clearly a division on this issue, we should acknowledge it first, not say that it doesn't exist if there is a division. And then we should find a process to find a common solution. And I think the convention or the concilium is a good way to advance. So maybe if the GA, which is a process to have a lot of people discussing on an issue and vote, failed to provide a consensus, then let's try to have a smaller team working together with representative of the different parties and come up with a consensual answer and then vote on it maybe.
Can I add?
Christopher?
I wanted to add also something also to Slavo also when it's about getting an evidence-based position at the end of the day, and just wanted to mention that we will have also sometimes possibilities where the evidence can be interpreted in a different way. And so it will be also part of a discussion and also of a moderating debate to find a common ground of what values do our current policy portfolio and our processes represent and how they will be reflected in a new position.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, well, I think that's why we did the Revalue project, right? So I think we worked on the values quite a lot. And I think it's very important to instill them in the process, in the evidence-based policies, and therefore also engage with experts, right? Subject matter experts to solidify that position.
Great. Francesca?
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we agree that we want to bring people together. We agree that we want the position, whatever it is, based on our values, that we want to go on the topic and not on the people. In terms of concretely, what do we do? So we have some good example. You mentioned the country council. Should this be a conversation for the policy people, for the country council, for the people that were involved in the fight, or broader? I also heard, I think, Christopher, you mentioned external experts. That's also a possibility. Let's see if we concretely can come up with something with all these elements. Someone has an idea?
Shall I? Actually, most of the, when it's about finding on two things, I think the country council is, for example, somewhere in between. So you start with the process first with policy positioning team, with the policy team, with the board, and then you have an idea of what is the direction. This you confirm with the country council, and then you go to the direction with integrating also experts, for example.
Yeah, if I may propose, I'm not sure the country council would be the best forum to discuss this, because I think the country council is very useful when it comes to taking strategic decisions, representing different chapters' voice. We don't know in this example if the division here is chapter-based or if it's policy-based. But if it's a policy division, I would say it could be nice to have more policy representatives from both sides in a forum to discuss it.
Maybe I think we should sequence it, right? So first, do we have a policy on this? Yes, no. If we do, then probably there's going to be something we already done. If we do not, then probably let's engage on that topic from the policy perspective, indeed. And we're assuming it's policy related. Sorry, thank you. So then we engage on what the policy should be, and indeed then we engage the different parts of Volt and the typical process we follow. Maybe a little bit simpler, but indeed vote as an organization on what we think should be the policy that we follow as an organization, based on our values and based on what we believe in.
Sławomir?
Maybe also the solution, like concretely, would be for us to divide roles. There should be some members working with the people or the chapters at the origin of this division. Other board members should work with the policy teams or other teams to, let's say, look for the evidence-based solution. And then also we cannot forget the communication, how we will communicate it internally and externally. And I think we should, in our team, say who will communicate with which team. And I think it's not necessary that we all communicate with all of them at the same time.
Francesca?
So what I'm hearing is we're giving the mandate to the policy team to start the discussion, giving them some pointers like we want this to be, et cetera, and also who should be involved. Should the policy team decide on how this develops, or do you want to decide for them? I have an opinion, but...
I think the policy will give us the facts and the figures, and they will give us their point of view. And if everything feels on evidence-based and how we normally structure, I think we should only validate it. If we give policy the work to do, we should listen to the work they have done.
Yeah, Christoph?
Yeah, I second that completely.
Radula?
I'm not sure how it actually works in practice, but I would like to have the opinion of the policy team. But then as a board, I would like to have the chance to maybe amend it or maybe rephrase it or make it more communicatively correct according to the circumstances.
You are not being heard very well. Try to speak a little bit louder.
Oh,
everyone,
okay.
please try to speak directly into the microphone.
But you understood what I said, right?
Yes, so we are empowering the policy team to do it, and then we also want a system to check this as political leadership. I would argue that then to go to the country council is the correct thing to do. What about the candidates? Should we also ask to the lead candidates to review at least, because they're going to be the face of our campaign? Is this something?
Yeah. Maybe, and this is the work with the communication team to prepare some speaking points, because they might be asked about those differences. So we should have a clear and united communication on this topic. And yeah, that's also open for discussion. Should we acknowledge that there are differences and we are working to find a common solution, or yeah, well, the whole way of how to communicate it, but the speaking points can be a solution, common speaking points.
Yeah. Darren?
I think the elected officials can engage in the process directly, or themselves, or their teams, or anyone who wants to. Let's not sequence everything, because then we're 6 months later, right? So if we want to be a bit agile and efficient as an organization, we have to try to simplify a little bit things, and thereby get the elected officials a little bit earlier involved. Thank you, Sasha.
So maybe to recap what we agreed on at this stage. So we agree that we communicate on it, that we acknowledge that there is a debate on this issue, And then we divide the work. I think what you proposed was nice, that we divide the work among us. We act as facilitators, and we try to convene a forum between policy members, and we convene the candidates as well.
Is this what we agreed?
I
rephrase
agree
it.
in principle. I would say that we give the policy team the mandate to do this, giving what we would like to see, but also giving them a bit of freedom to decide, and just, let's say, portray what the final result we want to see is, but then it's their work. If this is okay with everybody, then we should also divide responsibilities. But maybe Christopher is not.
I just wanted to add that...
Just a quick interjection, because everyone is closing in on their second minute, except for Christoph. So everybody else will have to shut up once they hit 3 minutes. How about you try to catch up a little?
Is it just one question that we get, or are there multiple questions?
Pardon?
Is there one question that we get, or are there multiple questions?
You get 3 questions at the end of the debate, but you will also get another 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can fully use the existing 3 minutes.
Just to clarify, this is the only question we solve now in the 3 minutes.
This is the only question you have to debate within these 3 minutes, and then you will get afterwards another 3 questions from the audience, which each of you can answer individually. But you get another 3 minutes for those. So please use up all of your time for this specific debate. Thank you.
So I think that, I just wanted to add that I think that the board as the political leadership also has very close connection to the policy team. So they have the mandate to propose and work up on, but it's also our job then to revise and advise if we think that goes maybe in not the perfect direction, or maybe some voices were not heard enough, or we have the information that this might cause troubles in some chapters more than in others, so we might have to rephrase it again or have more discussions.
I would like to add that it would be a good idea to inform the 2 disagreeing parties of the decision first, in order to prepare them and not have surprises afterwards, after an announcement is made, and create additional disagreement, discord. And try to have a process where they all agree with the new decision that has been made, and be committed to the final decision, so that it's implemented unanimously by all members.
I think that's a very valid point, right? And especially that we don't want this, like it might have happened before, to escalate into a debate on some other platform. To not name it, and to ensure people respect the integrity of the process and respect the decision that will be taken here, theoretically.
Christoph?
Yeah, so then my question would be, if it's such a divisive item, and even the GA couldn't agree upon it, should we, after we found the position, also go back to the GA and have the GA vote on it?
We could.
Well, the GA does not vote by itself, but we would vote on the policy decisions, which is, I think we have a low engagement on that, unfortunately. That's another question, entirely different. So
I think it's a very different discussion.
Very different discussion, but we definitely should, right? I personally, I believe that.
Just to clarify on the communication, I agree that it's a good idea to communicate to both parties before, but would you do it informally before doing the communication?
I would do it informally first, to give them the chance to voice any concerns, and maybe we would have to reconsider something. I don't know. I mean, it's good to have feedback from them, since they were the ones who were disagreeing in the first place.
Do you want to take on this role? Do you want to be the one communicating to them? Is it fun for you?
Yes, it's fine for me.
So we have a first point of action. And then who takes on leading this with policy and informing them?
I'll give Claudio a call.
Okay.
I'm happy to communicate with the policy leads.
Okay, so Darren and Sasha, you communicate with the policy lead. Rodula, you first inform the 2 parties, and please tell us if there's any major red flag or anything. When you discuss with the policy team, then we can reconvene. But
I just wanted to add that I think also that always one of the executives should have also the direct line to the policy team, so that you have also someone of the full-timers, let's say, and who are also from the executive part. And what I wanted to add, and maybe that's also a question for you, we talked a lot about stakeholders, in such a fast process. And the tricky part is when it's not able to put it back to the GA and also inform everybody. On the one hand side, informing good on the process, what happens very early, so the members know, and giving also possibility to give feedback on a brighter scale, because we just more talked about institutionalized groups. So maybe it could be also worth to think about how we can institutionalize or like structure the feedback we receive from the member base as well.
Maybe one thing worth adding, when you communicate to the policy team, please remember they're actually in the campaign team structure, so it's important that the campaign leads are, but that's obvious.
And Slavomir, you wanted to communicate with the communication, maybe, to liaise with them?
In that case, I would be happy to see how to communicate the issue both internally and externally, but we can also divide it because it's two very different things. And maybe the internal communication needs maybe more time to like fully convince everybody.
I think when you convince on the process, it's easier to convince on the outcome. Like it's just important that that everybody is informed how it's been developed early enough, so you can explain this.
Adhering to the process is very, very important. I was involved in several negotiations recently, and whenever there was the slightest deviation from the agreed upon process, trust was compromised.
Nearly everyone is coming up to either their final minute or final 30 seconds. Are you sure you've resolved the issue? If not, please try and find what's your final statement on the matter.
I don't think we resolved the issue. I think we started the process to resolve the issue. Maybe one thing is when you communicate to the policy leads, please remember the pointers we said. We can also do this offline, like, okay, who needs to be involved, whose voice we want to hear, the role that we want to take as board, or the role of the country council, so that, again, we don't give the solution, but we give the frame.
Yeah, and maybe one last one from my side, if I'm allowed. This maybe exemplifies how complex sometimes things could feel, and maybe some people in the room have that feeling as well. I think if we, and because it's a hypothetical issue, if we have this hypothetical issue reproducing, we should probably publish the way that any issue should be solved in a consistent manner. Because we shouldn't have one-offs every time, and we should really, go back to what we decided as a board.
That's a very good point, because I think what we discuss right now is a method. And those situations can repeat in the future, and it's good to find a way to solve them maybe more efficiently when they arrive in the future.
Sorry, I think this very good point. I think we have already, we started saying we have good example. The issue is that it can get very different every time, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't, put it out as a, I don't know if it's a best practice, we'll see at the end, but at least a practice that works or is a lesson learned.
Francesca is strictly speaking out of the debate because her 3 minutes are up. Okay. But everyone else you can continue the discussion if you want to.
I think there's overall quite an agreement, right? I think it's a very consensual board so far. So it's a really good job to everyone, I would say.
Thank you.
All right, thank you everyone. That was the first part, so the mock debate is over. Thank you for all the insights and the great spirit of working together and solving this collaboratively. We've got a second part prepared, and for that, the members of Volt Europa had the opportunity to hand in questions that they wanted to ask you as potential new members of the board. And 3 of them have been randomly selected for you, after they've been voted for by the audience, obviously. And each of you can answer the question individually. From your point of view, you have another 3 minutes to speak, which you can split between the three questions. If you don't want to answer any of these questions, obviously, it's also up to you. Okay, the first question that got selected for you guys is the following. Being right is not enough to win elections. What should we improve to increase electability of candidates and get more votes? Who wants to start? Anybody? Yes, please.
I would like to start. Well, we had two great presentations this morning by Damien and by Renier, pointing us to this direction. We should have a good story to tell to people and also inject it with positive vibes and try to appeal to the emotional side of the people, because decisions are taken by emotions and not just by logic. And so we should build a really good communication campaign that speaks to the people.
You can go just in any order you want to.
Yeah, I think it's about also having a set of tools to provide individual support in specific areas, like having on the one hand side the data analyzes what will happen, what target groups maybe are important, but also considering that this can be different from a different national contextualization as well as also taking into account which lead candidates are well representative and how to build up their political profile, so we can also gain trust in that regard. And what the approach is can be very individual from chapter to chapter, so having this set of tools is part of our role, I think, as Volt Europa to provide various solutions, a set of solutions. Yeah.
I fully agree. I think we have first to have our own things in order to be able to enable everybody. A campaign by nature is going to be volatile, so it's going to change, and you never know which topic. Well, sometimes you can guess, but which topic is going to dominate the debates and which topic, and it's going to, unfortunately, often, and the Netherlands is an example, it's a topic sometimes we don't think deserves the right attention or is not taken from the right angle. If you talk at migration in the Netherlands, it was really tackled from, we want this, we want to solve this. The reality, it's a European problem. And if you don't look at a European perspective, so it's going to be hard. The best we can do is first make sure that we have the right talking points, that we enable everyone, that we give everybody the tools to make it work, and then support them best possible to execute.
Yeah, so I think I come from a bit of a different angle, more analytical. Elections is unfortunately still a lot about money. So that means we need to make sure that we do the analysis on where do we get the most bang for our buck. And I think we've done those analyses in the past as well, so that we can basically, at the stage where we are at Volt, is still to try to get the voters that are very close to us, right? We've talked in the past about getting voters from different voter profiles, but that's much more difficult. Let's first focus on the low-hanging fruit, that we get the voters that are closest to us. And I think we do that by looking at the voter profile and by analyzing which are the methods that we have where we can invest in to get the most results.
Thank you. I agree with the narrative part and the tool part, and to add something to the conversation, I would say that also it's a matter of how you campaign and how strong you can be when you campaign. And in Volt Europa, a lot of chapters are still small, have still a small team, and may struggle to campaign, but we are a big movement as a European level. So I think as a board, it's also up to us to see what are the priorities of the elections coming and to see how we can focus our forces on certain elections so we have really great strength to maximize election results in those priority elections.
Yeah, I think that's a really big pro that we have involved, is that we can mobilize the movement. And I think one of the memories I have is from going to Berlin myself and hanging posters in the middle of the night a couple of years ago. So if you can bring all the people from Europe to a certain city, we can create a vision, or we can create a presence in that city to make sure that our voice is heard.
But you'd also. I think Francesca was first.
Okay, so obviously a lot of what has been said, I 100% agree. I see an international trend, and that trend is people who fall in pockets of social exclusion, both far right, populistic right, people who are normally in rural areas and not in the city center. Obviously, this is a generalization, tend to not to vote for progressive parties. I think we have the luxury, the blessing of being a party, but also a movement. What I would like to see is us going way more out, not just looking for votes, but listening and understanding what happens on the ground with people that don't speak 5 languages, that have not traveled the world, but that still have a voice and a say in the election. I think this is done, sadly, very well now by the far right for many reasons, like when you have a simple solution, it's easier to communicate. But I really would like to see Volt Europa as the party who goes in the areas where nobody goes. 30 seconds for an example, Kosice in Slovakia, you know where that is. It's a region where Rick and Lucia, who are somewhere in the crowd, and Aleš traveled recently. It's a region where nobody goes because everybody campaigns in Bratislava. All the progressives are there. Okay, we can campaign in Bratislava, obviously, but then let's go and see an area where progressives don't even touch. Let's dare to do that and connect with people deeply, because what we propose is not an alien solution and can be understood and taken on also by these people.
What's the order?
I would like to react on what Francesca said. Yeah, there's one aspect, and is that, well, the question was said, be right is not enough. That's the way we need to rethink our narratives. We cannot sound paternalist to some people just because they are not well educated, just because they don't speak many languages. We have solutions for them, but they prefer to listen to those who are lying to them because they say nice things. We rarely say nice things. We talk about climate change, we talk about social exclusion, we talk about inequalities, we talk about many challenges that are ahead of us, and we always say there will be, there can be many bad things, and people don't want to hear that. So it's also the way, and we need to work with our candidates, we need to train them, and to find the way to not sound paternalist, but to see that it's in their interest to vote for progressives, to vote for pro-European forces, because we are actually thinking of, for them, for their better future, and building a better future for them.
Thank you, guys. I see that there is more things coming up, but now everyone has spoken on the first question, and we have 2 more exciting questions coming up. So thank you for your input on that one, and we're moving on to the second question, which is, and it's a good one, how will you encourage and support women to run for office? Who wants to go first?
I think it's a similar supporting approach. It's also about what is the actual need. Like, it's not about pushing someone to run for office and say, don't you want to run? Let's go. But also like asking who is in generally interesting and what is maybe missing for the hurdle to do it, and then empower in this regard.
I think it's very important to have someone believe in you, and this is, I think, half of the story. If you have a vote of confidence, if someone leans on you and tells you, you can do it, Rodula, and then suddenly 2 years later you find yourself doing it. So I really believe in encouraging women and identifying role models for them and making them believe that they can do it, because we can.
I just want to echo that so much, and first and foremost we have to listen to the women to discuss what they need to be able to do it. That's why I was uncomfortable answering this first, because a man answering first about women representation is probably not the right thing we want to have. But yeah, I think representation is something I personally recognize from obviously an outside point of view. I can't speak for women, as something that probably is very valuable. And one hopeful thing at Volt is we're doing quite a lot. We can do more, don't get me wrong, but we're doing quite a lot to have first representation, and hopefully as well I see a lot coming that back is support networks. I know, Francesca, I'm going to speak for you, I'm sorry, but I know you've been very vocal as well on encouraging some certain women to run, on encouraging certain people to get out there and do something they might not have thought, and I think that's a very great thing to do, so congrats.
Since I've been called in the conversation, thanks a million. Everything I've heard is very true. I recognize what Rodula says when someone looks at you and sees you, not your gender, but sees you. It's a very powerful thing that can happen. Now, the problem is not only how do we encourage them to run, because if we have 25% of women and they have to cover all the roles, that's also a big burden. So to do that, we also have to enable more women to come. This is a huge challenge, because it's not about challenge. I am the current co-president of Volt Europa. All I get on my Instagram feed is fashion stuff. I love fashion, but I love more politics. What the hell, why is this coming to me? And my partner, who's a man, gets politics. All right. Yeah, true story. Okay, so for me, this is starting from the basis. Once this is there and a woman feels empowered to run, we really need some concrete support, as Christoph mentioned. This can be you being a pal to that woman and a support to that woman, managing their social media or offering to do that. All levels of support are helpful, especially when they're concrete. If they have a kid, you can take care of it. All sorts of things you can help with are valuable in this sense.
If I may also, I think we already have some very good tools to empower women, but there is one aspect that I saw, in Czechia. Sometimes we organize our meeting, let's say late at night, and I see many women members of Czechia who have children. They cannot always participate in all our events, and this is not okay. And I think we should also think about how to adapt our meetings, our working methods, so that more women, in Austria it was a great example. There was a GA and there was a lovely playground for small kids, and it was a very nice example how you can be active, come to the GA and also bring kids. So there are many things that we need to maybe implement. And also one thing, because it's to me, it's a very important topic, because in Czechia the situation is catastrophic. I encourage everybody to read a document that is called the Power Handbook. It's a Swedish document, especially women. It's a Swedish document that was translated in many languages. We did the Czech translation. You will find it very easily. And it described the methods of, let's say, male dominance, but the techniques of dominance, and how to empower women. We already use those tools, but there are so many things we need to do to improve it.
Yeah, so I don't think it's only a problem in politics. I think it's a much more wide problem that we have, is the participation of women and other genders in society. And so I think we still have a long way to go. I mean, we're talking about affordable childcare, for instance. We're talking about normalizing breastfeeding. We're talking about normalizing having children in the parliament. We're still a long way to go. And I think, we definitely need more solutions. But as a man, I don't know how to how to be the front runner for that. So I'm in a supporting role, but happy to do so.
Indeed, for me, it's also a matter of party culture. As you said, there's things that we can do to accommodate the way we are, where we are talking, because indeed, late evenings in bars is not the best place to welcome women, obviously, and I understand it's a lot of burden when you are expecting people that are 25% of the membership to fulfill 50% of the role. In the same time, the fact that there is quotas in the list, I see in France there is a big difference with 20 years ago, because when it's not necessary to do it, it's very easy to say, okay, it would be good to have some women on the list, but we don't find them, so okay, let's still fulfill the list, and we still run. And if you are forced to do it by the law, then obviously you are more in a position to be, okay, let's support them, let's encourage them, and then when they are elected, and I'm super proud that we are electing so many women in the Netherlands, for example, because it's providing role model for the next generation.
A little combined somehow, and also as we are here, not 50-50, 50-50, taking a discussion. Also, we had at the last GA at the female panel discussion of the elected officials, and to realize again and also have this kind of awareness that outside of Volt also, as a woman you get also way much more hate than as a man. So I think it's also even more important that inside Volt we have a supportive environment.
Do you still want to add maybe, still on this question?
I would like to add something. Yep. Actually, I have experienced exactly what you just said in a national TV program where I appeared, and all the questions were directed either to me as a woman or to my colleague who was Turkish Cypriot, another minority. And they were very emphatic questions, so it's true.
All right, thank you everyone. That was the second question, and we are actually almost closing into the end. There's one last question. You can see here how much time you guys have left. And here comes the question. What is your understanding of Volt's current strategic direction, and how do you see your role in contributing to its success?
Can you please repeat the question?
Yes, so how do you see, or what's your understanding of the current strategic direction of Volt, and how do you think you can contribute to its success? All right?
I'll give it a first try, but in my current role as tech co-lead, my understanding is enabling everybody else to do their greatest work by making sure that systems are not the problem. We're not there, I'll admit it, but we're working on it. But that's how I think I see the role of the tech team, and everybody is working very hard to make it happen. The strategic direction, at least, is we want to become a Euro party, and we fit into that by making sure that everybody can campaign, can publicize their information, can communicate with each other in a respectful manner as much as possible, and that's how I see the role. Then for the board, it's a different question, but I'll let someone else answer.
I would attack it as a project, and I've thought of 5 pillars where to base the strategy. Number 1 is fulfilling the statutory requirements to become a pan-European party in order to get the funding. I elect 25 MEPs from 7 countries. Number 2, grow geographically, empower small chapters and medium chapters all across Europe in order to have political parties, not just movements, in all of European countries. Number 3, grow from within, grow our community. Don't forget that we are a grass movement. So I would like to build the community and make a lot of initiatives to bring people together in order to forge a European identity, in order to have a strong a united political voice. Number 4, what was my number 4? I don't remember, but my number, yes, I remembered. It's building the organization, making it a stronger organization in order to have, to empower citizens for a common prosperous future together. And number 5 is to, after we do all this, then we will be able to have a common political voice, a strong one, an immediate one, and European citizens would want to hear what Volt Europa has to say.
I think one of the great strengths that we have in Volt Europa is that we are one community, and that most of us are friends. We are able to communicate easily with each other, and if the strategic goal for us is to become a central force in European politics, it's also to become a house for all people that believe that Europe can achieve the goals. Okay. So if we continue to grow, we need also to maintain that community that we have together. So for this, I believe that we should enhance the cross-cultural that we have by doing projects, becoming a Euro party, obviously.
Many things, were you? Oh. Many things were said I would totally agree on, and would add also up that I think the strategic goals we are very good in the ones we put ourselves, and it will be the next month a lot about also one political voice, so also fostering this more, and thinking also what means being having electability now, what kind of goals can we achieve there also in countries where maybe it's not just about getting votes, but it's also about sustainable growth and also growing constantly across Europe, and how we can support each other there to do this in a good way, for what we need also the structure to get people activated, to be able to be a flexible organization that can shift roles to left and right. So somehow how I would contribute is also analyzing also somehow what kind of goals, what is the most best impact, and what we can get out of the European elections, also beyond votes, to support everybody across Europe, so we can increase our political and also societal impact.
So I will try to be very quick. I had a chance to work with one populist prime minister and one conservative prime minister. Very nice group of people, but also I saw how cynical and desperate they can sometimes be. And I don't see this energy in Volt. I see the future of European politics. And it's sad to see that we are still losing against them. So I think we need to think about our strategy on how to fight nationalists, how to fight far right, and how to fight populists. And I think, yeah, I will try to do it.
Strategic direction of Volt Europa. Build Eurotopia, build the people of Europe. How? Build electability, one political voice, professionalize. My role, empower you to do that.
That was on point, 3 minutes sharp. Christoph.
Sorry, go.
I'll add very quickly then on the board level. As a political party, we need a message. That's the first thing, and we need means to spread that message. Then you have the legitimate question, is your party the means to spread the message? Because my personal, I don't know if people read Simon Sinek, The Infinite Game, there's no finish line on what we do. There's no end. There's always a fight to go on and to make sure that we spread those values. So hang on in there. It's going to be a fun ride, but we'll make sure it happens. Thank you.
So I think the goal for Volt Europe was always to build a utopia, e-utopia. And one way to do that is, of course, to get the 25 members in the European Parliament. And I think that's still our goal, and we still need to fight for that, but it will be a long road. And we are building the building blocks to get there. And one of them is, of course, becoming a Euro party. And I think the other one is that we keep building the organization so that we have a good Volt Europe and also the national chapters, so that we can make sure that that talent across Europe is empowered to win elections and build electability.
Thank you, guys. So everyone has spoken on the last question. No, Christoph, are you still missing?
I spoke, but I can take also some down.
Yes, the ones of you who still have some time left, please.
No, because I think another big part is in general of us as board, and also to have us hold us together while we grow and while we achieve what we want, and somehow also always redefine and always try to bring this to everybody. What does it mean to have a utopia, and what is our role in this? So also supporting us to stay on track, stay honest with ourselves and true to our values, and then we really will have a change.
So everybody happy? Everybody has had their last words? Yeah, thank you. That was very insightful. Thanks a lot for taking your time and participating in this mock debate. That was great fun, and please applaud your candidates.
Thank you.
Thank
you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for
listening.
listening.
Thank you very much.
All right. We are going to hand over straight to the second group. So the second debate group can already come up here. Their names are displayed, and I'm going to hand over to Anne.
Thank you so much. So we ask Jan-Peter, Joanna, Mels, Lucia, Thor, William, and Nikolaus to come up on stage, please. So just a little reminder for all of you, the mics, if you hold them down, you can block kind of the waves. So please hold it in the middle and close to the mouth. I'm trying as well. We are doing the same as the other round. So we have 3 minutes for a question, and we would like to ask you to respond to that. Volt Europa has just received an unexpected donation of 500,000 euros. What is the most efficient way to spend this money to strengthen the organization? France, maybe. No.
Who's going to start?
Do we want to? Maybe
Shall I chair?
Yes, you can
yeah?
chair, and then we can see.
So, I think if anyone wants to go first, I would like to see. No? Raise your hands, please. If no one's raised, yeah, okay.
I don't mind saying a few things. What I've learned, I didn't know this before 2 years back, but one of the things I learned is very important is that we invest in our communication for the European elections, especially. That's very critical. The other thing is what we are doing is with investing in community organizing. That is the growth of our organization. We don't need just only more voters, we need more volters. And with more volters, we can have more action. So I really think we have to keep investing in our movement. And thirdly, action. So supporting action of our members that help draw attention to our candidates and support the elections in many other ways. Thank you.
Thank you. I totally agree. Getting a one-time donation is really nice. You have freedom to do things, but it's one time. So we are here for the bigger issues. We're here to solve climate change. We're here to look at safety, all these bigger themes. So we need a long-term strategy. And a one-time donation might give us chances to create stability. If I would get this question right now, at this moment in time, I would say the European elections. The European elections are a really, really important moment because with winning elections, we will get more stability. Campaigning will get us more people, but also new funding. And with that funding, we can then hire people and work towards becoming that European party. And that will create even more stability. So it's a step-by-step approach, and I would say that would be a well-written priority. Thor.
Thank you. So a one-time donation, I gotta agree with you, it's not something we can rely on for the long term. If I got to decide on what to use that for right now, I would not spend all of it on the European elections. I would spend at most 200,000 on the European elections and the remainder for what comes after. And this board will also be elected for 2, maybe 3 years if we confirm the vote today. We have so much more to do than just the next 6 months. So let's use the first 100,000 euros to buy more opaque stickers, send them all over Europe, and then plan how we can split those up for the rest of 24, for the rest of 25, for local growth, to empower our local chapters, to hire more part-timers, to enable the national boards to dedicate themselves more fully.
Thank you, Thor.
Thank you. Actually, I would agree that definitely our side should be in a long-term strategy. Obviously, this amount of money is important. Obviously, we should pay attention to our current needs or, the short-term needs, which definitely is the European Parliament elections. But we should not focus only on there. We should also focus on our strategic vision, our strategic goals. And when it comes to this, I believe that we should somehow continue the work of the current board on expansion and communication. These are 2 pillars super important for a political party. I totally can see what Lucia said also about community. But when it comes to expansion and when it comes to communication, it is vital for us, you know, to reach out to as many people as possible, to expand, you know, our ground and, you know, the target group that we are aiming to.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think first we can start by congratulating ourselves and also the donor for this very, very generous donation. So for the time being, Volt Europa lives out of big donations. That is the way we can hire full-time employees. So this is obviously a very good news for the organization. Now let's think, what do we know where our needs are? So as you said, Mels, where are we standing right now? We're a couple of months ahead from the European elections, so yes, we need to invest in that. But at the same time, we're also restricted. Legally, we cannot transfer that money to the chapters, to the different countries. So we can also use that money, and we need to use it, to invest it into the organization. And I think here, to really create this European organization that we have, we should invest, in my opinion, in, for example, internal communication. We need as well to invest in maybe someone working on human resources, so that we can also rethink the onboarding strategy, so that we make sure that also the members we have right now, but the ones we will also gain after June 2024, if we hopefully elect even more MEPs, that we can onboard them in a way that they can get active from day one. And I think as well that we need to invest into our elected officials office. We have more than 130 elected officials around Europe, and they need support. They need Volt support, and this, in my opinion, should also be something where Volt needs to put the priority. So yes, let's listen to the needs of our different functional teams, but also of our national chapters, and together decide what is the most strategic choice for Volt.
Very well. We have two people that didn't speak yet. Yeah?
Yeah, I have to agree with Thor. We need to spend some of the money definitely on the campaign, whether it's stickers now or maybe social media. I think social media is a kind of very important thing that we should invest money into, because we can actually do that good on the European level. And for example, we put ads in countries where we're not, as Johanna said, we're not allowed easily to transfer money to one of the smaller chapters, but we are allowed to, to run ads. And that's actually something we should do. What I also want to mention is part of the money should be put into, we should check if our employees are still paid well enough. Yeah, if the wage that we get to our full-time employees or our part-time employees is fair. If we have some space, we could use that for that purpose. And what I think is definitely important is to put money into tech. We need some alternative to workplace, because workplace is fucking toxic, sorry for the word. And yeah, let's invest that money wisely into tech. And what I also think is the last board did a great job on employing the expansion leads. And there's more expansion leads to pay. So let's spend 100K of that 500 into expansion leads for other chapters, maybe France or something.
Expand that!
William?
On a little side note, I don't think workplace, the platform, is the cause of our toxicity, but I'll try to stick to the question. I'd really like to make you reflect that 5,100 euros is a huge sum of money, but it's not that much for an organization like ours, spread across Europe. So sustainability is for sure a key issue. And I'd say that we shouldn't spend them on the European election. Many candidates highlighted in their previous speeches we should become a European party, and we still miss some key elements for that. We should invest that amount of money to get more, to become more sustainable. So investing in local campaigns, for example. Oftentimes regional elections are way more accessible than the Europeans one. And with that amount of money, you can definitely elect someone. That is what being a pan-European party means. When a single chapter has to succeed, we all succeed as a European party, and that's key, and thank you.
Lucia?
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm thinking, you know, one thing I'm sort of with you in the terms of investments, but one thing I've learned in the past 2 years, we have to do well in these European elections. We have to do well. We have to invest and everything goes there, right? So, you know, we've argued in the previous board for, yeah, the investment in the expandas and you know, the extension managers. I think that is a really important investment, but let's get to these elections first and then. There are some reservations, there is a minimum that we can go through, but right now, that money, yeah, I didn't think I would say this 2 years ago, but I'm saying it today, it has to go to getting elected in the European Parliament.
Yeah, Tor, you go first. Sorry, William, Tor was before you.
Well, maybe a bit to expand on that. Yes, we need to invest in the European elections, but we cannot wait until after the elections to plan how to spend this very welcome donation. So we need to plan already now on how to grow not just the external outreach, but the internal relations. So that also means that we need to look at accessibility, because paying 85 euros for a ticket for a European GA is very cost prohibitive for many people. We saw some complaints about this also on Workplace from the EUR Disability Group. We need to empower ourselves before we can grow externally, before we can grow the community. So that's why we need to actually plan for that in advance of the elections, of what happens next. And that includes having a European festival, political summer meetings that don't cost 85 euros to attend, that don't have to be in Paris, but can be in smaller venues and can be more recurrent and frequent.
William?
If she wants, okay. I think that kind of approach raises a fairness issue. Smaller chapter already tends to fall behind some bigger ones, and how would you balance that when you have that sum of money and you spend for the European level alone, while Volt tends to disaggregate at the same time because we leave behind national chapters? And that's all, thank you.
Are you? Yeah, I think you're asking.
Yeah, what was the question? Or like?
Yeah. Yeah, how to say? I mean, I think that there's difficulty. Jana said it already, right? There is difficulty just giving money to national chapters. I think there are ways, but there are difficulties to doing that. So, I would imagine that organizing from the European Volt for the chapters. That's what we're doing with like the community organizing, the expandas. Tor is giving an example of the action that I mentioned earlier, the festival. You know, these kind of actions we can invest in as Volt Europa but happening in chapters. I mean, Europa is what? Right? It's all our countries where we are. So that money doesn't go to something up there. It goes to benefit the chapters. That's what Volt Europa is all about, but to do it in a coherent way, so that we, and strategic way. So am I getting your question right, or do you want to expand a bit more?
I don't think there's much time, but yes, I like. The point is, the European elections are not really European. All elections are national first, because Europe is built that way. And again, from a strategic point of view, it makes absolute sense, but then there are many smaller chapters that could not afford that kind of effort. Thank you for the stuff.
Then if I may chip in as last.
Interrupt for 1 second. The question, just or the issue is like hypothetically, Volt Europa
We don't hear you,
receives
sorry. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Yeah. It's hypothetically, Volt Europa receives a donation over 500,000 Ks. What is the most efficient way to spend this money to strengthen the organization? Maybe you can think about this strengthening as well.
Okay. Well, then we kind of didn't read the question right.
To reiterate and to finalize our discussion, I want to chip in. We have a very clear priority. And these European elections, it might not be able to run in all the countries because we face a lot of legislation that will push us out. But if we win in a couple of countries in June, it will legitimize other countries and it will legitimize our existence in those countries, and it will also get us new voters. And well, I think I have the same feeling as you. People think I'm a campaigner, but actually I'm a community organizer. And I didn't think I would say this, but these European elections are a major point for us. This is our time to shine. It's the European elections. We are a European party. Who else to vote for now? If you ask me. How much time do we have left? Should we now maybe try to get the question right? Or do you want us to...
I think we are taking...
You get it all right. It was just to read the question. Something.
Because for me, I feel if we don't get more seats in the European Parliament than we currently have, what are we going to do with our organization, honestly? I think the organization can follow, because if we get success in the European elections, then we will draw more members, we will draw more money, we'll get more money because we're in the European Parliament.
Your 3 minutes have run up.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I can only agree, but I don't think we got the question wrong, because the success in the European election will strengthen the organization, just because of all the reasons we just heard. I don't want to answer to this question for a second. Well, we have to make strategic decisions, as Lucia said. Some chapters have hard legislation, some chapters have have more potential at the moment. And we need to be successful in these elections, no matter what it costs. And this requires all of our volunteer work, this requires professional work. And I think one thing that is also not talked about yet is, let's invest something into a person or persons that do fundraising for us. Let's invest the money in fundraising dinners that large donors actually appear at. And I hope at some point we can just not have 500K, but have 5 million. Yeah, that's what I imagine.
Joanna, you want to wrap it up?
Yes, or I think we have maybe some others with a few minutes more. I've been listening to all your ideas, and I think we are all agreeing on one thing, is that we believe that Volt has a long-term vision and is here to last. So I think whatever decision we take collectively as a board should reflect that. And I think I've been already sharing my ideas with you on the necessity to invest in the organization, but I also think that we need to invest in, for example, our external visibility. We need a physical presence where we can show that we are a real party, not only on paper, let's say, and that we can also foster from there even more connections and play, let's say, also the political game. And I believe we can come to a good agreement all together if we also take into account all the different possibilities.
I want to add one last thing, and that is that we also need to take a look at the connection between strategic and execution. If a board high in its tower makes its decision without being connected to the execution, they make mistakes. So we should take a look at the people that we hired, the country council, but also the people that work in the functional teams. What do they need to actually succeed within this campaign or other projects? And that might be a very important input for us to take with us during the strategic decision making.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to stress exactly this. You know, we have this amount of money, but we also need to see how we can, engage more people internally, stakeholders, functional teams, to make sure that, this money actually pays fruit and it brings us back even more. because it's not just the 9 people that are the board that will have this money. This money will go to the whole organization, the whole party, etc. So we should always think and probably start, talking about how we should, at the same time, engage more people, more teams, in order to find, the best and more efficient solution, actually, for our movement.
Thanks. Tor?
Yeah, if we take the question at face value, how do we strengthen the organization with this money? Volt Europa. Well, that means creating a party office in Brussels, where the European money is, where the political partnerships are, and use it as an opportunity for growth. Jan-Peter, you took the numbers out of my head. That 500K could be invested and be grown into 5 million, so that the European level can use that to create events all over Europe, to hire more part-time people, to hire more expansion leads that support the national chapters. So we need to use this to grow the 500K into 5 million. Because today we have very few large-scale donors. We need more. It's better to have 5 200K donations than to have $1 million donation.
Willem, you had anything to add?
I don't want to waste too much time, so I'll pass. I'm sorry.
I would add a few words. I would add a few words. I totally agree with you, Tor. I think some things have to be done like now. The thing with the office, we need a presence in Brussels. This is very important. But I also agree with Lucia.
I'm saying thank you for agreeing with me.
No,
I
I wanted to agree with you on the topic of investing in this European election. We need some things that we need to do immediately, but most of it should go into the elections, maybe something into fundraising, but the elections are the thing that matter now.
William?
Just very rapidly, if they start the timer.
William, everyone has 3 minutes, so you have 1
Yeah,
minute.
okay, yes. I would like to leave you with a closing, with an open answer, with an open question, I'm sorry. Optimization is important, but at least all of us, at least in some measure, is in favor of equality of opportunity, if not even equality of outcome. And do we really think that getting 6 MPs in the Netherlands, for example, and spending all that money for them would be equal for every other chapters? Would be fair for every other chapter? And would strengthen our organization?
I think it's on our hand to deal with this. How we actually use this money or this success, for example, from one country or from a second, whatever. And it's up to us, up to the board, up to the organization, up to the members, to make sure that we build, this culture that we are one. And obviously, and then after that, to make sure that we fight in every single corner of Europe.
Anyone else like to add? If not, should we wrap it? Tor, last word?
I'll be quick, there's 40 seconds. So yes, we need to, of course, strengthen the European organization. That includes also giving more assistance to the non-execs, who have had very little so far. But in all, that needs to go into supporting structures. So we build the local chapters. We always have to think about supporting structures, no matter our background, privilege, or lack thereof.
I disagree there with you. I've been an employee. Actually, I'm still an employee. And I've noticed what happens when you have multiple points of contact with one board, where you get, in that system, you have the chance that you get different messages, different ideas, and different...
Mels, your time is over, sorry. 3 minutes. If William and Nikolaus want to finish maybe with the last seconds they have, if you want to.
Not something, actually. I don't have something to add.
Weren't there another question?
Yes, we can go to the next round with the 3 questions, because everyone had 3 minutes for this one case study. And we will ask you 3 questions where you have 3 minutes in total. we ask a question, you can respond. If you want to respond a lot, sorry, if you want to respond long time on the first question, you can use up your 3 minutes for the first question, but maybe keep in mind that you have 3 minutes for the 3 questions, and the time will be bucket time. Okay. So the first question we got was for you. Do you think the board should focus primarily on internal issues or act more political? Again, sorry, do you think the board should focus primarily on internal issues or act more political? More political or more internal issues to focus on?
This is going to be a very interesting big one, because now we're getting into the cultural differences. Thor, you wanted to start, I think.
Sure. We do have some cleaning up to do internally. We do need to implement our code of conduct, set clear expectations between chapters, between the country council and the European board. But we need to become more politically active at all levels. And that means even in the city teams, we need to look on a bi-weekly basis what new legislation is coming up, so we can give input as Volt in the public hearings that come. So we need to be way more politically active at all levels externally.
Thank you. No. You.
All right, thank you. Actually, I have to agree 100% with what Thor said. Obviously, for example, if the board becomes more political, it doesn't mean that it loses all the other roles that it has. But we should never forget that we are a political party. And whether we like it or not, we are here because we believe that, you know, we don't live in an ideal world. We believe that we have to propose some action, some changes, in order for our lives and the lives of everyone out there becomes better. So whether we like it or not, also probably this is the way, and this is the reason why we talked about that earlier. You know, populists or far right are doing extremely well because they try to focus, probably to my mind, in a wrong way, but they still focus on people's problems. So we shouldn't avoid that. We have nothing to hide, you know, we have nothing to be afraid of. We have our vision, we have our principles, we have our positions. So yes, I believe that the board should have a more political role. Always never forgetting about the rest of the roles that it has.
Johanna.
Yes, so I think this is a very important reminder that, yes, we are a political party, so of course we need to become more political. That is, I would say, a very obvious answer also to the question. Let's also not forget also that what is actually the responsibility of the European board, or what can the European board do that no other team within Volt can do. And I think it's taking care also of internal issues. Now, I think how we deal with that is another question. But if there are organizational questions we need to deal with, then we need to deal with, because as a European board, we are the only body that can do it. Now, also, what does it mean concretely to become more political? I think we need to be much more clear on our stances so that we can become a political reference. We are clearly a political reference to other parties about our push for EU reforms. So let's become it as well for other topics, so that people know what we stand for, and that people will also want to have us in a coalition or work with us. And I think this is essential that that the European board can balance between the two. And also, for example, step in when, for example, if we don't have any elected officials in a country, then the European board maybe can act as a political representative along as well with the national board. But to close it up, we have all very different political cultures. And in some countries, the boards are much more political than in others. So I think Volt Europe has to find this right balance that fits all different political cultures in Europe.
Yeah, so I need to explain something about the cultural differences for me. Board members, generally in the organizations in the Netherlands, they are not political. They are internally focused, but I do not agree with that, and certainly not in our context. So I think I'm at the same point as you. I think there should be a balance. You have internal and external responsibilities, and they should be balanced out. That's my point. There you go, Lucia.
Go ahead. Okay, yeah, I agree with that, definitely. Some of us need to be visible in the public because there is no such thing as a political leader for a European party because European parties don't exist yet. We are the first. So I think our co-presidents need to be visible in the public and they need to show the world our positions. And yeah, some of us must focus on internal things, and we have to listen to our functional teams. We have to listen to political campaign team for our positions, for our political positions. We don't have to do all the positions ourselves. But if there's a dispute, we should decide in the board. That's my point.
Yeah, I think we are well aligned there.
Yeah, I agree with most of what I hear here. For me, there's something missing, and I'm going to focus on that. For me, the political role of Volt is different from what we know and today politics, which is in political arenas, a very competitive arena where we are not very collaborative. And from my experience, that is a very important space to be in politically. But a lot of problems that people face can actually get resolved locally and outside the direct political arena. For me, that is also political work. That is what I think in Volt we call social innovation. I think we've lost track of it. And the first thing I will do when we get our 9 seats in the European Parliament is get us back on track on the social innovation and make investments and make a difference for people locally next to our work in our elected spaces. Thank you.
Tor?
Yeah, so Lucia, I know that we don't always agree on everything, many things we do. On this, I agree 100% with you. Being more politically active externally doesn't mean that we have to disregard the movement. In fact, the social innovation is what will drive us forward there. It's also something we have to face when we had the Dutch elections. 20% of the people who voted for us last time, this time voted for the VVD, for the BBB, for the NSC. 20% of our voters from last time. And that's because we had a better, compelling story, a story of self, of why we're here, why we want to enact change in society. And if we empower that with social innovation, we will get those voters back.
I have to say, I don't think those numbers are right, but let's check
It's
them
from
later.
the NOS website.
Okay.
It clearly shows from which party to which party.
But I would ask to the both of you, don't you think that that is political work, more political exposition, like showing off a different way of working and doing politics is not part of the structure of the party? And I strongly agree with Joanna. I think there's a good balance in the board. There are 9 board members, and for example, naturally I'd see the treasurer as a less political member, the presidency as a more political one, and of course the subcommittees in the non-executive may vary. But at the end, my question is, do you really think that this is diverse than actual political work?
I do not understand the question, to be honest. Can you rephrase it?
No, it was referred particularly to the two of them. They said like it's social innovation, which I very much agree, but is that really different from this kind of dichotomy? Like, is this neither structure nor political work?
I hear you. You know, I don't think so. All I'm saying is that I'm going to add this dimension to what has already been said. So I don't see it as a dichotomy or either or. I see it as a complement and a widening of the political space which people normally think is only the official arenas where our elected officials sit. And I think that's a wrong way of thinking about politics, and that's what I was trying to open up.
And I agree because
Maybe-
I agree
Thank
because
you
I think
for-
it also will
maybe
appeal
we
to
can-
a broader audience.
Maybe we can go to the second question, because we have three
Okay.
questions in total, and when I look at the time we used already, maybe to go through the three questions, maybe we go to the next one, if you're okay with that. The next question is, what's your strategy for making Volt a more diverse organization where all people feel welcome and represented? I read it again. What's your strategy for making Volt a more diverse organization where all people feel welcome and represented?
I would like to start this one with a little personal story. I grew up in a family where the gender balance was a little bit different. So my mom was the breadwinner. She was a gynecologist, so she worked a lot, was more away than my father. So we had a different balance. And what I learned from my mother is that she had to jump a lot of hurdles, and we are still have a lot of hurdles within our society and within organizations. So I think it's a very important thing to focus on. We talked about female leadership. I am a strong believer in the selections of leadership, because I think that will create examples for other women to follow. And those leadership positions don't have to be right on the list or in a board or somewhere else, but also just a leader of a project, of a team. And if we create that step by step, we normalize female leadership, and in that sense also create the opportunities for leaders with different leadership styles. Because in politics, definitely in politics, masculine traits are viewed as leadership styles. But there are many other different leadership styles that we can definitely use in politics, if you ask me. So if we create that in our own organization, we make a stepping stone for female leadership to actually represent us in politics.
There's one thing that I've learned from my time in my previous board in Baden-Württemberg, and it was that with every financial decision, you have to think about, you have to include inclusivity into the part of the decision making. So here, GA price is 85 euros. Maybe next time we need to think about this different. Hey, is there an elevator in the location? We need to think about in every decision. This has to be thought of, and this is definitely one part. And I think that we should do this all the time, yeah. And it works if you do that. Is my impression. And the second thing is, the last board started with this project, the integrity system. Let's get this straight. Let's get a mechanism to really solve conflicts, because they exist and they will exist in the future just because cultural differences that really exist. And let's get our rules straight. Let's do this after the elections, and then we will become a real inclusive organization, in my opinion.
Lucia, I think you wanted to chip in?
I wanted to ask a question because I found it super interesting. I worked quite a bit with gender budgets, which is a similar approach, but it looks more at the men-women division in Africa-Asia context. So I'm interested to see, have you actually tried this idea already? Do you have an example how it could work?
You mean with gender budgets?
Diversity budgets that you talk about. Always think about diversity when you take financial decisions.
In fact, our budget wasn't as large. We're just a state, yeah. But when it came to a decision, we had to choose between two options. We chose the one that was more environmental friendly, and we chose the one that was more inclusive. And I guess on a larger level, as we are here now, we can experiment with stuff like a gender budget or something else like that, yes. But we have only, it was smaller decisions, but we will see.
No, but what I find very interesting is that you use certain criteria to check your financial decisions. So that's super
Definitely,
interesting.
definitely.
Yeah, good. Okay, thank you.
Inclusivity should be a criteria and not just is it the cheapest, definitely.
Okay. Tor, you were first, I think.
So thank you. Well, we all need supporting structures. I've said this many times already. I'll also share a personal story about my background, because I'm the middle child of 3 children to a divorced mom who was 23, working as a social care worker. The only reason why I am where I am today is because of the supporting structures of both my family, our friends, and society. And that only comes about when you go and ask people what kind of support they need. Because we don't have the answers here at this moment in time to say what we need to build, what kind of supporting structures we need to build to empower women to become part of Volt, to join Volt and be politically active. We need to ask them. So my strategy would be to ask them. The women of Volt, the diversity group of Volt, the disabled, the non-academics. We have many different diverse groups within Volt, and we shouldn't discuss this and decide on this without them. So nothing about them without them.
Sure, thank you. Actually, we have heard some great ideas. I want to add to what Tor said. Actually, I agree with that. We need to listen to people. You know, we here on this panel or the next board or the current board or whatever, they are not, you know, some wise people who know everything. So this is why they shouldn't act like that. Inclusion and diversity, as Jan-Peter said, is super important nowadays, and we should never forget that. We should never forget that when we take an action, when we plan a strategy or a policy, whatever. We always need to keep that in mind. And I'm not talking about the gender, inclusion, obviously. Volt has has initiated this amazing initiative of He for She, which is super, super important. And if only there were more women available, and men should step down in order for women to take action and be there and make sure that they create a better world. Because let's face it, what we have now is because all the last centuries and millennia, men were the ones who took, the first step. So apart from that, we should never forget all the rest of the criteria that, make us different. But it is good at the end of the day. We have plurality, and we should never be afraid of that.
Thanks. First we go to Joanna.
Yes, so Volt has still a very long way to go to be as diverse as we want to be. So we also need now to concretely put into action the values we stand for. And I see 3 concrete ways to go there, and that's only 3 of a million ways to go. But I agree with Jan-Peter. Let's have, for example, the Diversity Council part of the strategy making. So from the very beginning on, let's have them, these voices also part, let's hear them when we take strategic decisions. Then let's work closer together with organizations that think alike and that fight for the same goals beyond European federalism, so that we show that we care about them. And lastly, we need to make sure that our policies reflect also this. So we need to make sure that the policies reflect the diversity of our voters.
William, you were first.
I'll be a little provocative now. Do we really want to listen though? Because of course many of us gave the default answer, and it's very much true, like inclusivity and being heard, etc. But that's what we trying to do now, and it's not working apparently. Because for example, think of female representation, we have very little women involved. We have this big narrative about being heard and listened, but it doesn't really seem to function much, or at least we are doing it wrong.
What are your ideas to fix it?
No, that's the point. I think we are listening in the wrong way. We usually don't really want to listen. We assume. We tend to tell people what they want instead of actually listening what could actually help them, because we have expectation of what other people would like to be. And that creates a kind of disconnection when we try to confront a certain amount of topics.
And how would you concretely solve it in the organization?
That's a really hard question. It really depends group by group, because each of them has very peculiar necessity, and each solution is unique in its own way, because every group is unique in its own way.
Okay, maybe we can. Lucia, did you respond to
time,
that question
right?
already?
Sorry?
Did you respond to this question
I didn't,
already?
and I would like to use my last seconds, I think, for this one. Sorry? Is there a third question?
Of course, there's a third question. That's why I'm checking on if you still want to respond to this one, or if you want us to continue to the third question.
I'll be quick. I think that we get more women by developing our feminine leadership qualities. That's not only for women, it's also for men. Secondly, I think we need to, when we talk about diversity, we need to start thinking geography in Europe and work on that. We need to start thinking on age. We're not doing that enough. And we need to really understand that we want to invest in access for people with disabilities in particular. I mean, look at the wheelchair access here. Stop.
We have one more question, so Tor, okay.
If it's okay for you, we go to the third question. Lucia and Joanna, you have each a second and something. Maybe you just find one word to respond to it.
Let me just real quick though on the last. Yes, we need to listen more. We need to listen differently, but we also need to take action. We haven't taken enough action based on what we heard.
You ready for the third question? Have a quick look at your time so you can check on. I think William has...
Maybe I will answer fastly to this. I very much agree, but this also links to what we were saying before. Like, we want geographic diversity, but then we also want to optimize, and there's a balance between these two things. You cannot have the cake and eat it. You will have to find a balance between those things, and it's very important to be sensitive to this kind of things, because again, you cannot have it all. And thank you.
Okay, then we will go to the last questions, I think.
Yes, thank you. The last question is, what do you think should be done with national chapters that step out of tone in organizational and political stances?
Ooh, this is a question about our alignment.
So that's a question about national chapters when they step out.
I'm really excited for the one-word answers.
You want to start?
I can start. Let's get our rules straight. Let's get a code of conduct. Let's get rules in the statutes. And if a chapter does bad, there needs to be consequences. And this can be something like no voting rights. This can be something like, I don't know, there's a lot of things we can do. We need to be hard sometimes. Hard in the thing, soft to the people.
Your time's, thank you.
Understand, talk, resolve.
Can you
it's a
just
bit of
say
a
it
race
again?
now,
Can she just say it again, because I didn't hear it, because it was not, sorry for everyone. But
Understand, talk, resolve.
Yeah, I will elaborate on that because I have a few more seconds left. I think it's very important to understand the political dynamics because some topics will have far-reaching consequences for some countries. And to understand those and to balance them out is a key solution to solving these non-alignment issues.
I'll be quick, actually, I don't have time. I agree. We need to understand, we need to talk with the chapter, we need to find a solution. But at the same time, what Jan Peter said was right. If we need to be one, to be a truly pan-European, we also have to have rules, and they have to be obeyed.
Thank you.
Tor.
Yeah, so if we don't implement this, we will be forced to, because if we become a Euro party, that comes with obligations. And if we don't live up to the democratic obligations and the agreements between chapters, we risk losing millions every year that we would otherwise get in party funding. So we can start doing it, or we'll be forced to do it and potentially lose that funding and status.
William?
Yeah, I think it's connection. Volt Europa is not really a party at the moment. It's just a bunch of national chapters that tape together. And this also links to mutual understanding. Without a unified public debate, we cannot get the kind of harmonization in position because there's no confrontation with people that are not from your country usually. And thanks.
Then let's become a real European party.
Yeah, does anyone still have seconds left to spare?
I have 1 second. I'm going to say one word, subsidiarity.
Okay, I'm going to try in 5 seconds. As one party, we need one voice. So with listening, we need to get the alignment right.
Thank you. Thor and William, you have each a little bit more than 10 seconds. Do you want to use them?
So a few words, subsidiarity and solidarity. We can work on that.
Thank you, everyone. I think we're out of time right now.
William, you want to...
It's just 10 seconds. I don't really need them. Thank you.
Okay. Then thank you, everyone, for the round. We learned a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will hand over to the next round. And thank you so much, Jan-Peter König and Lucia and William and Thor, Nikolaus, Mels, of course, and Joanna. Thank you so much. So we will hand over to the next round, and I will hand over to... Thank you so much.
Thank you too. Come on the stage. Let's give a round of applause and encouragement to our candidates. It's the order on screen. Hello, come on in, don't be shy. This also goes for the audience, don't be shy, come on in. You can also take the front rows, we don't bite.
We're gonna make it a very hectic, discussion. We're gonna fight.
No fighting, but I assure you there are some very interesting questions here, so you might want to stick around and find out the answer. 1, 2, Janko will be joining us online. We have everyone. Excellent, excellent. So, a quick reminder about your mic. Please be sure not to cover the antenna at the bottom, and try to hold it as close to your mouth as you can so you can be heard by everyone in the audience, okay? Great. Thank you. So, quick reminder, there's this first session where we have a mock debate. You have 3 minutes bucket time to use it as you wish, and then another 3 minutes bucket time to answer 3 questions from the audience, okay? Great. So, let's set the scene for our debate. You are the board of Volt Europa. You have gathered here for one of your sessions. And as you know, many Volt chapters have historically entered into alliances with other domestic parties to pool their resources together. Today, one such Volt Europa chapter is thinking of entering into an alliance ahead of the European elections. How do you see the European board's role in safeguarding Volt's values in continuing the campaign? So again, how do you see your board's role in safeguarding Volt's values in the ongoing campaign? Take it away.
Before we start, would we follow the precedents of the previous board in letting the co-presidents are the ones to chair? Would you be interested to be my co-chair then?
I would love that so much.
All right. Please take it away then first.
All right. So, hello everyone. We just had a situation. There's a candidate, or sorry, there's a chapter that is currently, there's a chapter that is currently seeking an alliance with a country or with another political party, and we need to figure out if this is actually feasible for us. So, what are your thoughts?
Maybe I can start. I think we are a pragmatic party. We are realistic, and we have to make sure that we are running across all of Europe with one political voice, as that is our unique selling point. But I can already say that we are going to be running in coalition lists at the coming European elections. In Czechia, for example, we are definitely going to be running in a coalition list, and actually that's a good practice, best practice that we can actually imitate in more countries. But we are going to be running coalition lists in other countries as well. So one of the things I've done, make sure that we brought together all those leaders of those chapters, make sure that we can actually exchange best practices between each other, make sure that our narrative is fixed, and our logo and branding, our narrative for the campaign as well. So we can learn from each other, from all the parties that are going to be doing this, to make sure that we are living up to the expectations of a pan-European party, so a pan-European campaign that we envision for the future.
You're not wrong, but it goes beyond best practices. A coalition is great if it increases our chances of having our voice heard. So long as we get to combine resources and means to accomplish the goals that we stand for in combination with other parties that feel the same, and we don't have to compromise on the values that we hold so dear.
Okay. No, sorry, just a point of order, since maybe we raise hands and I can take who's gonna go next. So I think it was Jennifer's. If you wanna.
Oh, I thought you wanted to go. That's
no, no, it's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Emma. Okay. The guys already mentioned some valid and good points, but as this is a situation where we're kind of simulating to be on the board, like my first step actually would be to get more information, because this is a very technical scenario, and obviously we will get not more information in this situation, but in a real life situation, I would want to have more information. Who is that party? What kind of a coalition are they seeking? Is that for the European election? Is that for a national election? Are they planning to actually merge together and become part of Volt, kind of what is happening in Volt Cyprus right now, the talks? So this is always my first step, and then based on that, and also like, are they representing our values? That is, I think, what is important for me to make the right decision, if that is a coalition that we can support as the European board. And in regards to what should we do as the board, I think it would be great that whoever is responsible for that chapter is close with the people responsible, talking to them, being in the loop with them, supporting them in whatever they need to make those decisions, and also giving advice and guidance in that process.
Thank you. Okay. So I would latch on to that and indeed agree with the fact that we need to make sure that we are a pan-European party and that our values do not just stop at their own chapter that they're talking with. And we need to be sure that we align with all of Europe. We cannot have incidents where we get forced to make a chapter go out of its way to do weird things that is not feasible in other chapters. Or at least we need to have a contingency plan in place to make sure that it works like that. This is based on a lot of preliminary talking. I would like to latch on to what Lucas said, what all of you said. You all made very good points here. But yeah, that's kind of what my viewpoint will be too.
I think it's your turn, if you want to.
Thank you. So, to tie into what Jenny was saying, because obviously you make a really good point. We need to know more about the situation to be able to make a value judgment. And I understand that within this case we might not have that context, but what would be the kind of information that you think is important to have to be able to make this decision?
As I already kind of mentioned, just like the base parameters, first and foremost, what kind of a type of coalition is it? Is it just running in a list together? Is it actually, like I mentioned the case in Volt Cyprus, becoming maybe part of Volt Cyprus or Volt Europa? Also, is it for the European election, the national election, a local election? Like, get all of the basic information, and then most importantly, who is this other party? What do they stand for? What kind of positions are important to them, and can our values and our political goals align so that we have actually political value from that as well, in a way, and not just more people to be on the streets?
So, of course, this is a theoretical exercise, but I think in the case we were in the board, maybe one of us would have the responsibility of this country, so would actually know the presidents and could actually have spoken to them. So I think really even it would be great to invite them to the beginning of the board meeting, so to listen to what's happening from their mouth. And then another way we could gather this information is also maybe in the policy team, or even during one of the assembly of the chapter, just because oftentimes you get the feeling of the political atmosphere and environment from the chapter itself, of the political environment of the country. So this could be ways to gather more information. And I also feel like it's true that we have to be one, but we also have to trust that the parties we've built and the local teams that we've built and the members that we have know better, in a way, what the situation is, and let them explain why they're making this choice, make sure that they voted so democracy is intact. But I don't think it's really a board decision on this level, maybe.
Thank you. That's a very good point as well. Well, I also want to echo something that Giovanni said. We should only go to such a coalition if we have something to gain from it. Otherwise, it's better for us to keep our brand. If we can actually get an MEP, or we can actually get something from this election, we should definitely explore that option. However, we also have to do our due diligence. So who are they? What are their values? What are they standing for? Why do they want to come with us? Following the precedents that we already set, I will use the example of Czechia, because I was working with a co-president of Czechia on exactly that. So following the precedents is, once that idea has been on the table, he informed me about this. We talked about it, I made my research, I spoke to all the board members, but in the end of the day, it's also a decision of the country. We need to empower the countries to make sure that they are doing the work as well. If the countries think that's the best idea, we should support it, of course. We should keep in mind that the board should still keep the branding of the party intact, and the interest of the party, the overall party, and the campaign intact as well. That is important. However, but we need to make sure that we are empowering the chapters to make those decisions themselves, as they understand the situation locally better than what the European level would.
You were first, but
Lucas just said what I wanted to say, so there you go.
Very good. So I'm happy we're all in agreement. Bottom line should be, so long as it advances where we want a movement to go, it's in our best interest. And I'm just curious, is anyone principally opposed to this?
No.
Next question.
Then Lucia has something.
Pardon.
So I'm going to attempt to synthesize a bit of what we said. If you disagree with something, let me know. And then I'm going to tell you what I see as the actually really complex part of this topic. So the synthesis is there are two components of a coalition. In principle, we think we're open to them, but the two parts are, if you will, alignment with that party, and then tactical, what's to win, what's to lose. I think the board's role on the foundational principles alignment needs to be guardrails. So we should not allow for a partnership with a party that is fundamentally opposed to something that we find dear. On the tactical level, I think the board's role should be advisory to the national chapter. It's ultimately a decision of the national chapter. If they think they have more to win, more to lose, the board will ask the questions. Have you thought about what it does to our image? Have you thought about what happens when someone actually gets elected? Who is it going to be? So we ask those questions as advisory. Now comes the tricky part. The tricky part is how do we define the guardrails on the misalignment of principles? Because I'm going to ask different ones of you, and you're going to say, well, if they're not green enough, no way. And you're going to say, if they're not pragmatic enough, no way. And you're going to say, well, if Europe isn't the main thing for them, no way. And so for that, I actually think the board needs to come up with a very good view of how are we going to define those guardrails. And that's where it gets hard. And I think we need to define that before the first difficult question comes. If we wait until the first difficult question comes, we're going to seem biased. We need to think ahead of time, how are we going to solve it?
Very good, thank you. That's a really good answer. I think there have been multiple situations where we already thought about these things. One of the one that comes to my mind is difficult parties, right? How close are they ideologically? That's measurable. We can use data for that. If they're far right, yeah, obviously it's maybe not the best thing to do. But what about a liberal party? What about a very green party? What about a party that might be liberal, green, and social democratic, but not European? This means that we need to focus on, this means that we need to focus on what you said, doing it beforehand, and making sure that the distance is not far enough. That's a measurable thing. We can make a very clear framework for that. It's not like these parties exist out of nothing, you know, like we can easily do that.
You're right. But these are all what ifs. And if we're not principally opposed, then it's going to be a case-by-case situation where we have to look at how well we align and create a policy that both parties are going to be able to agree with. Now I'm happy to keep talking about what ifs for another 10 minutes, but is that the most productive use of our time when we're all sitting here agreeing with each other?
Agreed.
Thank you.
I just have like tiny things to add, but that is exactly what Luce is saying. Like, it's not about that we agree, it's about we need to agree on the parameters that we accept the coalition in. And for that, I just want to say that this is right. Like, someone might say they're not green enough, another person might say they're not liberal enough, whatever, you know. We all have our red lines in the sand that we cannot cross personally, and I think as a member on the board, it's very important to sometimes take a step back and not so much decide on what my personal opinion preference is, but think about like what is good for Volt Europa, and that's how I see the role of the board, and I think that's most important. And yeah, you can clap, Mike, no worries. And one last thing, because Emma kind of mentioned it in there, but I want to put like a bit more focus on it. I think it's important to go and actually meet the people that we want to be in a coalition with, ideally, if we can.
Sorry. Again, I feel that the role of the board should be, of course, that we don't end up with parties that are not aligned with us, but I feel like we both already have guidelines of what it means to be aligned with us. Like, in a way, it's been 6 years. We have a lot of things to fix, but more or less we know who we are. And also, I think once let's say the board of the chapter comes to us, it's because they hopefully already have had an internal process where they establish with their members that this is a good alliance for Volt or something that they would like to do. So maybe for us to say, it's just, I think, a role to check if this happened, like, have we asked the member, or are we doing this only on the president level, or have we asked the member what's going, would they like this alliance, would they be willing to campaign with these people? Like, in the end, it results in also people having to collaborate with at local level. And just make sure so that the process is there, and then it's not a completely crazy thing. And in that case, I think the most important thing is to decide what are the consequences, like more than the boundaries that I think are already sort of there, but what are the consequences? Like, how do we approach a no? Like, okay, from the board side, this is not possible, a possible alliance. How do we say no? This is a good question if you want to answer.
Yeah, and I have no idea what's going on back there. Okay. So I would say there are two principles that I think are important. One is the principle that the tactical advantages should never justify the philosophical misalignment. And that's the reason that Volt Europa exists. Also because when you get too close to the ground, you might be too tempted to make the tactical decision even though you have the foundational misalignment. I do not think, I don't know what you guys think, I do not think that this is necessarily the role of the board. I think this is the role of Volt Europa, and we can say that it's the decision of all of us. It's not clear to me that it should be the 9 of us or whoever the board is.
So then there's one big question that we haven't talked about. What if there is an actual disagreement between the national and the European board there?
Ooh.
Because this wouldn't be weird, right? If they are inclined to do that and there would be a conflict of interest, then what to do? And on that note, having clear guidelines beforehand, as Luis said, would be very helpful. But would that be enough? Who would take precedence? Overall, we are Volt Europa, so there's one organization there, and what are we supposed to do? That's going to be remediation at this moment in time because we don't have proper structures for that.
So I have a thought. I do think the how is difficult, but I do think that the reason we're all here together is that we agree that to be part of a family, we are going to have to agree on certain things at the Europe level. And so I think it's very important that the national chapters understand that that comes with...
You're out of time, Luis, sorry.
Well, it's been a pleasure.
Very good.
You wanted to say something?
You do ask a very difficult question. If this is not something that has been thought through in our statutes and in the policies that we already have, it's definitely something that's going on the agenda now. But ultimately, Europa should be able to take a decision that ultimately affects all of us. And if the nation, if the national chapter is inclined to forge an alliance and we deliberate and come to the conclusion that this is not in all our best interest, we shouldn't do it.
Yeah. I would be inclined to agree with that. We are a value-driven organization, as Luis said. We are together for
You're
one
out of
unity.
time, Mike, sorry.
Maybe what I can just add is the board is not necessarily here to tell them what to do or say that we need to create a coalition or not. What we need to do is make sure that it is in our best interest, is not affecting our brand, is not affecting our values, and the philosophy why we are all here in the first place. We are the guardians of our brand, and that's where we should be. And what we should really step in is if the coalition partner is not adequate for us, then we should really step in and say that no, that's not going to fly. But we are the ultimate guardians of the brand.
Lucas, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like...
Well, seeing as I still have a little bit of time, I want to tie into what Luis was saying earlier. which is, yes, there needs to be a framework, but Emma is also right in pointing out that over the last 6 years, we have forged a pretty clear direction of where to go and the parameters to do that within. And to think about all the possible variables that could come into play when we go about something like this, it's going to take a lot of time and mental capacity for things that may not come up. Now, that doesn't mean they shouldn't be thought about, but I don't think the board is the place to do that preemptively. And do I still have time? A little bit. So, by definition, when this comes to the European board, the national chapter will have thought this through, will have made...
And that's it. Sorry.
Okay, thanks guys.
Janko will have a video at the end after we're all done with the Q&A. Okay, thank you for the debate. That was a very spirited and good debate. I think we all learned something new. And now you must answer my questions free. 3 minutes again. First question. How well do you think we currently connect to the concerns of Europeans who are not obvious Volt voters? And how can we improve? Again, how well do you think we currently connect to the concerns of Europeans who are not obvious Volt voters? And how can we improve?
Yep. I would like to start with that because we had a quite disastrous national result in the Netherlands. And this is exactly the thing that I've seen a lot of people talking about. How do we connect with people? Are we talking about the topics that we are supposed to be talking about? And the answer can be no. Because climate change is very important. It's the major issue of our generation. But if people are literally concerned about the feeling of not being able to eat tomorrow, or the threat of having literal enemies in their midst, it's going to be deprioritized. So what are we talking about then? If this is the main concern that some nation is talking about, and it's the main talking point in elections, then aren't we doomed to fail? I think not, because I think we have a beautiful policy program that is very diverse, and we can talk about these things. There are many things we can talk about, and it's about diversifying our message and be a little bit more strategic in how we talk about. We have the Volt brands. Reach the low-hanging fruit first. In a lot of countries, we need to grow first. And then we need to work on diversifying and making sure that our message becomes broadly acceptable in countries.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I didn't raise my hand, but since I'm here and when I raise my hand, everyone is looking there, it's a little bit harder. No, I agree that maybe the problem is not what we are saying, but how we're saying it. I feel like we have, of course, some elite problems in our policy that we talk about. So if we look around, you can see what is the type of voters, it's very clear. So, of course, at a certain point, we will have to be a little bit more diverse in our message. But the main problem, I feel, it's how we talk about things. So the approach of having technical solutions to people problems, even before they had the chance to tell us what their problems are, it's something that we want to do because we feel like experts. We are sometimes experts. And I feel it's a bias of experts to just know, I know what it has to be fixed, let me fix it. But we can arrive to the same solution and to the same policies in a different way, talking more to people rather than at them, and gathering from them the solution to the problems that we see and I feel are very important, and we shouldn't compromise them to get closer to some populist right-wing parties. So I feel the values are there. Maybe we can change the way we talk about them.
Point of order. Why don't you come sit over here? Yeah. Janko is going to be on the big screen later.
Can I?
It's about the mic, not about the seat. Yeah. We don't want you to feel sidelined.
Yeah. It's a bit weird, thank you.
Better.
I think it was...
Yes? Can I? Yeah. Matej, can you repeat the question one more time, please?
Sure. So, how well do you think we currently connect to the concerns of Europeans who are not obvious Volt voters, and how can we improve?
We don't. Like Mike said, and like we're so aligned. We have an ideology, we have points that are good for everyone. We're super progressive, and we should never let go of that. But some of these things resonate more with people who are not obvious Volt voters than others. And that's okay. Mike mentioned we have to grow in smaller chapters. And broadening our message to try to appeal to everyone at this stage of where we are as a movement isn't the right strategy. Even, I would argue, in our largest chapters in Germany and in the Netherlands, we are larger, but we're not at the point where we're going to be the people's party that everyone wants to find some resonance with. So to stick to our spear points and find our allies, the people that are closest to us, should be a priority so that we can cross at least the obvious thresholds of getting more seats in the European Parliament, becoming a European party, and we'll take it from there.
Jennifer.
Mike said in the beginning, like, how can you think of, like, I don't know, let's say LGBTQ plus rights when you are struggling to get food on the table? And I think that's a very important point, and I want to kind of connect to that, what already was mentioned about like broadening our message. I don't think it's necessarily so much about broadening our message and trying to catch all of the votes, and I don't think it's about leaving our ideals behind. I think it's kind of trying to reconcile these things, because like when we address some other more prevalent needs in society or in the citizens that they are facing in their everyday life, they will also be more open to talking and addressing other topics that are important to us. And so I think it's not so much about necessarily broadening it and like making it watery or whatever, or leaving our ideals behind, but kind of finding a good balance and reconciling these things with each other. And while working on these things that are maybe more important to some citizens at the moment, still continue working at climate change, human rights, all of these things, because while they might not see it in the moment, because all they can think is like, how do I pay this right now, it will benefit them in the long term, because climate change affects poor people more than it does rich people, right? Human rights are more important for marginalized groups than maybe possibly the average citizen. So that's what I think we should at least try to do. I know it's hard.
No one said that they're not affected by it, but they don't have the capacity to care about it as much as some of us more secure Europeans do. How do you look at that? Yeah.
Okay. I thought I answered that already, actually, in what I was saying. Like, repeat your question really quickly.
So I hear you point out that it matters to everyone, and poor people are more affected by climate change, but the question was whether or not we should.
Yeah, and I said that when we address the more prevalent things, they also have more room to maybe think about these things. And I said that when we work at these things that are more prevalent to the citizens at the moment, that doesn't mean we need to stop working on the other things that will benefit them in the long term. You know what I mean? So, like, we can work on both things kind of situation.
Okay, maybe, sorry.
Hold up.
Sorry.
Yeah, please be careful with your time. Jennifer, you are at 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Please don't use all your time on just the first question.
How many questions were there?
3.
Point of order, don't we get new timing for every question?
No, so there are 3 minutes for all 3 questions. That's why I'm saying.
All right,
careful.
very good. Thank you very much. I don't believe that we should compromise our values, or because that's what we came here for. We are pragmatic, progressive, pan-European, European federalist party. I think what we should do is we should develop our policies, our positionings at the European level, that encompasses all of our members. And of course, at the national level, we need to know how to adapt them, push them in a specific way, communicate them in a specific way that adheres to the values or understandings of politics of this country. You cannot expect the same communication will work in Austria as it would work in Cyprus, or in Czechia and in the Netherlands. Certain communications have to be done in these different ways, and adhering to the values and cultures of the different countries as well. We can always have a wiggle room to adapt those things, but never compromise our values and positions and policies that we develop together at the European level.
So I don't think anyone disagrees with the fact that we should compromise on our values. I think this is a matter of agenda setting. What are the topics that we talk about? Our policy program is broad. We have a lot to talk about a lot of things. So it's rather about what are our main talking points during election X and Y. If people want to hear about migration, we have great stuff about that. We have very compelling arguments that go far beyond just the progressive side. It's proven to be appealing to the center and even to the right. If climate change is one of our core messages and we say this is our core agenda point, then we probably should make sure we keep that an agenda point as well, but we should take more care and be strategic about how we work on these things.
I also wanted to answer. Yeah. So just a couple of thoughts. So one is that I think the far right and the far left are they're very good at saying things that are wrong but feel right. It's the elites, it's the migrants, and I think that we are mediocre at saying things that are right many times but feel wrong. And that's very challenging. And so I think there are two things, to answer your question, I think there are two things that are very important, because we do need to get to people's minds and hearts in a more profound way. I think one of them is that we need to involve creative marketing. There are creative ways of sharing a message that is not about explaining the virtue of our rationale, it's about appealing to people's hearts. And I frankly am not very good at that. I don't know, maybe we have it internally, otherwise we do need to hire it. The other way is that I'm a big fan of, Emma and Lucia and a few others that are all into the community, because I do think that that's when we get the proximity and the time to listen, to feel together with them, to show empathy, and by listening and showing empathy, hopefully opening up their hearts a bit. Thank you.
You're opening my heart, man. That's very good.
Okay. So next, a fairly related question. By the way, take a quick look at your time. Think about how much you want to talk. So this one is a little bit related. Do we focus too much on young, highly educated people as our voter base? Again, do we focus too much on young, highly educated people as our voter base?
I will kick this off. I've been part of the data analytics team for 3 years, and this is voter segmentation. So you all saw the profiles there, and I saw that a lot of people were asking, why are we not focusing on this group? Why are we not focusing on that group? This is a strategic thing. So this is data-driven. These are the people that are more likely to vote on us based on the information that we have available. It's not about the simple fact that we need to focus on those and those. Yes, we should. But let's make sure we grow first and then reach outward.
Yes,
I have
strategic
nothing to add.
prioritization.
Yeah, that's spot on.
I don't have time.
Fair. Well, me neither.
Maybe I'll use 30 seconds to say that I think our message can be appealing to even people who didn't go to an Erasmus, if we can reach them, because I feel like we've been online a lot, and I'll do my song and dance and says, yes, you should go to the local level, to the assemblies, to the whatever supermarket, because you will never reach them if you actually they don't hear you, maybe don't have Instagram. Okay.
Thanks. I also believe that it's also also has to do a lot with communication. The way we often explain things is addressing academics as well. As we are a mostly academic party, we can also adapt our communication that we do for different groups of people living in different cultural situations across the continent. You cannot expect the same communication to be working in every single one. You got to also make sure that the points that you're trying to convey, why they should care about those points in a specific way that actually meets their needs as well. Giovanni?
We do that, only strategically towards some of the profiles that you've seen presented this morning, because that's where we have most to gain. Or it's the groups that are most likely for our message to resonate with, and then we tailor the message according to the group and what they prioritize.
Tech team, you have taken like 20 minutes from Lucas.
Could I get a refund?
Forgotten to start the timer on Giovanni. 20 seconds, sorry.
Can I get a refund?
I hope so. We can get a refund because, you know.
20 seconds less for you, 20 more for you.
I'll try to
Fair.
remember. I'll try to remember, okay.
Are we all, sorry, I was just going to add one thing, tiny, but I actually think the way you represented our voter in the question is actually not accurate, and Mike probably has a much better view of who our voters are.
Thank you.
For instance, young,
Yeah. There are more.
I mean, to tie into this with, yes. The groups that we focused on most in the Netherlands and where we've seen most growth has been both these educated student sort of up to 30, 34, and in the silver Volt category, people above 55 also really agree with the message and the sound that we're making for completely different reasons. And so, yes, Luis, the question is incomplete.
Okay, thank you. Now for the final question, so feel free to use all of your time. What do you think about political differences between chapters? Once more, what do you think about political differences between chapters?
We're a big family and there will be disagreements and we will never be all on the exact same page, and we have to learn to live with that to at least some extent, and we have to learn how to properly discuss and fight about these topics without tearing us apart and without thinking this is the end of Volt.
I would like to add to that. I agree with that completely. We are a pan-European party first. There are cultural differences. Most of the time we can be politicians. Some of the times we need to be diplomats first before we become politicians again.
Jenny is completely right, and so is Mike. Blank. Can you repeat the question one more time?
Okay, so what do you think about political differences between chapters?
They're inevitable. And like Mike said, it's a cultural difference. We're not going to be able to agree on everything all the time, but I would rather focus on the things that we do agree with rather than our differences.
Sorry. First. No, go ahead. Okay. Maybe what I can add is that we should try to exercise a little bit more, everyone in Volt, why we believe the things we believe. So try to have some type even of tools to be able to extract our bias and be able to explain it to others. So I think the hardest part for me, being an Italian and explaining what my position on any hard topic is that first I have to know why I think that way, where does it come from. And I believe if we can do that and speak to each other like live, like having conversations, I feel that we can find at least some common ground or understanding, which would be the minimum, I would say. But if I don't even know where I'm coming from, do I have this opinion, what experience in my life brought me to this point, it's very hard to explain it to others. So I think we should try and help this at the European level.
Thank you, Emma. That's all the time.
Well, I think disagreements between chapters is inevitable. We will always have, and in the past 2 years, we've had plenty. The question is, how do we deal with them? There are many ways we can actually deal with them way before, through the board or through the country council, so we can actually have discussions about it. How can we bridge the gap? How can we actually address some of those basing on our policies? If we don't have a policy, can we take a political positioning, or can we do a concilium? There's many democratic ways we can actually solve this gap. However, there will be times in which even those processes will be extremely divisive. For those cases, then we can actually find more cohesive ways of making sure that we have a decision through J's or a European board coming in to step in, making a strong decision together with the country council, and also, of course, always taking to the J, making sure that we actually come up with a decision. The pockets of tools that we have is numerous. We know we need to play the cards right and in the right order as well to make sure that everybody's heard.
Nice. Yeah. All right. I will use my last few seconds to just say thank you to Johannes Hertel for doing a very ungrateful but extremely important job there in doing exactly this.
Yeah. Woo!
I still have a little, I still have a few seconds. I would say that there is going to be disagreement between countries. There is inside each chapter disagreement, and people like to talk. There is going to be disagreement between any two people in Volt that sit in the same room for half hour. And that's all great, as long as, the way it is now, we can always look at the other person or the other chapter or the other group and say, I'm proud of how they think. I'm proud and happy that they push my own thinking, and I'm happy that we're in this room together. And that's the only thing that we should always try to promote. Within that, disagreement is healthy and something that I appreciate.
Anyone?
I still have so much time now that I waited, but I really don't have much to add, and I'm not so much about repeating myself all the time. So if there's no more other questions, I'm fine with letting my time be.
Can we take other questions?
I'm afraid not.
Okay, and on my side, I'll just give a few seconds back to everyone. They're probably tired. It's been a long stretch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the candidates. Hope you enjoyed our little Q&A.
Thank you for enduring this for 2 hours.
And, I hope you won't kill me for keeping the time, but, them's the rules. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good sharing.
What about Janko?
Yes, we will have a video from Janko. Thank you for reminding me.
Let's stay. Okay.
Represent Janko.
Thanks. I think my answers to these 3 questions will all be very similar, because I think this is all about the fundamentals. For me, this is about having a strong party office, basically an evolution to what we have right now as the General Secretary's office. And this office is mainly tasked then with implementing the strategy laid out by the board. And I see the key job of the board not to micromanage the organization, especially the non-executive members, but to lay down the strategy. And a key strategic consideration is how do we get resources in, and that means money, and that means great people, be they volunteers, part-timers, full-timers. This means we have to show up, everyone on the board, with a fundraising and recruiting mindset. But to fundraise and recruit, you first and foremost need to have a tight strategic vision, so people know what they actually invest their time and money into. And that's our key job. Now, let's get to the questions. How do we ensure that the European functional teams are supported? So what we call functional teams is actually quite a diverse set of people with completely different aims and needs. I have been in functional teams for a long time, and the common denominator, I think, are that we want to avoid the teams do double work. We want the teams to know who they actually, quote-unquote, report to, even though they're volunteers. Like, who can they approach on the European level? And lastly, we want them to know what they actually should do. I can tell you from my own experience in the data analytics team for, 2 years, we did a lot of stuff, whatever we wanted really. Nobody ever told us what to do and what would be useful for the organization. It was a lot of fun. We all became great buddies. But I suppose that if we had some strategic guidance, we could have done even better work. And that's exactly what I mean. This has to be assured, and this will be assured if we have a strong party office, and therefore we need to think about where the resources for that come from. Secondly, how do we promote cooperation between the national chapters? So this is something that actually Lucas and I have worked on, some people will know this, for a long time, getting people from all over Europe to support elections in Bulgaria, in Portugal, in the Netherlands. And what I personally have learned is that the support always comes out of individual initiative. So you can really not force people to do it, but you have to give people the opportunity and make it as easy as possible for them. So basically, what it really needs is an established local team that asks for what it needs. Because maybe you might be surprised by that. It's not that productive to fly somebody 1,000 kilometers across Europe and then they distribute flyers on a block where the person living on this block would have done that. That's not very efficient. So you need people locally that make these decisions, that understand, okay, for this we need people, we want exactly that to show to the media and so on. So how does the European board come into this? I think the right strategy here is not to try to coordinate 5 people in country A and 5 people in country B, but to get more countries and local teams to stand on their own feet so they can self-organize exactly that. And then, sure, help them, but this, what I said before, is a requirement. So we should go from 1.5 countries where we kind of self-sustainable can somehow exist to 3 or 4. That is the biggest goal that we should follow. And there I support the strategy that the previous board has implemented to hire full-timers for many different countries, although we could, this was also a discussion in the previous board, we could have a debate about whether there should be, we should focus more on specific countries or do like a bridgehead strategy and use the resources gained from that to expand further instead of going broadly. But this is a different discussion. Regarding participation, I think it's important not to look at the percentage number and then panic completely. Currently, the number of members voting is in the low single digits, and there are lots of ways to get that up. Low-hanging fruits, I think, make it easier to vote. I still remember the voting form for the non-executive members in Portugal 2021. It took me half an hour to vote. And I was very motivated, and I got it done, but not everybody was. If you look at the data, there's a huge steep drop-off for that specific vote. It's impossible to do. And so it really matters to make it simple. Leave the votes open for longer, for several weeks. Send email reminders. Don't ask members to vote on questions that are silly and unimportant. And translations. If the voting forms are easy, translation also is easy. But let's think about maybe participation. If we do all this, participation maybe goes up to 10%. And if 100K people would join us tomorrow, it goes back to 1%. And that's maybe okay. We shouldn't get completely flustered about this one specific number. There's a lot that we can do to get it up, but we should not look at it and be panicky and jump to conclusions. So yes, these are my answers to these questions. Take care. Have a nice rest of your day.
Thank you to Janko as well, and sorry for almost forgetting about him, and thank you for reminding me. So one more round of applause for our gathered candidates, and thank you. Thank you. Yeah, leave them here, and we'll gather them up, and I shall invite our wonderful host back on stage to carry on from here.
Hi everyone, how are you doing? There we go, people still awake. We're officially in the graveyard shift, so you're doing great. Please give yourself another round of applause for being such a great audience. A bit more, a bit more. Yeah, there we go. Thanks a lot. We're not through yet. There's still a few agenda points, so thanks for sticking by. I see a lot of people networking. We're here for that as well. That's great. If you're tired, stand up, get caffeinated. Yeah, great that you're sticking with us. As a next agenda point, we will have Jost explaining us together with Laura. Sorry. Claudia, Sarah, and Jost explaining us the rules on the voting. So please give them a warm welcome on stage.
Thank you. Hello, Volters.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so we're here to explain to you how to vote today. It's pretty straightforward. So all of you hopefully have by now received an email, and if not everyone, please write an email to help@volteuropa.org, and they will fix your issue. Don't send it to us, Electoral Committee, because we have no power over that. Send it to help@volteuropa.org. So if you have received the email, you will find that image. No, can you go back? Yes, your voting token. That token is personal. Don't share it with anyone. And if you click on that token, you will be able to see all the votes that we will open soon. So for now, you will not see anything, just the vote you already casted a few weeks ago, vote number 1. And once you click on the vote that you want to cast, in the next slide, you can see how you can vote. The vote is per preference. That means you have to vote for all the candidates you see there, and you have to vote your most favorite to your least favorite one. So number 1 will go to, let's say, red, because you really like red, like my dress. And then you go down to the yellow, which is number 4, and that's your least favorite candidate. Please do not forget to actually cast your vote. Otherwise, it will not be recorded by us, and we will not be able to process it. Afterward, you can see that we will count the votes. And the votes will close at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. There will be no chance for you to vote anymore. And apart from not being able to vote, which will make the vote invalid in case we would receive it afterward, you have other 2 possibilities to have an invalid vote. One is in case you modify or delete your token. Please do not change that field in the form. Another possibility to make your vote invalid if you cast your vote multiple times, and in that case, we will only consider your last vote valid. How do we proceed afterward as Electoral Committee? How do we count our votes? As we saw at the beginning, you have to cast your vote per preference, your most favorite, and then the least favorite candidate you have to vote for. What we do, as we said before, is to remove the invalid votes, and afterward we rank the candidates. The highest ranked candidate of each voter will receive 1 point. 1 point equals 1 vote. And we use one formula to do so. So you can see here, a candidate to be elected has to reach a threshold, and the threshold has to be equal to the number of votes of points or votes casted divided by the number of seats available. An example is, if we have 300 points or 300 votes, and if there are 3 seats for 1 position only, then the threshold has to be 100. And now I'm going to pass the word to Claudia, who's going to explain the next step that the Electoral Committee takes to count the votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So, after that we have checked how many valid votes do we have and what's the threshold, that's the quota, we will do a first round. If one or more candidates will go above and reach the threshold, any points received above will be redistributed to the second choice of the same vote. Like I said, it was red, blue, yellow. The red will go to the blue for a proportion. And like no, back the example. The blue has 150 points. The threshold we said is 100. So we have 50 points that will be redistributed proportionally to the next preferred choice of voters. So your voice will count, even if your first choice is in. If you are really a lot, we will go on the second option, so that the voice really, really, really count about what we want. We can go on. If no candidates reach the threshold, or we already redistributed and there is no one that reached the threshold, then we look at the candidate with the least points, and he is eliminated. But we will go through the second choice, and we will redistribute his or her votes, its vote, so that if your voice is not heard because this person didn't reach the threshold, then we will have a second choice that can be who has been elected. For example, the yellow, that's the least one, has 20 points. He is eliminated, and its 20 points are redistributed to the next preferred choice. That's still in the race, because it could be someone that's already eliminated or elected. So they're out of the run, because when you reach the threshold, you're done. You're in, that's all. You can go on. The process will be repeated until we fulfill all the positions, or just are the number of seats as the candidates remain. 3 seats, 3 people on the run, it's done, we're finished. There are nationality and chapters rules. So elected co-presidents cannot be from the same singular nationality, neither from the same chapter. That's why we asked to candidates if they have multiple chapters to express for which chapter they wanted to run for. And in the entire board, there cannot be more than 2 members from the same chapter. The votes of the executives are counted first because of the priority. In our internal rules, it's written that if a co-president of a nationality is elected, then you can just have another member from the same chapter in the rest of the board. So that's the priority. So we will count first for the executives. Can go on. Oh, that's the Valomart. Do you know what's the Valomart? You go here with your phone, interaction, you get this, and you answer the questions that are there, and you can see who's the most aligned candidate with you and what you think. So, I think we're done. Jost, come here. I really want to thank you, all of you, and Sarah, and Jost, and we will say tomorrow, and then we're done. So, thank you.
If you have any question, look at us and come and find us so that we can explain it better to you if you have any doubts. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. Super important in a democracy, and especially internal democracy, to have the right procedures in place. So thanks a lot to the team for briefing you. And if you have any questions, just let us know. Before we move on to the next agenda item, I need you to give a big round of applause to our organizers. They have been working tirelessly for the last 6 months to get you here, to get us all together. And big applause for them, please. Thank you. Amazing. Thank you very much. And thanks to the team. Really amazing job. As a next step, we'll be working about our cash. And we will have Johannes Heinrich come on stage. Not yet. Okay. First we need to open the votes. Could be nice.
So just 1-2 minutes, we open all the votes. To declare that the female diverse co-president vote is open at 15:29 today. The male diverse co-president vote is opened at 15:30 today. We are opening all the other votes. We just have to make sure that we give you the correct timing. That's obligation, so thank you for the patience. We're doing this right now. You can, if you want, open your mails, check your token, check the Valomat who's there, start already for the first two. Keeping in mind that you can't have more than 2 people of one national board, national chapter in the board. I announce the next vote of the treasurer that is about to open at 15:31 today. We will open 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes. Thank you for your patience. As I already said, if you want, you can scan and check the Valomat. Already vote if you know who you want to vote for. We just opened the vote for the female diverse non-executive board members at 15:32 today. So you can now vote for already 4. Give your vote for 4 different possibilities or groups. We will open also the male diverse non-executive board members. I just have to wait for the exact time. And I see a lot of people are on their phone. No, it's not yet open. The mail is not yet open. We are opening it. When I announce the time, it should be open. It is open, actually. Yay.
Okay.
So right now open, you have treasurer, male diverse co-president, and female diverse co-president. Open, as just announced.
Yeah, for the budget. This is me.
And thank you all for your attention earlier at the debates, at the question rounds. We hope you could make yourself a nice opinion who you want to vote for. The female diverse non-executive board members vote was opened today at 15:34. And thank you all for your patience. We have to go one step after the other. This is all a procedure we have to follow up as a political movement to make it all right and correct and party. So we have the male diverse non-executive board members vote open at 15:35. the male diverse non-executive board members vote is open. So that's it for the board votes.
We good?
And we will announce all the others once they are opened. We will just double check to make sure that the confirmation that was given is all good. And I will hand over to Johannes. Thank you so much, and enjoy the vote, yes.
Thanks a lot. Just to clarify, you can vote until tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, yeah? And results will be announced at 11:30. Okay, I got that right. Thanks a lot. So vote like your life depends on it. As the next session, we'll finally have our budget session and the auditing. It will be Johannes Heinrich coming on stage. Please give him a round of applause. Johannes. Very nice surname.
Hello. I know I was in need of a vacation, but I didn't think the auditorium would look like one, but it's a good start. Bonjour à tous. Comment allez-vous? Vous sentez-vous plein d'énergie? No? Okay, maybe in English. Hi everyone, I hope you're doing well and that you have some energy left for the day. It doesn't feel like it. Maybe we start this session with getting up. I would invite all of you to just stand up for like a 30-second. We'll also count towards your rings. Move a bit, because this is going to be so interesting. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. This is a good start. You can remain standing or you can sit down again. I'm just happy that I moved you guys already. It's a good start. So, short overview of what I will talk about, and I really try to keep it short because, yeah, we're already a bit late in the program. I'm going to talk about the financial results, so the Q3 financial results plus October, and the forecast until the end of the year. Then the larger part of my presentation is going to focus on the budget plans for 2024, and then I'll end my presentation with the explanation of the votes, which I understand are already open, but I'll cover it again just to make sure. Before we go into the nitty-gritty numbers, I want to mention again how special this last year has been. When I joined as a co-general secretary in the end of 2020, Volt was operating on a budget of less than 200,000 euros. And this year we had the chance to work with more than 1 million euros in budget, so that's fantastic. This is thanks to, good stuff. This is thanks to a number of large donations that we were able to secure fairly early in the year. And I will get back to the importance of fundraising over the course of this presentation. What this allowed us to do was to build a professional full-time team that is advancing the organization and helps us prepare and professionalize for the EP elections in 2024. This year we managed to hire 12 people to the team, which is something that this board is extremely proud of and which has shaped the way we work and will so do so in the future. This is the moment to clap, actually. And this growing organization obviously has also impacted how we look at our numbers. Oh. Don't be afraid of the jungle of numbers. This reporting is also available on Workplace together with all of the commentary. I just want to highlight a few things for you. At the end of October, we stand at a total income of 778,000 euros this year. This is still below budget, but we expect a number of large donations just still to come in this year. And we also have one big membership fee outstanding from Volt Netherlands, which will also help to push this up. Now, what did we spend this money on? We now stand at total expenses of 692,000, very hard to read all the way in the bottom. The biggest chunk of this goes to personnel expenses, so the salaries we pay to our full-time employees. That's 339,000 euros. That's also still less than budgeted because we basically hired the people throughout of the year, or spread the hirings throughout of the year, and it also took more time than we originally had anticipated. Another big cost items are the expenses for IT. Here we spent 146,000 as we worked on the member management system replacement and reworked our entire website setup. Other big expense items include travel expenses for the growing full-time team, and a course of course, the two physical general assemblies here in Bucharest and here in Paris tonight. As a result, we see a positive remainder, which is something good to say, of 100,000 euros. I'll call it profit, but it actually is just an addition to our reserves, and this will become relevant when we talk about the budget in a couple of minutes' time. We also look forward, right? So this was where do we stand currently, that's financial results, this is the forecast, this exercise obviously becomes a lot easier as the year goes along because, as you can see on the top right, there's only 2 more months to forecast, and I have a pretty good feeling of what's still coming. So as I said, we still expect a number of larger donations until the end of the year, so hopefully our income will come to 1.48 million euros this year. We also still have a number of larger expenses, so obviously we continue to pay our personnel, and if you look at it, we currently run at about 60,000 euros of just personnel expenses per month, so our burn is quite high. We also still have marketing expenses set up as we really try and pilot our first social media campaigns in 2 countries, Slovakia and Spain. A number of projects on chapter support, of course some more spent on IT because we're trying to sort of finalize the project on MMS. Total expenses come up to 1.08 million, which means this should allow us to add another 400,000 to our already existing reserves at the end of this year. And this would leave us with 670,000 euros left in the bank. And also those will become more important in the next couple of minutes. Now you might ask yourself, why would they not spend the money that they already this year? Why didn't we go all out? And we'll cover this in the budget, but to cut the story short, we wanted to make sure that we could employ the full-time team until after the elections, so that's basically our fallback plan in any of the potential income scenarios. So what we can promise is that we have the full-time team around until end of July of next year, which is good news for the campaign. And this brings us to the budget. Okay, this you should have seen if you were at last year's budget presentation, because the way we structure the budget hasn't changed much. We basically take inputs from the functional teams and staff. They submit their action plans and project and expense requests, and then the fundraising and finance team works out what we think are possible income scenarios, but we also determine the core cost. Core costs are basically all costs that are already committed before the year begins. So personnel costs, but also software licenses, insurance, rent, those things. And then the European board also submits project proposals and expense requests. And then the European finance team and the GSO take all of these inputs and we consolidate them in the cost or the expense requests and the income scenarios and right-size the cost. Right-size the cost means that if the functional teams have very ambitious and broad ideas of what they could all do, then we try to make sure that this is somewhat evenly spread across the organization and that it follows our strategic ideas of what should happen in the year to come. And then we propose it all back to the functional teams because these are their requests. They should understand like what we want to go forward with before we present it to the board and the CC. So this has been seen both by the board and the CC, and they have approved it. You don't have to read this, but what I want to say about like the budgeting process is, and this is true for this year as it was for last year, we're a really dynamic organization. I mean, I talked about how quickly our budget has developed. That also makes it even more difficult to plan ahead. And because most of our income comes from donations, that is super difficult to plan. So what we did last year, we also do this year. We work with scenarios. I'm just going to talk you through the 3 scenarios, and I'm going to talk through them while I do this presentation. So this is a bit repetitive, but I want you to understand like what we talk about with those 3 scenarios. So base case scenario, also called keeping the lights on. So in a base case scenario, we look at the already committed donations we have and the money we have in the bank. Remember the 670,000 euros, and that money we basically try to spread over the year and see how far we come. Because it's a very conservative way in budgeting to look at it and say, okay, if we don't get any additional income, what will we still be able to do? This is the base case scenario, and what the good thing that I said already before, it will allow us to keep our employed staff until after the elections, so end of July, a bit of time for post-mortem, and then keep on the core team after that. So the core 5, executive board and general secretary office are always planned for until the end of the year. Then, the mid-case scenario, that obviously believes in the fact that we can fundraise also towards our election campaign, and I'm still very convinced that that's the case, and we're also committed in the team to make this happen. So the mid-case scenario, the fundraising team commits to fundraise additional 650,000 euros, which would then pretty much be focused on supporting the national chapters, but especially running the European Parliament campaign. So base case, keeping the lights on. Mid case, we try to spend money on the election campaign. And then the best case scenario, and we'll talk about the probabilities of these in a second, this is obviously where all dreams come true, and we have a lot of money to spend for our election campaign and also for the organization. And in this scenario, the ambition is 2.5 million. And that would then allow to basically run a campaign for 25, 23, I'm not even sure what the numbers anymore, but above 20, and seats in the EP elections, and have a sizable reserve to also develop the organization and our IT infrastructure and so forth. But I'll come back to the probability, so don't get too close to that scenario yet. Okay, so this is also something you know, but I'll repeat it because it's slightly different for 2024 than it was for 2023. Volt has, in 2024, 3 sources of income. Those 3 sources of income are, again, donations, large donors and crowdfunding, trading income, this is the GA tickets that are apparently too expensive, but and merchandise sales, and then the parliamentary contributions from Damian. What we won't have next year is membership fees from the membership associations. And now, before you celebrate too early, this means you still have to pay your membership fees to your national chapter, but they won't pass anything on to us. Because we wanted to make sure that Volt Europa doesn't need that money because we are elsewhere financed, but that the national chapters can use their membership fees to really invest into their campaigns. And I think that's a very important step and something we will vote on today. And then grants, that's something we've tried and never really succeeded. Thank you. That's something we've tried and never really succeeded. It doesn't mean that we cannot go back and try that in the future again, but for now, the focus, our strategic focus is just, that's outside of our scope for now. Now, back to the income scenarios and their probability, because I want to make sure that I manage expectations right. So, the base case here, because here we're working with money that is basically already in the bank or should come into the bank over the next couple of months and is committed for next year, the probability of that is very high. The income scenario, on the other hand, also is much lower of what we will look in terms of income this year. So it's only 61% of what we had this year, 1.47 million, you saw it before. And so this is basically our backdrop option and conservative planning. The mid-case scenario, this is where the team commits to 650,000 additional fundraising and a total of 870,000 in income. This would pretty much give us a budget just like this year, so 105% of this year's total income budget. The probability of that is medium to high because we've started to hire people that work towards that goal. We have a fundraising lead in Sandra. We've started all of those relevant conversations with the potential large donors. We're trying online sourced crowdfunding campaigns that also drive outside of the realms of Volt. So we really try to get new people to get to know us, but also to donate. So that's where we see a medium to high probability. And then there's the best case scenario where we manage to rake in 3 million euros in addition to our existing reserves. This would obviously more than double the income scenario or the income from this year. But yeah, I want to, again, manage expectations. The probability of that is fairly low. Also, if you just look across the sort of like the landscape of political parties, donations of that size and in that magnitude are seldom to come by, and we're happy that we managed to get a really large donation this year, and we'll work hard towards it going forward. Now, that was income scenarios. Now we talk about where we spend the money in 2024. I talked about it. Base case scenario is keeping the lights on. So that also means most of the spend there is already spoken for. So that's the base load cost I talked about before. Those are the teams and the salaries in the teams, social security payments, insurance and stuff for the people we've hired. The basic tech costs, so the licenses for the software that we use across Volt, and servers, domains, and all these things. And then our general costs, legal expenses, and so forth. And then in the base case scenario, we have a bit of space for very important teams, but unfortunately just a bit of space. So the comms team for marketing expenses will get some money. The Polka team for events will get some money. Expansion for chapter support will get some money, but this is really meager because we're really just basing this on the income we already have. Now, in the mid-case scenario, and again, this is the scenario with the most that we were aiming towards and we most likely want to reach, here we now start to focus on the campaign. So the money that is fundraised in addition will go into comms, again, like a big chunk of money for marketing expenses, into academy for training our candidates, into the Polka team for organizing pan-European campaign events, and then there's also for the policy team to drive the policy development process, and then some additional money for tech to make sure that the infrastructure we've currently built is also maintained properly. And then again, the best case scenario here, most of the money will also go into additional campaign spend, a lot more money for ads, a lot more money for big pan-European content campaigns, good ideas we want to fulfill, but again, this is a bit out of reach. Also important, the people we have hired and want to hire, so the sequence of personnel. We've also talked about this last year. This year it looks a bit different because we are already where we promised last year around with the mid-case scenario. So this time, when you look at the base case, this is the executive team, so the co-general secretaries, the co-presidents, and the treasurer. Those will stay on, as I said, throughout the year, those 5 positions. We have fundraising and communication, Polka and expansion. Those roles will stay on until the end of July in the base case scenario. And that also subsumes the base case scenario. In the mid-case scenario, we'll try to hold on to as many of those new positions that we've created. And in the mid-case scenario, this would allow for 5 additional positions. And what's currently proposed by the board, but then the new board can also slightly adapt that due to whatever the situation requires. We would argue for keeping on fundraising until, for good, keeping on the comms roles for good because of the impact that we can already see. Creating a new position as a community coordinator, because that's something that we've basically longed for a long time, but never had the means to do. And then also invest in a full-time tech manager to make sure our tech projects are taken along as best as possible. And then we move to the best case scenario, and here it's a bit a long wish list of things. Everybody gets what they want. So we keep obviously Polka and all of the expansion managers. We have additional personnel for finance, policy, fundraising, and then also intern positions for the elected officials, data analytics, data team, and events. So that's the sequence of hiring that we proposed. That's part of the 3 scenarios. And that brings me again to the 3 scenarios, and this is also sort of wrapping it up already. We've talked about it, base case, keeping the lights on. We'll have next to no additional income. I mean, there's obviously trading income from the General Assemblies. There's already committed donations for next year, which we already know about. And then everything else comes basically from the reserves. We'll spend a lot of money on personnel, as I said, and then split the rest of the money evenly across what's left. Travel costs here seem high, but obviously we also have a team of 15 people that need to travel. The expansion managers need the travel expenses to have the biggest possible impact in their work. Yeah, and that basically creates a fantastic net loss of 630,000 euros, which would then deplete our reserves to 40,000, which we also need, because if we end the year, we also need to have some money available for when we then move into the next year to make sure we don't go under. And that's basically the reserves at the bottom. Similarly, for the mid-case scenario, here we have quite a significant additional income of 760,000. And then, so total income of 870 and 670 will allow us to spend more money than we spent this year. And pretty much more or less the exact same budget we had laid out for this year originally. Again, here personnel costs will rise a bit because we'll keep on 10 FTEs instead of the 5 from the base case scenario. And as I said, marketing expenses, event expenses, and chapter support are on the rise. Here, the cumulative reserves at the end of the year are higher. Why are they higher? Because the running expenses per month are higher. That means we also need to safeguard more money to make sure that we can sustain at least 3 months. That's the IR rule here. And then the best case scenario, and I'm not going to waste too much time on it, 3 million in additional income would be fantastic. And I'm still really looking forward to getting that done. This would allow us to basically fulfill most of our dreams. A lot of investments into the organization, but a killer kick-ass campaign in 2024. I'm not saying that the mid-case scenario doesn't allow for a kick-ass campaign, but this would be obviously heaven. And then basically expenses over the entirety of the organization. And also here, a huge reserve at the end of the year because our running costs will be very high. That is it for the budget. I come to a Q&A session in just a minute, but before I do that, I'll explain to you the votes. So, 8A, I hope the numbering is still correct. Looking at you, is it 8A?
Sorry, is it what?
Is the vote on the budget, is it still 8A? Or have we changed the numbering? Yeah, okay. All of the individual votes are in the one budget vote, but I need to sort of explain the individual elements of it. So, 8A is basically like the big all-encompassing vote on the budget. All of the proposals that we've discussed today are inherent in here, and by our internal regulations and statutes, the General Assembly approves the budget for the coming year. So this is what this vote is about. Part of this, or 8B in this sense, is the confirmation of remuneration of directors. As per our statutes and internal regulations, the directors, so the executive board members, are not remunerated. We have to make an exception by a vote of the General Assembly. This is what you're voting on here, and this is obviously what we ask for because we have this included in our budget proposal. So this is 8B, remuneration of directors. And then 8C, and this is what I've tried to explain before, the contribution that the member associations pay onwards to Volt Europa, those were usually in brackets before, 5, 15, 25. Those we've lowered all to 0. So, because this is also something that's fixed in our internal regulations and something you need to vote on, the brackets this time around are at 0%. So the chapters don't push any money upwards to Volt Europa, but can use the money to run their campaign. That's the last of those 3 relevant votes. There's a caveat to this. Volt Europa will, however, reserve the rights to collect membership fees from its individual members. So if you're a member that isn't a member of a member association, because in your country there's no member association, so you're basically only a member of Volt Europa, then we might still come around and collect your membership fee. We haven't in the past, so this would be new. And now, I'm hoping this is 7, or is it 9? Election of the auditor is 7. Okay, good. So, the election of our auditor. So, maybe I've said it elsewhere and you guys already know, but this year we also professionalized in a way that we hired a professional accounting firm, which helps us with our ongoing accounts, which also helps to reduce mistakes and fines and makes sure that we're 100% compliant with Belgium law. They used to be our auditor. Now that they became our accountant, they cannot be our auditor anymore, but they've proposed someone who they work with a lot, which is GMB or JMB, both Joseph Michel, bedrijfsrevisor, who I already am in touch with. It's a smaller setup from Belgium. Yannick Beus would be our auditor. The expenses he has already basically pitched to us. It's 2,300 euros for the annual audit. And this is the vote that confirms that. The General Assembly needs to confirm the auditor, so this is also important. And with that, I'm already done. This was swift, right? So now we have time for questions. Do we have time for questions? Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. So you know how it goes. You raise your hand, try to be constructive and kind to Johannes, and I will look at you. Yes, there we go. Can you get up so people see you?
Hi. I wanted to ask, in one of the first slides in which you confront the actual data with the budget income, and I want to ask you what kind of budget from the last year was that? The confront.
Ah, yeah, good point. I can jump back to the slide. But so the simple, easy question is, answer is we always, because we already succeeded the base case scenario, we compare ourselves against the mid case scenario. So. This is the mid, so you can always see actual, that's basically what, yeah, the actual numbers, then budget is always the mid-case budget, not just the base case budget. So in the performance, we compare against the mid-case budget. Is that answer? Good. Anybody else?
I have one here.
Okay, there's a couple also in the front.
Hey, I just had a question out of curiosity.
Yeah.
In one of the 2023 realization slides, there was a big travel expenses in December. I was just wondering how that changes over the months. And I don't know, I was just like...
Here you mean? Ah, yeah. Yeah, so organizational reality is that people sit on their expense reports until the end of the year, although they should be handed in every month. But this also, obviously, because we have the GA going, and there's a lot of travel expenses directly related to the General Assembly. And what we do here in the forecast is we also look at what was the total budget for the year, and then if there's still a remainder that hasn't been spent for sort of say safekeeping reasons, I'll put them in December, and if we don't need it, then better, then we have even more reserves to spend next year.
I feel quite guilty because I did this to you also. I expensed at the end of the year. Somebody in front. Yeah.
Yeah, there were questions.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Johannes. I just want to be sure, in one of the successive type, there was a typo, I think, in one of the successive slides, in the second column to the left.
Successive, the one before? Here?
No, one of the next. No.
You say stop?
Can you please
Yes,
repeat
this
the
table.
question,
Yeah.
because I
So
think
he thinks there's a typo, and he wants to understand.
No, yeah.
A typo on the second column from the left. Forecast 2024, you mean, I guess.
No, this is this year's income. Sorry. So what I do is I compare next year's budget, or the idea of income scenarios, with what we have basically achieved in income this year. So this is the forecast until the end of the year. We're still hoping for the 1.47 million. That's also what I presented on the forecast before.
Hands?
There's a hand.
Okay. Where is the hand that Johannes sees? Okay, I'm coming.
Hi.
Get up so people can see you.
Hi. For the membership fees, I'm a bit curious. How did it go, this process? Was it a collective decision with the board and the country council? And I understand the idea is that we help the chapters with a campaign, but we also have chapters that will not campaign because they will not run. So how do you see that, and how the process? And also, thanks for your work these years, given that that's your last day as a treasurer.
Thanks. Good question. I mean, we can also be, I mean, we're 100% transparent, so let's also look at this transparently. There's 2 large chapters that pay the majority of all of the membership fees, right? It's the Netherlands and Germany. It's pretty equally weighed because in Germany the average membership fee of the members is higher, whereas in the Netherlands there's 3 times as many members. So the contributions from both of those countries are 95% of the income that we generate from membership fees. So when we started to work on the budget, I was also approached by both treasurers from Germany and the Netherlands to understand like what our plans were about next year's membership fees. And then when I had a scenario together which would allow, even in the sort of like in the conservative case, the base case would allow us to still have all the people on board, then we presented this to the board, and the board also unanimously decided for basically forfeiting or waiving the membership fees for 2024. Does it answer your question? Okay, cool. There, I think, is one more question. How do we do in terms of time?
Coming forward, I'm going to keep the mic so you can ask the question.
Yeah, I'm new to Volt. Thanks for your explanation. What I still don't get on the membership fees, if Volt is a European party, why wouldn't you continue with the mechanisms that there are money coming from the chapters into a central organization and building it more, doing more, creating more value from a sort of European perspective? Why stopping that mechanism?
So thanks for your questions. The question is, why are we stopping it? I think the better definition is we're pausing it. So from next year onwards, 2025, I would 100% expect that the membership fees are again paid back to Volt Europa. This is an exception because we see the need to have the funds in the chapters for the campaigns, because, and that's then a bit more complication, but Volt Europa is limited from basically from contributing to national parties, because a lot of the countries have party financing regulations that forbid that. And so rather than first getting the money from the countries and then paying it back, it's easier to leave it in the countries for next year. In 2025, I'm hopeful that the membership fees come back to Volt Europa because it's very much needed.
I see.
So we have about like 2 minutes left for questions, which means we're going to go for one more question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I see you. One question left.
Thank you. It's quite a short question. How sure are you about the $500,000 large donation coming in this year?
It's also a good question, and we continue to be very transparent. So if you asked me a couple of weeks ago, I would have said 100%. Now we're in continuous discussion, but we have very positive feedback from the Drumir Foundation, who is the large donor. We might need to split it into two tranches, so one this year and one next year, but I'm still very, very positive and hopeful that we can get it all. And that's even more important, and this is what we talked about a lot today, fundraising doesn't obviously stop with one organization giving us significant money. We continuously work to get additional donors onto our cause. We also look for smaller donors for crowdfunding, because as a matter of, we also don't want to be the party that's only financed by one large organization, right? Credibility-wise, we also want a lot of small donations to make sure that people also favor our cause, even if they have less to give. Does that make sense? You're standing, so do you have a follow-up that I can quickly? No? Or I'll talk, well, then.
Yeah, but if I'm understanding correctly, if that donation doesn't go through, then we don't have the reserves for the worst case scenario for next year.
No, well, I mean, every year when we make a budget, there is obviously some uncertainty in every scenario. So just like that, last year when we presented the budget and presented also the large donation that we were then expecting, it also took us 3 months to get there, which took us longer to make sure that make sure that everything was in place. This is what the reserves are for. That's why at the end of this year, independently of what happens in the next couple of weeks, we'll have 170,000 euros, which will take us quite some time. So there's a couple of months we have in 2024 to make sure that all those donations come in. But at the same point, this is also a reason why we're in discussions with them to make sure that they, well, basically fund us some more money so we can keep going like we used to. Cool. Okay. we're
Perfect, thank
done.
you. Thank you, Rosa. Thank you, Johannes. If you have any more questions for him, reach out directly. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Johannes. Nee, ich mach das dann hier, ist okay. We have to announce 2 other opening of votes. We just opened the appointment of external auditor at 15:57. That vote is open. Also, number 8, as Johannes said earlier, vote on the budget is open at 15:58. Just a little reminder, when you vote, vote 1 for your number 1 and 8 for the less preferred. So your number 1 is given the 1 when you vote, and then you rank from that point of view. We also made a post on the Workplace, on the EU board, elections board channel, so you can have a look and see the presentation that was earlier given by the Electoral Committee. You are also, everybody, welcome to join the Electoral Committee. They're always looking for people who want to participate and help, because this is a lot of work, and everyone joining this committee is welcome, and the help is much appreciated. So maybe you want to think about joining this committee as well. We also have vote number 9 open, which is first vote on members of the conflict resolution body arbitration, open from 16:11. Thank you. The vote for the arbitrations is open for 2 hours. Yes. So the vote for the arbitrations is open for 2 hours, reminder. And your number 1 is the number 1. Thank you.
So, to keep energy levels high, we'll talk about the conflict resolution body. And for that, I would like to welcome Achille, I'm sorry, I'm butchering it.
Hello, everybody. I cannot see, thanks to the lights. So, first of all, can you imagine working every day with Johannes, the person on stage just before? No, better? Yeah. So I said, can you imagine working every day with Johannes, the person on stage just before? So, Johannes, we're going to miss you really a lot. You are definitely number 1. So, yeah, wanted to say that. Conflict resolution, but I have 3 very short things to say. First of all, thank you everybody to apply. As you know, in the first instance, we didn't get any candidates. And now we have we have a lot. We have 11 people here. And I know there are even more people that wanted to apply, but for some, procedural reason, we're not able to make it to this list, which I am truly sorry about. And I really would like the people which will not make it today to the conflict resolution body to please consider join our legal team, to join our governance operations, to join our electoral committee. We definitely need you to streamline the organization, make it better, right? Conflict resolution body, everybody who joins, these are like super jobs to help govern the organization, to resolve conflicts between members, to resolve conflicts between bodies. It's a super important job. It's our court. And I'm really super thankful for these fantastic people who got it to this list. That's all. I'm stopping now. Yeah, sorry. I see you. So, first of all, the 2 votes. First vote is, do you want this person to be on the list? Yes or no. Then there's going to be a count. So, all people who get, let's say, it's going to be the people who get the most yeses, more yeses than noes, who will then be voted upon in a preferential vote in the second round. Now, a third point, if later on today we are going to confirm the integrity syllabus, that will mean that the conflict resolution body will immediately become the arbitration committee, which has wider, a bigger role in the organization. And also the duration of the mandate will be longer. Now the conflict resolution body is 2 years, the arbitration committee will be 3 years. So this is just for you to know. And that said, I'm done. So yeah, thanks, that's all. Sorry to be long.
Thank you so much.
The voting is done. You're good?
Like just before we move on to the next agenda item, let us give you a little bit more background on the arbitrators' vote for the conflict resolution body. So you're gonna have the chance to elect all 5. So the conflict resolution body is gonna be comprised of 4 arbitrators, and we're gonna vote for all of them. But this is a slightly different vote. So the first one is a yes/no. There's 10 candidates, and the first one, you can decide whether or not they should be on the list. And then in the second question concerning the conflict resolution body, you're just gonna select the 5 you want. So there's no ranking, there's a yes/no question, should this person be electable at all? And then you just select the 5s that you prefer. All right, thank you. And now it's the cue for music.
We made it! We survived all this voting stuff. Who's tired? Who's bored? Who's excited? So let's get up and stretch a little bit. We went through the most, I don't know, exciting stuff of what a pan-European movement is, but now, before we move on to how we really create the common European future, and before we discuss the program that I see most of the people flooding the room back so they hear about how do we sell it to our citizens, let's stretch. So, turn to your neighbor and show them your favorite dance moves, or give them your massage, or give yourselves a massage. Give ourselves a lot of love first for the beautiful conversations we've been having today. How do you want to stretch? Do you want to stretch up? To the sides? What's your favorite move? Who wants to come on the stage and show me their favorite dance move you're doing in the morning after 4 hours sleep? Rick, do you want to come? No. Damian, do you want to come? Show me your bathroom moves. Come on up. Woo! Yeah, how do you... That's how you get energized before your sessions. Go ahead.
Amazing, big applause.
Good. Who else? Akile, what's your move? Now everybody's fleeing the first row because they know I can't see further. And now Lucas. Do you want their vote or is the voting over? I don't know. It's the last time he talks to me.
Wow.
Wow! I don't know if I can say Lucas for president. Well, Duarte, I see you. Come on, come on, come on. If there's some reputation that the Portuguese have in the room. Where are my Portuguese? Woo! Go, 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 go. Hey!
Wow.
Good, thank you. You're a free man. I know, sisters, you appreciate that I didn't call on any of you, right? So, now I'll hand over to Paul, Marianne, Rosa, I don't know who else, for an exciting conversation about the program that we're going to be communicating about in the next 6 months.
Please, Paul. if you can come on
Is
stage.
Paul anywhere here?
Paul,
Or are we
Paul?
ahead of the schedule?
No? So if anybody's seen Paul, please tell him to come on stage.
La, 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 la,
I think you scared
la.
everybody. No, they think they need to dance.
This is the last Volt GA I'm moderating ever.
Paul
They're
or
never gonna
Marianne?
ask me again.
Anybody from the team? No?
So give your neighbor a massage while we're waiting.
there's
Oh, I see
somebody
somebody
running.
running towards us. You ready? Good.
Yes.
Who's excited to learn more about the program and what is this thing that we're supposed to sell from Portugal all the way to Slovakia, from Finland all the way to Cyprus?
Hello everybody. Hello again. Are you still excited? More than the morning? It doesn't feel like, eh? Are you excited? Okay, now the energy level is good. Okay, now I'm going to present what it is, the European Campaign Program, as you can see. So that's the first question that you probably ask yourself. What's the European Campaign Program? The European Campaign Program is a communication document, okay? It is a communication document that is designed to present our policies in a more, let's say, straightforward, compelling, and appealing manner. So in the end, the main goal is to reach our target audience, our target voter, okay? The policies that we have in this European Campaign Program are entirely based on the Moonshot program, which is going to be presented after my part. Also, very important to bear in mind, this document, it's a living document, but in the sense that if something major occurs, since it's a strategic document, it can change. But it has to be something very, very major. Let's say that there's a war in the Baltics. Okay, so then the strategy of this document would change, and then maybe some things would be more important than others. But if not, and we hope that we don't have a war in the Baltics, this is not going to change. Okay? Next thing, what does the European Campaign Program look like? Okay, so as you can see here on the screen, the European Campaign Program is a much shorter document than the Moonshot program. It's just a 7-page document, and it has a compelling introduction based on the Volt's narrative. So we got the Volt's narrative and we adapted to make the introduction of this document. And the introduction is an introduction that contains 3 main topics, meaning fixing the EU, climate change and innovative economy, and a more social justice Europe. Then, after these 3 topics, we have 5 or 6 subtopics, and then each one of these subtopics has 3 policies. Again, those policies are based on the Moonshot program, and also it features a QR code that it links it to the Volt webpage. So in the case that we want to hand this to any person while we are campaigning, this person can, oh, okay, what is this? And this person just scans the QR code and then decide that we are a marvelous party and votes for us. How has the ECP been written? The ECP has been mainly written by the European Polka, with the narrative team and the European communication team. And here I have to especially thank you, Kate and Cornelius, because they did a very important work in creating this program. So give a big applause to Kate and Cornelius. Thank you very much. I don't know where are you, but they did a super, super titanic work. Even in the moments that they were even ill. I remember like having meetings where they were actually both feeling pretty poorly, and they were even working at this time. So thank you very much for your work, because without you this wouldn't have been possible. Also, as I said before, I mean, the content is based on the Moonshot program, and also the creation of this document has been shared with the national teams for consultations in case there were like some things that wouldn't work in their national reality. So now what? Next steps. First of all, the ECP is going to be shared on our webpage, okay, as our common European campaign program. So this is going to be a program that is going to be shared for all the chapters running in the EU elections. And this is really important because this is something that really makes us a pan-European party because we're all running on the same document. Second thing is going to be translated in the language of each one of the national chapters because obviously, I mean, for the European level, it's good to have it in English, but at the national level, we need our national voters to understand what's this European campaign program about. And last but not least, and then actually again, the most important thing, please start using it. Please start spreading this all around Europe. Because without it, this work that we've done is not going to be worth it. So please, download it, translate it, and spread it. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to pass the floor to our marvelous policy leads, Claudio and Ines. Are you coming?
Thank you, Paul. Clicker. Clicker.
Yeah, thanks. Hello, everyone. How do you feel? Energized, awake? You don't look energized, you don't sound energized, not awake. So, right, this is an uphill battle, all right? Now, finally, we are starting with the major item of today, the only thing you all are looking for, right? Is that true? They are lying very well. So let's talk about the Moonshot program, right? And I don't know how to use it, but I suppose exactly. The first thing that we would like to talk about with you is why we are calling it a Moonshot program, right? So Ines, why Moonshot?
Well, hello everyone. So indeed, why Moonshot, right? It's a strange name. Where does it come from? A moonshot is a project, it's a big goal and a big objective that you look forward to. It's those goals that you know are really, really hard to get to, like when we wanted to put a man on the moon. It's really, really hard to do. It's a very ambitious objective, and you need a great team to work on this, and we all need to work together to achieve that objective. So that's a moonshot. And we need moonshots, and we need moonshots in Europe right now because there's populism. We just saw what happened in the Netherlands. Populists are gaining ground, they're dividing. And so we need moonshots because we need ambitious objectives that we can work together on to combat this.
Very well said. Now, of course, while we have tried to make our effort together with you to write this program, we couldn't have done it without having in mind the values that we cherish and we uphold in Volt. And that's our way of doing politics, which is also affecting our way we do policy, right? So let's actually look at the values, right? Because many talk about them, but you know, listening and listing them is actually quite refreshing. So first of all, the program, for the first time, is inherently political. Why is that so important? Because when you have long-term aspirations, you cannot bang around the bush. You have to find a clear position. You have to have a clear vision of what your society has to look like. So for that reason, we asked and we sought feedback from our political leadership, right? But we are not just top-down. We also asked you to provide your input, right, to the Moonshot program. And so we're also bottom-up, right? This is the first value.
Our second value is our openness to our external experts. And I think this is very important because we know
we don't have all the answers, and we know there's people out there that spend their lives studying and finding policy solutions to the problems in the world. So there is no point in us reinventing the wheel. We reach out to those outside the party and gather that knowledge to build the best possible program that we can.
Another one?
Our policy making in Volt is transnational. What does that mean? It means that if we want a program that works for all countries in Europe, a program that everybody can stand behind, then we cannot write it from our Western European perspective. We need to talk with the other countries, and we need to have a transnational perspective on the policies that we write.
Another one?
And obviously, and I love this one, we need to be ambitious, right? We're fighting the populism, and populism comes with ideas that are very appealing, and so we need to be even more appealing than them. So we need to be ambitious, and we need to set very clear goals, and these goals need to give people hope.
And another one?
And finally, we are very data-driven.
Not finally.
Not finally. Finally for me. Yes, so we're very much data-driven in our approach to policy, but that it means we're not just proposing ideas because they sound good, because we think they're right, but because there is data out there that shows us that these work. These aren't because we like them, it's because they're needed and we know they will work. Claudio?
Oh, you caught me unprepared. Oh my God. So the last one is participatory and inclusive, right? Because it only works for all of you if the process invites all of you to share your ideas, right? So the only way we can give hope and try to give hope to all Europeans is to include all Europeans in the process, right? So we have to make it participatory and particularly inclusive, meaning trying to make an effort to make sure that the people that usually are not heard, that are marginalized, are included in the process, right? And for this reason, many of you came to Brussels. These are lovely pictures of people actually working and listening, right? We had plenary discussions, political debates, writing groups, and there was a lovely picture at the end. If you try to find me, I'm not there, but I was there, right? I was there for sure. Now, let's talk about the vision for Europe. Many of you asked us, Claudio, Ines, what have you done with all the stuff that you asked us to do in the past 1.5 years? Political priorities, policy aspirations, and now we have policy acts, fancy names. You seem very academic. But what is all this about? Well, so in the first part of the program, you'll find introduction that Ines and I co-wrote together. The introduction is the merging of the aspirations, and also we only included excerpts from the aspirations that are part of the top 10 political priorities, right? What does this all mean? This means that the program that you all have in your hands, and hopefully sometime someone will ask for it, sometimes it will be useful, right? This program represents what you wanted to be the most urgent challenges that we as Volt should tackle, right? So you should feel proud of the document that you yourself contributed to it, right? So that's the gist. Yeah.
And something that is extremely important to add, this small introduction, these 3 pages, represent the vision that we build with all of this. From this prioritization, from our aspirations, we built a vision, and the program and the acts that follow work together to achieve that vision. And they are the first steps to achieve that vision. They're the 5-year plan, what we're going to implement in Parliament to achieve the vision that was built based on this.
Can you see, can you listen the energy in the room? I feel like they're even more awake now.
They're like
look at the first row. Usually, you know, people look at the first row. They're so energetic.
They're looking at us
right.
like, really?
So, now, let's talk about, keep going. Yes, it's happening. So, let's talk about the content of the program, right? So, we are very proud of it. We know it inside out. And Ines and I wondered if we should have shown this kind of passion about the program. I was more of a no, let's not do it. I just asked for it. But Ines really, really wanted to do it. So, Ines.
Yes, so I wanted to highlight what were the policies that we believe are the most game-changing in our program. And I wanted to highlight how we are going to triple the Horizon Europe budget to make sure there is more innovation in Europe. And we're going to propose to give everybody, thank you. And we're going to propose to give everybody in Europe a European basic income, okay? And and finally, the policy that everybody has been waiting for, we are going to build trains, a lot of trains.
I guess you were right, yeah?
See?
People are interested in policy. Oh my God. Okay. Now, but we want to hear from you, right? So which moonshot is most important to you? I know we are assuming that you read the program, but you can still look at on your phone. So Maurice, can you help us with the tech? So there is a Mentimeter,
Yes.
right? Waiting for responses. Is there any QR for them? At the top. Okay. There's a code at the top. For those who dare to give their view, right? Which moonshot is most important to you?
Which policies are critical?
Right. We'll give you some time, right? We'll give you some
trains.
time. Give you some time.
I mean, we should have just written a
Trains.
one-page program that says, trains, a lot of
Oh, yeah,
trains.
by the way, you can use whichever language you want. That's fine. We're going to ask you then the translation. Lots of train. I mean, you definitely skewed the data, I told you.
I know.
Right. For a moment, I thought somebody said more mountains. I was like, I don't know. Sounds weird. Gene editing. Gene editing, okay.
Tax justice is here, nice.
Oh, there is
Good
the
choice.
nuclear group who's finally awake and in the room.
Yeah, I love to see the equal opportunities here, though. Like, it's such an important one.
Okay. Trains is still more important than democracy. I guess you really want to escape your country and then. Right.
Wow, we have
Okay,
almost
I think it's getting
250 responses. Awesome.
Philip will be, our shaper Philip will be very happy to see tax justice. Maybe it's just him writing tax justice many times. It was up there. Okay, we are having lots of responses.
Nuclear, okay, awesome.
This is
Climate.
very exciting.
This is actually pretty cool.
Honestly, I'm shocked that trains is still at the top. Like, if you didn't mention trains, we would have a very different picture.
We're a one-issue party.
All right, okay, so you do care about democracy. Right. You do care about climate change, but most importantly, trains. Right? Okay. So thank you, Maurice. I think we can go. Right? Let's maybe. So thank you for your input.
Thank you.
And thank you, Bram, for working on the train policy. Right? Okay. So now, this is unfortunately not just for us to be on stage, but we also share this very moment with a list of candidates with whom we're going to have a half-an-hour debate.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So we would.
And they're actually going to tell us which policies are the most important for them. So you also get to know and learn how your candidates see these policies. And so therefore, we're going to call on stage the candidates. So Reina, we have Jakob, Duarte, and Nini. Please join us
Please, a
on
round of
stage.
applause to them. Come on. Hello. I don't see Duarte.
Duarte. run.
You are too late. Yeah.
Okay. That's much better. Okay.
Look how exciting this feels.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for being here on stage with us. I hope you're excited to share your views with the party. The first question that I have for you, and I'm going to start with Reina and then come here, is which policies are you most excited to work with and campaign with?
So trains comes first. And not only because I only take the train since 2016, but also because I kind of committed certain amendments in the moonshot that kind of got voted on. Thank you so much for this. But also because we need sustainable mobility. We need to account for people from everywhere being able to come together and to reach their also jobs and their closed ones. And we also need to think about, well, the future generations and how our continent will look like if we have more trains, less cars, and more night trains running and connecting different European capitals. Because it kind of sounds very stupid when I say it, and you'll see what I mean, is we still travel by day, which is our active time, well, most of us. I mean, in this GA, active time is in the night, but that's a topic for another time. But if we had night trains, more night trains, we would be able to have active days and sleep on the train during the night. So Trains for Europe, we love those. Please, let's make that happen. Another thing I'm super excited about is our Small Business Act proposal that Sven and I co-wrote, so from France, from Volt France. And this one,
you're definitely biased.
Of course I am. What did you expect?
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So, but this one is important. Why? Because we kind of have that incantation in Europe where we have a single market. And actually, me as a company owner, I have less difficulties landing clients from the US than from Czechia or from from the Netherlands. And this is a scandal because I want to work with you, and bring value to Europe, not to I don't know where. So this one we wrote, we defended it, and we also included the provision about defense spending into it. That also goes towards our champions, European champions, with their knowledge, with their innovations. And the third one is something I'm super excited about. It's the space policy that is in our Act 2. Thank you. Yeah, go
That
ahead.
was Damien, by the way, yeah? The only one.
So, okay, that I'm again biased, but we have one and only planet, but so we still need to think about that planet. But we also need to go where nobody has gone before. And this is, how do we build a different future for all of us? And how do we make those technologies that we need to preserve our planet possible? And this is partly possible by going and exploring other planets for resources that we may need. But this is also more of a defense and external policy issue because we're not tackling space as a domain where warfare can happen. And this is actually already happening, and we are kind of lagging behind. So there is a lot in that space policy there. Please read it, Act 2. And that's all for me.
So we actually have a real moonshot inside the moonshot, yeah? All right, Jakob, what about you?
Yes, so like Rainer, I'm also biased towards my own work, but I didn't work on the same thing. Shameful, yeah, I know, but I didn't work on the same things as her. I worked on the Healthy Ecosystems Act, and I think I'm especially interested in the agricultural bit, because I think agriculture is kind of a microcosm of all of the problems we're interested in involved. You have the strategic autonomy, you have the environmentalism, you have climate change, and you have social change, and I think that's very important. And I think we need to think about all of those factors when we talk about climate change. No, and not agriculture, of course. Like it's very easy to think that we need to just think about the climate, or we need to just think about the environment, or we need to just think about how much food we produce. But we need to take all of those things into consideration. And some of the Danish people will say, I like this topic because I'm from the countryside in Denmark. But I also think it means a lot to Volt when we grow up as a party. Like we're currently in a country where in 2018, every other day, a farmer took their own life. Because being a farmer in France and in most of the rest of Europe is not easy. So whilst farming has to change, it has to become a lot greener and it has to play a part in climate change, we also need to make sure that the social changes happen along the way. And whilst I don't think most farmers will vote for us, I think it's very important that they will keep trusting us. And they will think that even if Volt wins, their life is going to improve. It's not going to get worse.
Exactly. We cannot forget that part. Thank you. Nini, what about yourself?
Well, test. Is everybody hearing my voice? Okay. Despite I work in the green mobility field and there was already a lot mentioned, I would mention something else. I am originally from Georgia. Nini is my real name. And as a Georgian EU candidate, I have to focus and I have to stress this point of foreign policy and own security and independence of the European Union. I experienced Russian aggression firsthand, and I know what has threatened our world and the liberal democracy for years. So first time I experienced Russian aggression was in early 1990s when my family had to flee to Hungary. That's why I grew up in Hungary for many years. There I had to face corruption. And then in 2008, I experienced the Georgian-Russian war. And luckily I had the chance to come to Germany and have also the German citizenship, become an EU citizen, to study and to have the possibility to be a candidate today in this party. So I tried to raise my voice.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
It's okay.
It's a really emotional moment for me now. I'm really sorry.
We have time.
I'm speaking for a lot of people, and a lot of people who don't have the possibility to fight, and who, despite that fact, tried for years, for months. I don't know if you've seen the demonstrations in Georgia. Hundreds of thousands of people, citizens, families gathering up on streets and fighting for European values in a country which is very small, which is threatened every day. And I always had the feeling that we were the ones who made the experience at first, what happens right now in Ukraine. And it was very hard for me to talk about these topics before the aggression, the Russian aggression started in Ukraine, before Euromaidan. And I'm really happy to have the possibility to talk about this topic right now and have a specific plan how we can solve these problems. And when I got the papers, I printed them. I'm sorry, it is not that ecological, but it felt like I would have written them on my own. And when I read, set up a European armed forces under the control of Parliament, and also a new European constitutional court that can revoke national laws on the basis of a new constitution. These topics were just a vision years ago. And now it could become a reality. And but only with us, with Volt. And I candidated for the European Parliament in 2019 for the Liberals in Austria, and it was very successful. I stressed about very similar topics, about the neutrality in Austria, about how and which image also Austria is representing in Europe, but also in the world, and also why it has an important role within the European Union in its decision-making process. What signs does it make? And this time, I want to run this campaign with our team, with a pan-European team, with my colleagues, and I'm really thankful for that. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, really. I think this is representation, is giving voice to people that don't have voice. That's the first job that we are supposed to be doing. So, what I'm most excited to campaign has to be what people are most excited to see candidates campaigning for. And the people that I am representing are the Europeans in Portugal, so I have to be very clear about what these Europeans are looking forward to see someone campaigning for, so that they can help us do the job in the parliament. And you know that I have a climate change background. Sustainability and the climate transition has been the reason why I came into Volt and into this position of being a lead candidate. It's also for Ria, my co-candidate, one of the reasons why she also is here. But I know that the next question is the challenging aspects. I'm going to talk about the challenge of communicating climate change.
You spoiled my question.
Huh?
We're going to ask that after.
I'm gonna ask that later.
Oh, are you? Okay, so
Yes.
I didn't spoil.
Well, clearly.
So the challenge of communicating climate change in a world in which there are much more short-term pressing concerns. So my idea is to sort of, do this sort of politician thing that you talk about what people want to hear, but still bring other topics that are also important. And I'm finding that in Portugal, we are very concerned with, in a broad way, with social and economic aspects, because there's a lot of social inequality, and economically, we are still, after 36 years of membership of the EU, we still are below the average, and we are still a net receiver country. So what does this has to do with sustainability and climate change? Well, if we invest on a climate transition, we can make people have more available income for their lives. And we've talked about trains. I think sustainable mobility is a really low-hanging fruit and a topic that most political parties have not realized that, for example, in Portugal, around 30% of the Portuguese, so we're talking about 3 million people, rely on public transport to move around. If we are able to make public transport much more attractive, we not only are fighting the climate crisis, but we are also allowing people to not have to drive a car. In Portugal, if you live outside of Lisbon and Porto and you work, like you earn the minimum salary, you still have to have a car to go to work. So we're still talking about 200, 300 euros a month on someone that is earning 800 euros. So if we can invest on sustainable mobility, we can have an impact on these people. And how is the EU relating with this? Well, in Portugal, public transportation is funded by EU funds, especially by cohesion funds. So I think these are, if we are a party that we can link social and economic livelihood or well-being with the opportunity that the EU is, that's fantastic. The other thing is that we are very concerned in Portugal with the rise of populism in Portugal, but also in other member states. We are very concerned to see countries like Germany having the AfD on the rise. We are very concerned that the Netherlands just elected a populist party as the most voted party, and so on and so forth. So we also need to prove populists wrong. And one way to do this is to strengthen the idea that we have for the EU, and this is EU reform. EU reform maybe does not resonate as something attractive to most citizens, but if this is linked with this way, we can fight better the threats that our democracies have, and we can also be more relevant in a world in which we see the EU losing its relevance, whether if it's economic, geopolitical, military. This is something that I find a lot of the Portuguese are concerned because, especially in our target, of course, there's a lot of Portuguese that are very happy to see the populists gaining power because they are also voting for that. But we need to demonstrate to these people that what they're looking forward to achieve with voting for populists, they're actually not going to get with those people. They can get it from us. And what are these things? Well, a European Union that works better, that is less bureaucratic, that is less putting down rules that make life harder, but it's more effective and it's closer to citizens. That a European Union that has more voice in international affairs, for example, making sure that we win in Ukraine. And these are the things that I'm most excited because it's a big challenge. It's hard to make the EU look something relevant in a country in which only 30% of people vote for the EU elections, and in a country where all the other parties are seeing the EU either as an ATM machine, basically, where they're going to be campaigning on how we get more money from the EU, or how do we make sure we don't stop getting money from the EU, or parties like the far right that find the EU a threat to Portuguese sovereignty or Portuguese liberty of deciding on its own future. So that's my answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now for the question that nobody's expecting. So you just spoke about the moonshot, or the part of the program that would help you to advocate for the change that you think is necessary in your country, right? And why that's so important to you. My question is, what are the bits in the program that will make your life hard, very hard, in advocating for that change, right? So what is the hardest selling of a vision for a new Europe, right? That of course has to land in countries that are very different. And so, which is it? I guess not trains.
There is a challenge to this. There is a challenge to trains because, but we will have that discussion at another time because, I mean, we don't have 4 hours for me only. Yeah. Why? But anyhow, no, there are real difficulties because France is very much national politics driven. So there are things that are extremely challenging that we as future-looking and forward-looking people who don't hesitate to challenge the status quo and to challenge already established ways of doing. For us, it sounds obvious that we should do that, but for the French, it is less obvious that we should do that. And one of those topics, and I'm kind of feeling uncomfortable and uneasy with this because that topic is transfers of sovereignty, like common European army, or the nuclear deterrent, or the seat at the UN Security Council that we have in the moonshot, where we suggest and we will advocate for that it be transferred to the EU level. So again, for us, this sounds like a no-brainer because of our values, because of our positions, yet those are topics that A, are not super sexy for the average French, and B, are extremely sensible to talk about because of, well, the past, the culture, and so on and so forth. So this one, it will certainly alienate people. So this is something that we're discussing internally about how to approach so that we still, move forward and bring forward our own values and Volt values and the Volt Volt's positions, fundamental positions, but how do we kind of put the accent on things that are less, let's say, contentious and that are less divisive, and this topic is one of them. I have two other topics, not trains this time. The second one I would like to touch on is fundamental rights and freedoms, because I know we have things about, you know, we've written things in the moonshot about this, but it still feels to me very much like kind of, we just peppered it a little bit, you know, so that we have this. And that's where I come from as a person. That's what, you know, made me evolve as a person, because I come from Bulgaria, so I completely feel what it is to be Russia's little brother, despite our best efforts not to be and not to feel so. And fundamental rights and freedoms is something that is, with the rise of fascism and populism, something that is extremely sidelined. And I've heard people in Bulgaria just say, oh, I really don't care about freedom of speech as long as I have food to put on the table, right? Which, of course, you can understand where something like this comes from. But those are also our voters. But this is not only Bulgaria. France is also extremely moving forward on a dangerous, slippery slope. Because, for example, if you think of media freedom, which is one of my main topics, there have been more than 10 journalists being called for questioning when intelligence services were playing it nice, or just arrested and their houses searched for investigating, well, arms sales, investigating corruption at the highest levels, and so on and so forth. So, and this is France, right? We are not talking Hungary there. I know Hungary bashing is what we do and for a reason, but we are talking France here, right? So this is something that is extremely worrying, because we are having a situation where this fourth power, so-called fourth power, is becoming the fifth column, if you're familiar with the metaphor, right? So we have a situation where those who are supposed to keep the people in power accountable, they're getting bullied and, you know, assaulted and, yeah, arrested and so on and so forth. So those are like fundamental rights and freedoms. It's not just for us, the people that live today. It's also about the people who will live tomorrow, those who are not born yet. Because if we don't defend the core of what makes Europe, of what makes us who we are, well, the people who come after us, they will have food on the table, probably, but they will know means and no way of saying what they appreciate and to talk to other people, and they will just need to fight for their lives instead of just living them, right? So, and thank you for, you know, bringing this forward. And, you know, we've heard from other board candidates earlier that we also need to take into account the fact that people here in this very room have lived under actual dictatorships, right? And this is something that we need to move forward. It's not the sexiest of topics. It's not the easiest one to tackle, but we still have to rise up and stand up to that sort of things. And the third one, it's an easy one. Very briefly, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is we need to kind of, I'm not a climate change specialist, so, and this to me is kind of a tricky question, because there is a lot of blabber in France about climate change, and that it's quite often greenwashing, honestly. So I basically need, and that's a challenge for me, people to help me make a point that is differentiating enough from all the blabber that there is and all the greenwashing that there is on this topic. But this is like a personal call to action for anyone who deals with climate policy. Please come to me and talk to me and help me understand. And I'm done.
Thank you, Raina. Yes, thank you. I guess it's very interesting to see how, you know, we are pan-European in this room, whichever way we feel it and we see it, but outside, we are not dealing with a pan-European public. So that makes advocating for pan-European change quite hard. Now, in 2 minutes, Jakob, what's the hardest bit for you to campaign for in Denmark?
So as Duarte already spoiled, we got the questions a bit in advance, and I think when I first got this question, my first thought was, what topic do I not want to bring up in Denmark? But I think that's the wrong way to look at politics in general. So I instead decided to think, what would be the most controversial topic in Denmark? And to some extent, what would be the biggest shitstorm? But I think that's sometimes a good thing. So I found the European Army. And in Denmark, we are, of course, sadly, a Europe-skeptic country. And we famously have our opt-outs. And we only 2 years ago, following the war in Ukraine, we decided to remove our defense opt-out. So Denmark can now partake in discussing military in the EU. But even when that was happening, the big no-no on the positive side that wanted to remove the opt-out was saying a European army. You are not allowed to mention a European army because the people will never want to vote for a European army. But I think Denmark is a military active country. We have a lot to say, and we have to think about a European army. We have to be active in that debate. We have to put ourselves on the stage, and that's why I want to discuss a European army in Denmark, even though I think I might get butchered for it. But it's a very important topic to bring up. And Denmark needs a stance on it. And it needs to be a stance that not just we want a hands-off approach, we don't want to be involved, because we have already shown we want to be involved when it comes to being an active military nation. So we need to be active on the European level as well.
Thank you, Jakob. Short and effective. I love you, man. Nini, what about you?
I want to share with you the experience as an EU activist and somebody who worked very close with the Committee of Regions within the Austrian regions to communicate what the EU has done for people there. And it was about cohesion policy and how EU affects people's lives. And we made several projects. We also went to schools. In the last election campaign, I've been nearly to 80 schools all across Austria. And my sentiment was always that there is a big lack of understanding how the EU works, but also what are the competencies. And this is very dangerous, because then national politicians come in the EU elections and it's very easy for them to have a very populistic campaign and people who believe in easy answers, and but we all know these are not the real solutions for our problems. But I decided to really talk about the emotional side of all of this I told you right now, but also to somehow connect all of these amazing policy topics that we have and very specific solutions to emotional sides, and also to really tell young people, but also people on the streets, how it affects them in their life. Because this is the only way how we can win the election. They have to feel why it is important that they vote for us and not waste their vote on national parties. There are other national parties, progressive parties, who also have similar programs, and then they say, we also want that the EU has one voice in the world. We also want to have an EU foreign minister, for example, or also an initiative right for the European Parliament. But then 5 years later, nothing happens. And it's always the same system. And I think the key would be, for me, also in the campaign, to stress that don't waste your vote on national politicians, because we have the exact program for that, and know how we want to come to that point instead of some populism answers. And yeah, just go to the people and talk to them very personally about all these complex topics, but try to make them easier and understandable.
Thank you, Nini. it looks like everything is good, a bit too complex, perhaps a bit too blue, like the EU. But Duarte, what about you?
What's the question?
The question, unsurprisingly, is what is the hardest bit of the program that for you, is hard to kind of focus on when you're advocating for the change that you want in your country?
Yep. Well, I will start by answering this question with an answer or with an idea that I think the Dutch in the room will understand very well. I think the Dutch are always the best in the world in transforming challenges into opportunities, right?
Right?
I think so.
I mean, some Dutch think that's true, but not many.
Maybe the Dutch are not, they are like asleep already, I don't know. So the idea, there's quite a lot of challenges, but I also think that these challenges are opportunities for us to do something unprecedented in Portugal, and not unprecedented in Volt, but we are lacking this for a while, which is getting a new political, a new chapter of Volt in a national parliament. And what I'm saying national, you heard well. So we had a surprise in Portugal. 3 months before the elections, the European elections, we have a general election, which means that no one cares about European elections right now, because now we are preparing for a general election. This was a complete surprise. And obviously this means that in the next 6 months, Portuguese people will be having like not hard time, but intense times of politics. And for us, Volters, will be 6 months of intense like campaign mode, which can be brutal. So I think this challenge is an opportunity at the same time, because we will be able to campaign for an election where more people vote, but also where we need less votes to elect. And for us as a pan-European party, it can be a huge boost if in March Volt enters a new country, a new parliament, and thereby gives a huge motivation for all of us to believe that the European elections are going well. So we will put all the efforts for the election in June. So how do we do this? How do we transform a challenge into an opportunity? Well, as a pan-European party, and what I will be doing as a European candidate campaigning for the European elections, I will be supporting our national candidates that are very focused on getting into our parliament. And by the way, if you meet any Portuguese people here in the GA, they have a pitch to give you, and that costs only €3 that can bring the Euro Party the Euro Party goal one parliament closer. So I had to say this. And I think that if we want to reach, basically what I wanted to say as well is that if we want to reach the European Parliament from Portugal, we have to bring a European logic of doing policies into our national party. Then the last challenge that I'm surprised nobody of you said, I thought maybe Jacob was saying, coming from Denmark, which is migration. Migration is a huge topic in most countries. I think we believe in Portugal, it's not, but in the last months I've been participating in many debates in schools, and I'm really surprised to see that high school students, they are, and university students, when you talk to them about what you think the EU could do better, the answer in many of them is about migration. So there's this idea that the EU has very open borders, that whoever wants to come to the EU can come. And what I see in the answers of other parties is that on the left, everyone says that everyone is welcome, which I agree with the concept, but I know this answer makes the people concerned with migration very concerned, because for them, there is a problem with migration. So the challenging part of this is how can we be human and inclusive, but also addressing legitimate concerns that are not necessarily tied with migration per se, but with the fact that a lot of migrants in Europe are also suffering from social exclusion, and social exclusion leads to a range of other social problems that now are being blamed on the EU, on democratic center parties, and therefore allowing populist parties to grow. This is also the reality in Portugal. So I think we will have to communicate migration in Portugal, but also in your countries, in a way that is very pragmatic, evidence-driven, Without migrants, as Damien says many times, we have a huge economic problem. In fact, I think our economies collapse. We have a huge demographic problem, so our social security systems collapse. So once we all agree, whether you like migrants or not, they are absolutely necessary for the well-being of all of us, then let's talk about how can we make migration policies tied in with great inclusion policies like we have in our Moonshot program to make sure that all the problems that happen that are being stereotyped on migrants actually are resolved so that we don't have an inclusion problem, we don't have a racism and discrimination problem, we actually reach an inclusive society, that it's good to maintain that economy that depends on migrants too, and it's also human as we all want. And on the space of progressive, left, center, democratic parties, I don't hear narratives that really communicate this effectively, and we need to be bold, we need to be pragmatic, and sometimes we have to be saying things that we are a bit worried if this is going to scandalize someone or say something that some people won't like, but trust that a lot of people are expecting really responsive policies, inclusive, humane, but responsible to address legitimate concerns that people have. And even in Portugal, in a country that has, if I'm not mistaken, 5 to 8% of a migrant population, so not as big as many of your countries.
Thank you so much, Stuart. It sounded like you already knew the question somehow. It's
not
insane.
at all.
No, insane, incredible, incredible. Right, so thank you so much to the candidates for having agreed to be on stage and be challenged also, and to showcase what the kind of change that you want to advocate, thanks to the program that, again, you all fought for and contributed to. So a big round of applause to our potentially elected officials, right? Thank you so much. There's the way. So, just saying. So, thank you. You can leave everything here. Fantastic. So, we are about to end this policy session, but the end hasn't arrived yet, right?
We have a new Mentimeter for you, actually, because we have a question, and so I hope you know your answer because this is an exam. So can we bring up the Mentimeter, please? Okay, thank you.
Right. I can see already so many people with their phones checking for the program.
So the question is, before we presented to you 3 policies that we have, and the question is, which one do you think is the most expensive thing to implement from our program?
Right.
And I'm going to give you all time to answer.
How much?
We have a few minutes.
1 minute.
Yes.
So I think train will win again.
No, look.
So you think trains are fun and not expensive to build? This is an interesting crowd.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. But so essentially these 3 proposals, we are proposing in our program to triple the EU budget. So we're saying the EU will have a lot more funds than it currently has. And the question here is, where are we spending the biggest chunk of money? Is it tripling Horizon Europe, which is our innovation plan? Is it building high-speed rail across Europe to connect all cities with more than 100,000 inhabitants? Or is it to give Europeans a basic income?
Now, again, you should think that perhaps the way we presented the data might be to trick you, to answer in a particular way. Just, follow us.
Yeah. All right, we have 100 answers.
Yes, and I think 1 minute is gone. Right now. So, basic income. Are they right, Ines? I don't know the answer to the question.
I know the answer to the question. We actually have the answer to the question in the program because we have the costs of all of our policies calculated in there to make sure that we can actually implement what we're proposing. Because we're not populists. We do things right. So actually, you are wrong. The most expensive policy by far that we have is a high-speed rail.
There you go. Trains are expensive. But we love
are
them.
really a one-issue party.
Love
Yeah.
them.
But trains are expensive. Trains are really expensive. And if we want to connect everyone, this is going to cost us. But this is the sacrifice and the prioritization that we are making in our program.
Fantastic. So thank you, Ines. Now we would like to invite our fantastic team on stage, right? Especially the policy shapers, the one who contributed to the program the most, but also helped many of you writing amendments and just supporting you in contributing to the program. So the shapers
amazing
in the room.
policy shapers. Come
Shapers
on
in the room.
stage. Come on stage.
Shapers.
Yes.
We have the youngest, we have the oldest. I'm kidding. That was
Go, go,
great
go, go.
applause, by the way. It was great. You could have done. You should keep on applauding when people are coming on stage.
Yes,
Come on.
please.
Come on.
They worked so hard.
Okay, now it's enough. Now it's enough. There you go. Ah, see? Just take it. Okay, so now, most of these people are shapers. Not all of them. And we're not going to identify the non-shaper, because that's weird. So if you have any questions for the shapers, there is one person in the room, Rosa, who will come to you and get the questions. So if you have any question about the program, of course, not personal, then please, this is your time to shine.
So if you're curious about any of the policies, I think there is a hand there. Yeah. Amazing.
You know the drill from before? Yes. Go ahead. You want to come up so people can see you?
Hi. I have a very stupid question, so sorry if that's
There
a
is
stupid
no stupid question.
This program is not online yet. Right. Okay. So I just think it's a really catchy name. I just wanted to say, I know it's a statement, but it's cool.
Thank you.
So I just thought it would be cool to communicate it like that with this moonshot program, and we also had this Star Wars with the palms. I don't know. I think it's really fancy. So in addition to all your amazing content and work, it's a cool thing to work with. So thank you.
That's a great first intervention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Boost of confidence.
But
Thank you
is
so
it
much.
online? Because she thinks it's not online, and we know that it is online, so maybe we can.
Yes, it is online, by
express
the
that
way,
in-
right? It is
Yes.
online.
It's in our website.
It's on Workplace, it's on the website.
And I just want to say that this is not our whole team, right? Claudia, you had a nice slide.
Yeah, I don't know. I put so much effort into that slide, but I don't know what it is, so I'm a bit scared. I don't know how to go. I don't know what it is.
I'm in the middle of the
It's-
room.
go back, go
Somebody
back.
deleted the slide.
No, we had a slide with
I'm
all
so
your
sad.
faces.
Anyway,
Anyway.
there was a slide with faces. You know, you're not like. it's
Yeah,
not
because
much,
this is
but-
about half of our team right here on
Yeah,
stage.
yeah,
So the team is actually pretty big, and I'm very, very glad to say that we cover almost all the nationalities represented in Volt, and we have 50-50 in terms of gender. So I'm so, so proud of the team that we built.
Yes. So, questions
We
about
have
the
one
program?
here.
Hi guys, thanks a lot, especially all the shapers and non-shapers there. I'm really curious about the website, as that we are data driven. Will we be able, as communications people and website nerds that I am, to put all the data there that underlies our policies to show people, hey, we are not populists, we didn't make this shit up. It sounds crazy, but it's not. Here's the data, here's the reference, here's the science. Can we make that link still in the coming 5 months?
So it's asking for references and footnotes. So it's a good suggestion. We know that it's not the first time that we've been asked to provide references. The shapers do have documents with references. I can tell you one example that Ria at some point sent a document with so many references that was scary to look at, given that we asked for a one-pager, but I remember that. So we do have it. How we are going to share it, we are going to think about it.
Yes.
Because we also believe that a PDF is not the best way to communicate the content of the program. So we are not thinking too much about footnotes, right? And so, but we are considering how to do it. So we will do it.
Yeah, and we trust you, amazing communications people, to make this appealing in some sort of way to the voters, because I'm not sure people find references appealing, but if you can make them so,
Yeah.
I mean, please.
Yeah, yeah.
We have another
Thanks.
question.
Yes, another question.
Would you mind standing up?
I wanted to ask about our program. Since we even mentioned the universal basic income a couple of times, how high are we planning to make this income, like in euros per month?
Is it the universal basic income?
Yes.
Question on that? How much money per month?
Yes, because it is an expensive program.
Right, okay.
Right.
Well, remember that the trains are even more expensive. So this is a question on UBI.
It's for Stefanos, who unfortunately
Stefanos
isn't here
is
on
not here,
stage.
so we cannot answer that question.
I can
We-
give a hint to what's in the program, but
Yeah.
we cannot, like...
Do
so
mention it.
what's in the program, we actually have a negative tax rate. So that means, essentially, and I'm sorry for the economic terms now, that means that everyone who is employed will receive money from the EU to match what we believe is a living wage, is a wage where people can live comfortably in. So imagine you work in your area, right? In your area of residence. So imagine you earn 300 euros. The EU will match until it reaches the limit that we believe is a workable income for everybody. So that's how it works. But you can see that all the details in the program because it explains it in a lot of detail.
We have a follow-up question that I'm allowing.
Yes.
Okay, then. So, as far as I understand, we apparently do not have like the exact number yet. However, about trains being more expensive, well, I always can name such a number of universal basic income so that expenditure will be higher, but that's not what is important. What you proposed with like, isn't it usually achieved with a minimum wage? What's the main?
If I am, can you rephrase it into a form of a question?
Okay.
Take your time.
That's the question which is connected to the answer I got with an explanation about universal basic income. Because what's the main difference between such a policy and some kind of European minimum wage?
Yeah, so what's the difference with the policy we propose and the European minimum wage?
The question was, what's the difference between a basic income and a minimum wage, right?
Between a basic income as you now explained it to me.
Okay. The difference is that the minimum wage is supported by the companies. So if there is a minimum wage in a country, the companies can, like, they have to give you at least that if you work for them. The basic income takes that pressure from the companies and puts it into the EU. So the EU actually, it's as if the EU paid a bit of your salary. So that's the difference.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Ines, for being on stage. And,
I have a question here.
More questions?
Yeah,
Rosa?
here I am.
Okay. And hopefully one of them could be answered by the shapers, given the title of the session.
Yeah, so I have a question about the external experts that you spoke with.
Yes.
So my question is, if some of you, and I would like one of those people to be Ronan, if some of you can share your experience with external experts. How was it for you? Was it good? What was the most exciting about it? Was it tough? Was it difficult as a political party to approach them? Just, I'd like to hear some experience.
So, policy shaper volunteers.
So yes, we have worked with different external experts, and some of them were actually found by the group who takes care of the relationship, the external relationship between Volt and the experts. So it was super nice, the contact was found, and therefore, since they already knew They were expecting us. It was extremely easy to get in contact with them and then get a date. So beautiful experience. We'll do it again.
Yeah, so it was, in a way, it was quite spontaneous, getting contacted by Volt members who had, connections either in the private sector, for example, or in government circles or think tanks. So I wrote the one on foreign affairs and security policy. The members' assembly was great actually for this, because in the members' assembly we discovered these little breakout rooms. Some of you actually worked, for example, for like decades in Georgia, right, for the EU, for the External Action Service. So you had an experience in the defense sector. So that was super helpful, sort of internal, external. So thanks for the members' assembly. It was actually a great idea, I think. And lastly, it can be tricky, right? Because when you think about the topic of defense, I had often meetings as well with, let's say defense industry or lobbyists for a specific field. And it's very difficult to filter out the science, because they know what's happening. They know what's happening on the ground, on an operational level, from their own interests, right? Because some member states or some businesses might profit a lot from specific policy proposals we have on joint procurement, for example. So that was a lesson, I think, and I hope we can also build this structurally into our policy program next time we do this.
5 years. So I'm kidding, for the next policy cycle. So thank you so much for the questions. Time is up. Thank you everyone, and thank you the shapers for being on stage and risking for answering whatever question you could get. So can you please give a last round of applause to the shapers for us? Thank you so much. You can move. You can go. You can go. You can go.
Thank you.
Right, now, we are about to end. I know I'm going to say this again, but we're actually ending the presentation, not right now.
Yeah.
But there are the two people we want to hear from, and I'm sure you want to hear from, even if you don't know. One is our fantastic marcher who led the Members' Assembly in Brussels. So where are you? Are you here? There you go. Round of applause, please. And then after her, we will have Tony, who is also the guy behind the policy platform. So remember, every time you were frustrated about the policy platform, that's Tony's fault. Best way to present you, right?
That's why I was standing here.
Fantastic. So we have 5 minutes, right? Yes, I wanted to ask you a question, Marja. I know you have something to say, right? But my question is, you know how much effort we put into it?
Yeah.
And we know how much we asked people, right, to engage, to contribute. Would you do the whole effort again? The question is, should Volt do it again? The Members' Assembly?
Yes, yes, of course. The short answer is yes.
Why?
I think the point of the Members' Assembly and also the VDS that we had at the beginning of the year is that we have to experiment. We have to find ways in which we can bring you guys in a room and get talking about relevant, crucial issues that we have. So it can be quite, maybe I wouldn't say boring, but normally you're just on a laptop, you're looking at a screen and you're thinking of things that you might want to mention to you as a team of a policy team. But it's so much cooler if you can do it together. So a Members' Assembly, a full discussion series, or maybe other stuff is a great way to figure out what works, and we as a Volt party should try to experiment more with that. So
Fantastic.
yes.
Thank
so
you.
yes.
Thank you. And lessons learned from this experience?
Yes, it went quite well, I think, but there are definitely things that could go better. Yeah.
Thanks.
No, obviously there's time pressure, so not everything you may hope for works out. But so a Members' Assembly has 3 phases, and I think we put that to work. So we had a learning phase, which was maybe a bit short, but that's because of time pressure maybe. But we had a good weekend, which we have never done, like bring people together for a whole weekend and talk about these important issues. So I think that is a great point, that some things are not done in like 2 hours and we have to come together for a longer period of time. So that's a good lesson. Maybe be a little bit more clear about what we're going to do with the actual output of the results, which we realized was maybe not clear for everyone, which is crucial, which is very important that everyone understand, like, why are we doing this? Why are we bringing these people together? So we can work on that, but some good points and some...
No, so this is important for everyone here, perhaps who's a local lead or a national policy lead who wants to run a members' assembly in their own country, and they don't live in the Netherlands because they've already done it, and they're already doing it. So, anything you want to say?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. So we had a national Dutch members' assembly, which was a good first try. Now we've had a European members' assembly, which was a good first try, and I think we shouldn't stop. So that's what you've been trying to say, right? We shouldn't stop with this. So the goal is that you will also start organizing, maybe start small, but start organizing these members' assemblies. And you can do that with the help of me, of course, and others, but also with Volt. And I don't know if you guys know Volt, but we are also willing to give you some fund, which might be the biggest burden, I don't know. But just come to me and the team and we can try to figure it out together.
Now, Marjorie, the last question, the most challenging one. I've been told that, of course, we are taking for granted that people know what the members' assembly is.
Yes.
So what is all this about in a nutshell?
In a nutshell.
Yeah.
So the main point of a members' assembly is targeting difficult issues that we might not agree on, like in the first try, and get talking, so in dialogue. And the point is not to get your point across, but to come together and listen to each other, and in that way see what common ground we have and where we want to go, and come to recommendations on how we want to improve. So we had a learning phase, which was the plenary discussion. Beautiful pictures. I have not seen these.
These are my pictures. Thank you.
So we had the plenary discussion in which some policy shapers explained what they wrote down. Then we had political debate, so the deliberation phase. So coming together for 3 rounds. So it's like a whole day. So the first 2 parts are a whole day, which is necessary because you can't start discussing something if you don't have the basics to understand it. And then come in groups, write the actual policy. So recommendation, not the actual policy.
They can be anything, right? They can be recommendations, look a bit like policy. They can freestyle.
Yeah.
And if they don't know what to do, they call you. Amazing. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Right.
So, hello everyone. Thank you, Claudio. My name is Tony. I'm the policy platform lead. And I actually prepared a presentation for you all because it's quite of a technical subject. But I wasn't aware that that wasn't possible to show. So now I actually can throw away my flashcards, which are in here. So I prepared it on my phone. So who here knows about the policy platform? Who has ever used it? Okay, I see. So the second question is, who has never heard of the policy platform? Right amount the same people, I guess. So what is the policy platform? I'm actually looking at the screen and nothing is on there, of course. It's a central hub for all policy related things within Volt. Of course, we are a pan-European party with a lot of chapters, a lot of levels. And it's really hard to keep all the policies on like one central place. So that's why the policy platform was developed by my predecessor, Mike Winkel. I took over 3 months ago, and I'm trying to build back up the team because there is a little bit less energy in there, and of course for these kind of projects you really need it. So what is the current status of the policy platform? It is working, although we had some issues in the last few months that it was slow. I think some of you know about the amendment process. I think, yeah, I'm going to mention it here. We were not aware that the large number of users were actually breaking the platform. We learned about it, so we will start improving it. Then, together with that, the commenting feature broke, which is actually fixed, which is nice. And now the chatbot, which I think a lot of people are using, is still broken. So a lot of things to fix. I'm trying to be transparent here. So that is actually the current status. It is being used by a lot of elected officials to actually look up policies and to see what is there on which level. We do not have all the policy programs on there yet. Only 5 or 6 are on there. And one of the next few stages is actually migrating all of the different policy projects or policy programs to the platform so you can all look up policies from different chapters. Yeah, and there was a lot of in the presentation actually. I prepared a roadmap for you, so you can actually see what the team was working on. But I would now just inform you about it. We are going to start a workplace group because, of course, you're going to start a workplace group to inform people. I would like to invite you all to that. It is not live yet. It will come live in the next 2 weeks. And on there, we will regularly update you about all of the features that are going to be developed on the platform. And if you have any suggestions or feedback, please reach out to me. My name is Tony Vissers, but it's really hard to actually spell that. So just look me up, send me a message, and make sure to check out the workplace group. And have a really nice GA.
Thank you. So Claudio, we have 5 minutes to conclude our presentation.
I know. So now, we have, wait. All right, we have 2 votes for you, right? First vote.
Okay, so we're going to ask you to vote on 2 things, as Claudio said. The first vote is please approve the policy program. Because if you don't approve it, we'll be working here for 1.5 years and we will need to restart. So please vote favorably to approve the content of the policy program. For enforcing content, because as we have announced it before, the structure might change to fit with the campaign program, but the content is what you're voting to accept. So the policy proposals.
And secondly, there is a very geeky amendment. That's why I'm saying it, because I'm the policy geek. Only policy geek. You are also policy geek and tech geek. Right, there is a reason why we're having this amendment. As a party, we are constantly developing. We are electing new representatives everywhere. So the way we produce our position, the way what we stand for, constantly changes. Our policies get outdated and our political positions change all the time, thanks to the work that elected officials do in Parliament. So by voting yes to this amendment, and more information you find them on Workplace, as Tony said, look me up. The last post was about this, is about making sure that the electoral program process, this 1.5 year mammoth kind of process, also helps making sure that we have the best, the most up-to-date and aligned policies politically in our program, right? So you find all the information on Workplace. It's the last post I published. So, but that's also a vote for you to consider, okay? Now, we wanted to end this presentation very briefly.
Very briefly.
Very briefly, with lessons learned, right? Now, I'll try my best to be very brief, so I'm going to read. So there are 3 major lessons learned, right? The first one is that policy is as much about technical expertise as political, right? Political direction. So we must find better ways to manage internal pressure groups that exist in the party and will keep on existing, to include our diverse communities that are constantly being marginalized by processes that do not take them into account for the first place, increasingly less so, though, and engage with our political leadership, even if they say they do not have time. They have to make time for it. Right, Ines?
Yes, because writing policy is not just about finding the right answer to the question. Writing policy is also defining which question do we want to answer. And this is a political choice, and that's therefore why we need our political leaders to work with policy to make this a reality.
Second, being participatory is tough, extremely tough, and being inclusive can be expensive, right? However, if we stop trying, like some suggested, if we stop trying to improve and to adapt, then I think, and we think, we lose sight of what we stand for in Europe.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lucia.
Thank you. If our program doesn't reflect the voices of Europeans, it is just a program for Western Europe. If it is just a program for white males, it doesn't work. And so we need to keep representing diversity inside our party and in Europe.
Exactly. Thank you, Ines. And last but not least, we must make more efforts in looking outward. We must be within the society when we think and design policy, right? It's not about meeting somewhere, just the three of us, and think about what's best for others we don't know, right? For this reason, we think that there is so much more to be done when it comes to engage in, with society. And so what I really want to say here is that this is the only way to be mainstream. But what does it mean to be mainstream? For us, mainstream means that we are mainstreaming the voices we feel we represent, right? So now, for this reason, right, this adventure that we had, might be over, right? But I hope that we will see and hear all of you when we will start our next adventure. Was that clear enough?
So, did you all get what Claudio just said? Yeah?
Yes.
Well, what he said is that we are stepping down from
Yes.
policy leads of Volt Europa. It was an amazing ride to... Thank you. It was an amazing, amazing, amazing experience. I owe Volt so much. And thank you for everything. And I hope you like the program.
They always say we social distance, so let's be sent together when we are saying this. So it was great, right? I mean, I started even before you started. It was great.
Yes.
And I mean, we always worked together from the beginning. So the last thing we wanted to say was that to really create a pan-European Europe, we need pan-European parties. So we really look forward to support and lay the groundwork and lead the work on the Euro Party project and whatever it is called, because that's essential, right? And it's not like, it wasn't going, I would say, it was foreseeable. That's one of the first things that the states cut out of the work that Damian did in Parliament, right? Because that's essential. So I hope that you will come to us and help us leading the way.
Yes.
And I think you had the last word.
The
on
last
this.
word is to say thank you all so much for working with us on this. Everybody who participated, everybody who did everything with us, thank you. Without you, this wouldn't be possible. We wouldn't have a program. And yeah, look forward to the next projects on how we can change, we as Volt can change how policy is done in Europe, so we do it properly and we engage the people that are about, the policies are about, we engage them into the policies, that we do policies for the people. So, yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Wait. No. You have to go back there.
We are late. We are late, Damien.
I know we're late.
Today's
I will make it very
governance.
short. I make it very short. But honestly, you wrote it there. 1.5 years. 1.5 years of annoying Damians from all across. I mean, in a political party, everybody has a view on politics and policies. And you carried that weight for 1.5 years of really making everybody happy, of including everyone, and everyone had their different vision of how things should go, how the process should go, how the content should go, and you kept the policy shapers together. So I just want to thank you. You did this all in your free time. You both have other things to do. And I mean, Claudio, I think you were in the original policy shaper team since the founding of Volt. I think I know you as long as I know Volt, almost, no?
Good.
Yes?
I'm glad. I mean, I was involved since 2018.
Yeah, exactly. So I just want to, again, make this very clear to everyone here. These two people spent their free time to make sure that we have the best possible program across Europe. And so thanks so much for all your work and for shouldering this. Thank you, thank you,
Thank you, Damien.
Thank you, Damien.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Now for a little announcement from the moderation team. I officially announce vote number 10 for the policy program has been opened at 17:31 today. Furthermore, vote number 11, the amendment to the policy process, has officially been opened at 17:32 today. I would also like to remind you that the vote for the arbitration committee or the conflict resolution body will close at 6:15, so in like 20 minutes. So please vote, and please tell your friends to vote. And to everyone else watching us at home, please also vote, because without your votes, none of this will happen. So thank you. And now I will move on to Lucia.
Do you want to clap again for Ines and Claudio? I think they did an amazing job. Thank you, thank you, thank you for empowering us in the months to come with this beautiful document and everything that's behind it. And now we have Joachim Sprenger for the last item on the agenda on all things related to governance, and there's going to be some voting involved as well. So stay tuned, and then we'll be closing for today. Good luck. Give him some energy. Huh? It's not easy to be in his position now with everything that he's got to present. So,
hi, everybody. And I'm aware that I'm the last person standing between you and the drinks afterwards. Well deserved. Maybe a lovely dinner in Paris. So I will try to keep it brief. But it doesn't mean that what I'm going to explain to you is less important. Because as Volt, we are growing rapidly, but the internal structures are not that growing as quickly as our association. And that means that we are still using a structure which would fit a teenager or maybe a baby child for a movement which has already been able to get 1,000 people into this room. And therefore, sometimes we have to change the internal structures, and I will guide you through those 3 changes which we are going to discuss today. For some of you, you might think we have been discussing this already a couple of times before. You're right. We have been discussing this in the Prague General Assembly as a discussion item. What will be the way forward? We had a special General Assembly to change the statutes, but we need a high number of participants, a third of all our members present, which you hardly make. We had planned a second General Assembly, but the notary didn't show up. We discussed it again in Bucharest and had an informal vote, but we couldn't vote on everything, because a notary has to be present for some things. And now we are here, and although Paris is not that far from Brussels than Bucharest, it's still very impractical and costly to have a notary in this room. So today we will only vote on those aspects which do not need a notary present. And in the very near future, we will plan another extra General Assembly presumably in Brussels, where the notary could be present to change the other things. Which parts of the statutes cannot be changed without a notary? That are the aspects concerning the decision making. So that means the membership of Volt, who is allowed to vote, who isn't allowed to vote at a General Assembly. It's about getting additional agenda items onto the agenda of a General Assembly. It's about the obligation to have a physical GA. We have a physical GA right now, which is amazing. But on paper, we have actually only a digital one. So I'm very glad people could vote digitally. And we want to lower the quorum so we could more easily have a meeting where we could change our statutes. So today we are focusing on 4 things which we're going to change. It's the Delegates Assembly, it's the term of the EU Board, it's the integrity system, and it's the working language. It's the official language of our association. So, let me start with the first one. In the beginning, we still had the idea to have a delegates assembly. But it has never been implemented. And at the General Assembly in Prague, we decided not to have a delegates assembly. However, it's still in our statutes. And therefore, the proposal is to remove all references to a delegates assembly. The second change is to alter the term of the EU board. Currently, we are voting for an EU board for a 2-year term, and the proposal is to extend that to 3 years. Unless we decide today otherwise, this will apply from today onwards, so the newly elected board tomorrow will have a 3-year term when we vote in favor of this proposal. However, according to our statutes, board changes has to be in the spring General Assembly. So actually we should have done that in Bucharest. So as we are moving from 2 to 3 years, but have to go back to the spring General Assembly to change our board, the next board will, when this will be voted in favor, a term of 2.5 years. The integrity system. A large number of people have worked to a basic set of rules how we should behave in Volt. And it has been mentioned a couple of times already. Some people think it's very difficult to behave on workplace as they would have behaving in the ordinary world. And now we have created a rule book explaining how we could act when people don't behave, to keep Volt an inclusive and safe place for everyone. And lastly, these things have to be implemented. I missed one. That's the working language. We will also change the formal language of the association from French into Dutch. The working language stays English. All our meetings will be in English. Though officially, as we are a Belgian association, we had to choose the working language, either French or Dutch. But the French-speaking authorities in Brussels are very reluctant to help us getting through all our formalities. The Dutch-speaking part of the Brussels authorities have not that much to do, because almost all associations who are based in Brussels are actually French-speaking. So as they are bored, they said, oh yes, could you please change your language into Dutch and we could help you with all the changes. And as I said before, we are not only discussing today's statutory changes, but we will have to discuss those things the next GAs and the future GAs as well. So it would relieve my work, but the work of the whole legal team. And it's a pity that the other legal team lead is now ill lying in the bed of the hospital, in their hotel, and the work of the general secretaries, like Achille and Li Ping. Give them an enormous applause, because you don't see them, but they do an awful lot of work. But their work would be much more simple when we would be able to handle it into Dutch. So, 4 proposals, 1 procedural one, because we have to hand in all these proposals at the Belgium office, get them approved. We have to pay for that as well. So if you vote in favor of them, we could proceed with this. Now I will first give the microphone back to the chair of the meeting, so we could open the voting, and then I have room for questions.
So, we want to announce that the vote for the changes of the statutes and internal regulations are open at 18:00 today.
Thank you so much. And I know we have been discussing these changes several times, but when there are a couple of questions, I'm willing to try to answer them.
I have the mic. Are there any questions?
Phew, that makes that we... Oh.
Okay, Damien has a question.
Is anything stopping us from opening a physical office in Brussels if we had the funds and the people to do it?
From a legal perspective, no.
More questions?
Then I would like to give the mic back to the chair of the meeting, or to Lucia, I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You've almost been right, so this was the last agenda point for today, but we're going to hand back over to our hosting team. If they are going to come back up to stage, please. And other than that, it was great having you. So let's just wait a little bit for the hosts to come back to make the announcements for tomorrow.
Maybe we can also remind everyone to vote on the open votes. You have 15 minutes left for the arbitration committee. And also, please keep in mind that the other votes are open till 8 tomorrow morning, and the results will be announced around 11:30 tomorrow. So waiting, we can vote.
Yeah, thank you. So, George, come up. So we really don't want to keep you any longer than absolutely necessary. So instead of our lovely hosts, George is going to make the announcements for tomorrow.
So I just want to say a big thank you for today, and a big round of applause for the organising team. It's been a lot of work. There's a lot of people here. We'll do more thanks yesterday, or tomorrow even, but just to say that. And yeah, we see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Yeah. And then you need to, and then I think Anne needs to officially adjourn the meeting.
So for today, we take a break until tomorrow morning, and we wish you a wonderful evening, everybody. See you tomorrow morning, fresh, and thank you again for today. And we officially adjourn the GA for today. Thank you.